Sabbath to the friends and family of Europa. I'll be your host today, Smyth-EL. You know me, King John Smith's greatest grandson, if I do say so myself. I'm not the only one, I'm sure. Just the greatest. Today's video is a Sabbath, I guess. If I have enough battery, I'll be able to get back and do such. But now I'm just outside chilling. Friday was very eventful. I'll talk about it as more people get here. That's if YouTube even invites somebody. I ain't got nobody in here yet. It's been 40 seconds. We got one person. We probably have to wait 2.5 minutes before it wakes up everybody with the notifications. But yeah, what a weekend, man. Current events seem kind of mid. They're saying that Russia is announcing action versus NATO or something like that. I could have sworn that's what was going on the whole time though. But I guess they're trying to say they want to make it official. So there'll be more momentum and movement, especially in the markets towards that end. Stay woke. That's right after Trump did something last week with NATO too, isn't it? That's interesting. It's like the United States is giving up on Europe, while Europe is facing Russia. That's weird. I don't know where that's going to go, but it's going today, I guess. If that wasn't enough to worry about, now they want to go and hit targets inside of Venezuela. And this is inside the same Venezuela that just signed something with Russia and China for defense. So if you strike inside Venezuela, then you activate the Russian and Chinese warships right off the coast of Venezuela. I don't think that's how this goes, bro. Everything I just said is based on true story. These are the headlines. All of that sound like a bad idea. I want to run that back in my own head. Russia feels like NATO has declared official action. Russia ain't got no problem with that. Not a problem. The United States is repositioning itself with all of its allies, mainly the same two we always hear about. France is asking Africa for a second chance. Weird story. Venezuela has made some last-minute decisions with some new friends. Yeah, let me go ahead and sign that Paris Accord with Russia, or whatever it was. And then they talking about, nah, we can't just send all 4,000 or so troops down there and just have them sitting in the water all day. Start hitting some of these targets out there, buddy. Nah, that's not how none of this shit goes. That sounds like a dumb idea. Bro, y'all understand how dumb these ideas are. Going to a war when you import most of your food from South America is crazy, boy. It says China, but they be in South America, boy. Don't sleep. That's real crazy. That's crazy that they that your boy Trump, his team. I know it's not him. It can't be him. It can't be him. No, his batting record, like he's not like the greatest decision maker ever in human history, but he's never batted a 0. Like, don't play with Trump like that. You wouldn't know who he was if he was batting zeros. Nah, this ain't that. Your homie Trump is batting zeros with the headlines. So I don't know what's going on at the White House or what list he on or not on, but I tell you one thing for sure, two things for certain. Shit, that boy cooked. I don't know what they got on him, but he cooked. Your boy done up the tariffs. That's funny. I remember when people were, what American explaining tariffs to the Americans like they've heard of this before. And they're like, no, the other country pays it, da-da-da-da-da. And then people with common sense goes, yeah, but, you know, the United States is for profit, so it'll up the prices on our side. No, that's not how it works. Nah, that is how it works. That's how it works, in fact. Like, as soon as they even put that shit on the news, target prices was up. Don't play with me. They didn't get an email or memo on what to do. They just decided an arbitrary number, just like that. Every time. Any fucking headline. 3 more cents, 30%. They start talking that shit in percents like, nah, nigga, don't do that. Don't talk to us in no goddamn percents. People don't know percents that fast. No, they don't. They don't understand the gravitas of percent, so don't be fucking with people like that. Nah, just tell them what the price was. Box cereal is $1.75, now it's $5. So that's it. I don't give a fuck about the increase, bitch. Why is it $5 anyway? And when's it gonna come back down? Nah, I ain't got shit to do with tariffs, by the way. So, 100% tariff on medication. That's crazy. That's the illest story I've never heard about before, because I could have sworn that ain't how that shit work, but it does. Someone said this ain't how it worked. And it is. It is working like this. It's working just like this. Every time they announce a tariff, something else gets expensive. I don't give a fuck about the tax collectors and the trillions of dollars on savings, bitch. Niggas is getting cooked one tariff at a time, boy. That's crazy. That's crazy. I can go. I know where that ought to go, but I know it ain't gonna go there because they ain't doing nothing right. So it ain't gonna. I know the right way this is supposed to end, by the way. It ain't gonna do it though. So we ain't even gotta talk about that. Yeah, nah. Tariffs are highly ineffective when you bat a zero. So the fucked up thing about this news, unlike the other news, as if the cost of eggs isn't enough. There's certain medication that's expensive, you can imagine. And there's one in particular that I heard about so far. I'm sure the rest will be fucked equally. But if you think about like really serious diseases, shit that they conveniently haven't raised billions of dollars in awareness for to cure it, you know. We don't know how to kill parasites, but we know how to go to Mars, that type of shit. But yeah, one of them would cost $1,500 a month. One for cancer. And if you have the insurance, and then you have that other program for cancer people, you gotta bust down 30%, 5 to 30% of that. Yeah. So what they're saying is, they'll end up doubling the price of that for you. You end up paying double whatever you've been paying. Whether that's $500, $1,000, $1,500. Turns into $1,000, $2,000, etc. That's a problem. These people are already dying. So it's not like they can get a second or third job, right? That's not this game. This is not capitalism. That is something else. So imagine how many people out here in the world who can afford that to begin with. So they live in because they can afford it. Barely, I guess. And some maybe more so. That's a lot of people who can afford that, by the way. I want you to do science on that. This shit come from Japan. That's why it's so expensive. Allegedly. Because America, for no reason, wants to make it. Weird. And anyway, so that's a lot of rich people too. Yeah, man. So not only do you have that problem, then you have the other problem. The insurance. Oh my God. The insurance has to pay a tariff? No. The insurance has to cover the higher price. Oh, yeah, cause and effect, bitch. These are very simple variables. They don't foresee this shit. Like, they really don't hire people in the government that be like, yo, peep game, check how this shit work with everything. Like, they don't do that no more. Like, I hope that's not common sense. They got degrees and shit, don't they? They run the freest country in the world or some shit like that. It was big stepping out here. So big steppers got to know how to do A to B, don't they? At least. So now they didn't see that. So if the insurance has to cover more of it, what does that mean? You got to pay more of it. So how much they cover is going to go backwards. Probably ungodly too. It's probably not even going to be like the percent it should be. It's going to go all the way backwards because, you know, they want to squeeze an extra penny out of you while offering you lower coverage. But your payment per month goes up too. What is this, Netflix part 2, bitch? How the fuck? You cover less of the cost. I gotta pay more of it because it went up. But I'm paying you to help me cover it. Don't forget that they're paying for that. So. You wanna cover less, wanna pay the same, usually more, because now more and more people are gonna need to have that. Those who didn't have it before, it doubled. So they're like, nah, let me put some more on this so it costs less for me. It won't be as high, so more people won't get that coverage. Come on now. You know how this story goes. So it fucks everybody in this process. Because you know there's going to be a whole bunch of people who can't simply afford it, let alone their damn insurance. So then the insurance people, what? They lose subscribers, yeah. especially if they're fucking dying. Don't miss that part. So yeah, that's a wild equation. That's a wild side effect of a tariff. What was the Boston Tea Party over again? What was the Boston Tea Party? What was Boston tea anyway? Was it opium? Was it weed? Was it really green tea? What the fuck was it? It was something important. On 3 cents. I don't think nobody was going to die, whether or not they can afford it. I'm pretty sure they could. That's the illest thing about the American Revolution. They could afford it. Remember, they had free labor and all kind of wild shit going on, and they're pirates. They could afford it. They didn't want to. Okay, same story. But it was over 3 cents, nigga. They did not affect 20 different careers. it was like, damn, nigga, you might have some withdrawals tomorrow, but you gonna pay up. No, not this story. This story is way worse than any American Revolution story. I tell you, this story is way worse than any Civil War story. This story so far for the past 6 years is worse than the goddamn World War I and World War II together, and their little cousin. This shit flunked out. But we chilling though. We chilling though. Somebody lying in this motherfucker, boy. Somebody gotta be lying in this motherfucker, because this don't add up. This don't add up. Them people can afford that shit anyway. They dying too. This shit nigga preach. The law of positivity is not their strong suit, so it's not even, you know what I'm saying? That's not what that is. They basically, that's like a fuck it, you know what I'm saying? Because what they gonna do? Break down to the percent of people who will be affected? Like, what the fuck are you saying? 13% of the current people who rely on this, like literally rely on it, nigga. Not coffee, not Starbucks. They literally rely on it, right, day to day. You know, they're like, nah, they just can't afford it. So hopefully the economy gets better and the students can get jobs. No, nigga, that is not what that headline means. You just said whatever percent is going to be. They'll tell us one day. They just started. Give it a month. But whatever percent that is, that's how many people are dying, nigga. Don't let them use math and headlines to play with you. They love to do that shit. It's kind of evil to me when you think about what they're really saying. They try to make that shit sound GPT cute or something. That shit ain't cute. One decision is going to be the result of hundreds, if not thousands, unforeseen endings and transitions. But you need to imagine this. Why this is so different. It's different than anything they're talking about. It's because that's just one of their fucking medications, bro. That's just one of them. So Lord knows what type of damages in other organs and other situations or stress and anxieties they have. On top of that shit, painkillers, opiates, all kinds of shit. All that shit go up, nigga. All that shit go up. Even if it's $10 to $15, that shit went up. Even if it's $30 to $60, that shit went up. All of that shit go up. None of them people that be taking like 12 different pills and shit, bro. They said all that shit went up, but we just talking about the one from Japan. Like, nah, nigga, they can have one from Italy and shit. They got all kind of shit. Ain't it just one thing? Not with that type of shit. Not with that shit where your body's attacking itself. No, hell no. Nope, it ain't just one pill. What the fuck they talking about? So you have to understand the gravitas of what they're saying. All of those conditions, even like some of the HIV and AIDS stuff, all of it, nigga, all of it, even them, even some of that other shit you don't be thinking about too much. People with pancreas issues and kidney issues that ain't all the way through just yet, but they, they fighting back and shit. I guess medicine can do that. I don't fucking know. I don't trust it anyway, but you know what I'm saying? They still in the game. All they shit, all of them, dialysis, all them niggas, all of them, all they shit. All they shit double like that. Just like that. Just like fucking that. Just as soon as I went live. Boom. You'll know in October. I'm telling you, boy, that's crazy. Speaking of crazy, right? A lot of people crazy out here in the United States. You know that? Probably don't know that. Yeah. Officially. So, I'm talking about just official crazy. I'm unofficially crazy my damn self, so not a judgment. but unofficial crazy with an official schedule of medications, an official codependency, official side effects. The officials, not the ones that get from the street and their grandmas. No. Those are illegal immigrants. Those are unaccounted for crazies. They're out there, but just on official, just on prescriptions, just on insurance, just on everything. Even if their particular thing don't go up, their insurance will. You got a bitch. If they just so happen to be part of one of these insurance companies left, because you've seen what's been happening to their CEOs, right? Oh, don't miss this shit. If they going after the CEOs for less, my nigga, the CEO target just doubled. Don't miss this shit. Don't miss that shit right there. They trying to let Luigi go, boy. Don't miss that shit. Don't miss that shit right there. Hell no. How they gonna let him go? What the fuck you talking about? Nah, hell no. Hell no. They dropping charges by the minute on that boy. That is crazy. TikTok's a hell of a drug. Now check this out, though. So whatever that agenda is, and all the other ones they don't want to talk about, same story. That shit just doubled for grandma on them. I'm just telling you something. Hypothetically, right? It hasn't kicked in. Well, you know how this shit is. It renders overnight somehow. But grandma on them. Everybody who's on any type of insurance or Medicare or Medicaid, all that shit, bundle it up. And all their little niche things, right? Well, if they're sharing that with people in their network that gets those other big prescriptions, that's going to cost the same insurance company more, guess what? Guess the fuck what? Ain't got nothing to do with what you do. That's crazy. Yo, my shit just $30 right now. I'm chilling. I don't need no shit that costs $3,000. Help me, baby. Help me, baby. Cereal costs $7, $8. Help me. They're like, nah, actually, we used to cover 100% of that bullshit, but now we can only cover about 30. What? What the fuck are you talking about? Why are you, wait, you covering what? You're covering the taxes, motherfucker? Taxation without representation either way, bitch. But nah, that's not what's gonna happen though. That's not what's gonna happen. What's gonna happen is people will be like, wait. Some of them could dumb it down to something more generic. You know how that is. Oh God. But I'm talking about caring. The fuck? We gotta think about caring in advance right now. Hold on now. Karen gonna let you know the truth and a whole bunch of other facts. But Karen is hanging on to a string now. That's some SSRIs, man. They are not cheap. That's what all of your little Avengers going to schools and stuff have in common, by the way. Don't sleep. They try to make it political. You know, DEI, this and that, and transgender. Nope, Campbell soup. This how you do the science on that bullshit. Well, if SSRIs are for mental health conditions, well, and if a transgender person, whether it's a health condition prior or they're getting a health condition mentally because of society, they sign up for that shit. Usually before they're 8 years old. Weird science, but they're on SSRIs. Hence why you see them in the, the headlines of things. But it's not because they're transgender per se. That's not what I'm saying. That doesn't make any sense. It's because they ass crazy. Those medicines tend to make you crazier if you're not careful. So you just gotta keep that. Just keep that in mind. Just keep that in mind. And a lot of those type of people, especially who have to have that to feel a certain stability, you know what I'm saying? They like to party all the time. Party all the time. Naughty Murphy. So you gotta think about how cocaine and marijuana or even some of the other exotic things mix in with all of this madness that causes madness. So now he says, oh shit, but we adding taxes. Hell nah, bro. Hell nah, man. They don't know how much people they just switched to meth, bro. They don't know. They don't know. The streets are gonna know in a second. They don't know how many people they just switched to meth, bro. They don't know. It's cheaper, bro. I'm telling you. Shit crazy. They don't know how many people they just switched to street pharmaceuticals. They make the cut on both sides. The same bank anyway, so stay woke out here. But I'm just saying, like, people who are primed to survive, even if they're crazy, are going to survive. They're going to turn to the streets. Can't afford the coverage, or afford the coverage, but don't cover enough, so you're spending more money. That should be tough for the first 3 months. And then you're like, nah, fuck it. pills belong to the streets. You'll see. I'm telling you something. And then the street value gonna go up. Supply and demand, the real economics. It's okay though. Still cheaper than fucking whatever fuck they were talking about. Shit, it's cheaper than dying. These motherfuckers seem to live a long time. Anyway, so whatever that is, so yeah, that was a very interesting decision that was made this week. That's the downside of just looking at money, because you miss something. They're talking about numbers that are too big for you to have anyway, so you're not listening enough. No, man, this ain't about money. It's about people. What else they freaking out about? Oh shit, he just signed another paper. Biden was signing papers too, bitch. How come they didn't notice what Biden was signing? Notice I didn't notice nothing that Biden was signing. Then he wasn't even signing shit. That's the craziest thing about that. What they call it, an EpiPen, electric pen, E-pen. What the fuck is going on in weird science for the past 5 years? Niggas just signing some empty shit. That's crazy to me. Sound like black magic for me, but that, you know, none of my business. So, yeah, he signed some new shit. They, you know, they don't know connotative linguistics. He signed some new shit where he could deport Americans. Oh shit! That's my favorite story. I love this story. Not for everybody though. Ain't gonna happen to everybody. It's just that he can. If he feel like it. If he feel like it. If he feel like you too far left or too far right, he just like, check his status real quick. I think we gonna deport him to one of them new places in Africa real quick. He'll figure it out. United States saying you no longer my problem. They ain't looking for poor people. They're looking for their political rivals. Remember I told you, I just told you before they ain't enough, man. Tell me I'm lying. Put a 3 in the chat if I'm lying. No, don't put a 3 in. No. Put a 3 in the chat if I ain't lying about it. I had just had fucking said. Did I not? Or did I? Not just fucking say, like, bro, it ain't the fact of whether or not those Republicans want to deport Elon Musk. It's not the fact of whether or not they'll be able to do that and get him out of here, a trillionaire, you know. It's the fact that they're even thinking about it. It's the fact that it's a political thought, not a rival thought, not a hater thought, not a Twitter thought. No, it's a political thought that's in the atmosphere. That damn, we don't want to do something to get this nigga up out of here, bro. Like, you keep fucking playing around with us. And they're talking about Elon Musk is having a bad day on his own platform. But Twitter was like, he's in the Epstein files. Now, I'll shoot him some bail. I don't like the guy too much for reasons that I've told earlier this year. But it's kind of weird that I promised you earlier this year that this nigga is going to get it. Now tell me something. If this nigga is getting it, why is he getting it? If I'm the one crazy, come on, talk to me now. We driving this Daisy out here, boy. I could have sworn I called that. I called the Elon Musk. I called it, boy. Boy, I ain't got a blue feather no more. I know I called it. Noel, you know I called it. Everybody know I called it. So that's happening. So they put it in the air, like I said they would. And now they're doing it. You already signed it. Already signed it. Ain't that a bitch part 5? So we'll see. Elon's a little busy right now with the Epstein list. I think that was revealed by the Democrats or something. It was something. I think that was what was unique about that document. They have all these documents to release, but they're just slow dripping the process, like for like fucking WWF headlines and shit. These niggas is weird. But yeah, Epstein flew your boy out or invited him out 2014. When he was little Elon in these streets, he just moved PayPal off some emerald mine, quick start money from his daddy or something, right? Hashtag South Africa. So it wasn't the emeralds, it was the fund or the trust fund or something that was connected to it. Same story. They like playing stupid to me. I don't like that shit. Where you get his money from, stupid? So now he gotta battle everybody that's gonna jump to the conclusion. Well, he did. That's the funniest thing about it. That's what he did. He jumped to the conclusion about Trump's visits. Well, did you or did you not visit Elon? You're on the roster. It says you were invited out there. He knew who you were. We seen you with his girlfriend now. We seen you in pictures with his girlfriend now. So you can't say you don't know who they are. We know you know who they are, but you didn't say nothing about your ass being invited. You and some other prominent figures. If they went, you know he did. Yep. They ain't even nothing to talk about. But you can only assume what he did there. Well, we gotta wait for the victims that were at that same island. We'll figure it out. Only if there was such a thing as FBI investigators. Well, it'd be easy to figure out. Let's line it up. 2014. Any victims out there on that St. Thomas in 2014? Anyone remembers Bill Clinton and Epstein? Please come on right up and show them this picture of Elon Musk. That's it, man. That's all they gotta do. So he cooked. He cooked even if he didn't do nothing. That's the illest shit about how cooked he is. Because they trying to deport his ass. They turn his own news media publication platform against him. And the people behind that's the Democrats. And that's the funniest thing about this whole goddamn story. The Democrats didn't punch him in the eye. The Republicans just said bye. Hell yeah, they cut all his NASA, whatever budget that was for SpaceX, and they really don't need them Starlinks over there on those trucks, and those trucks about to get built in Canada, and yeah. Wasn't your mans and them Chinese about to take over anyway? I thought that was the guy I was talking to. On goddamn Signal. It was. I cursed his ass. I told you. I told him, don't fucking play with me. I knew this shit was up and weird when I suggested that Trump should come up with a gold card. And he did. Don't forget that shit. I guess Elon didn't buy one. Elon should have bought one and gave it to me. But yeah, goddamn. As soon as I said Trump should do the gold card, and what the fuck happened? Sure, it's God made green apples and gospel Sundays. Yeah, Trump made a gold card, bro. Within the week of me saying it. Weird story. And he just keep doing that shit. Within the week I be saying shit. I'm like, nah, nigga. Nah, somebody gotta pay me, boy. Nah, AI. Nah, whatever that is. Nah, buddy. Somebody gotta cut me a fucking check, boy. I can't keep calling it like this. I can't. That's impossible. We don't know nobody. Edgar Casey, none of them. Nope. Nah, they gonna put respect on my name one day once they realize what happened. They like, damn, that nigga was outside the whole time. Yep, he was. He was yapping. And as he was yapping, it was happening. And he started yapping some more about what was happening, and it started happening some more. Like one yap got 2 yaps, and 2 yaps got 4. Like, I just kept telling y'all the whole time what's gonna happen, and it happens. I don't know what that is, boy. I cannot tell you why I have Elon Musk's passport. I don't know nothing about it. That's the weirdest fucking story this year, I think. Fuck what's going on in my personal life. Look how I've been talking about politics. You can't make this shit up. You can't make this up. Let me check out the chat real quick. What the fuck is going on outside, bro? How is it keep doing this? Does anyone got a clue on what the fuck going on outside? PT Cruising, yo. Salute and peace. Jonathan, peace. Boys going wild. Oh, the bot's going wild. Texting and driving. Careful. New Kind in the building. Newell's in the building. Terran Arts in the building. TBFB salute to the whole entire tribe. We all out here. King, Crazy, Skyboard. Crazy. I know that's right. What's CeeLo Green talking about? He was talking about something similar. Kiddo Shin, peace to the gods. We out here. Anytime television. How you doing? Shogun L. 3 to the truck. 3. Peace to the truck. Travis. Jonathan L. I see you. Peace from Newell. Bang. Nah, that's impossible, bro. That's impossible. It's impossible. This is the most impossible shit I've ever walked through and witnessed. Until last night. Did I mention? I'm sitting right here at 7 p.m. A little bit after. It wasn't 7:30 yet. Between those two numbers. And I'm sitting right here, minding my business, dodging crackheads, I guess. And I listen to my music for the sunset, but by 7 o'clock already, it's already dark. Weird. It's like it skipped his ass over a whole hour now. But the sun was already set by 7. So I was like, let me not fuck up the rotation. Let me do it again anyway. I started coming out here earlier, I guess. And I'm chilling and shit. And then something like a nudge was like, look up. Mind you, I can see the mountain right there. I can see all the air traffic that usually go this way. It's usually always this way. It's usually always on that side of the street. Unless you got the airport telling people to go up. Where the fuck that goes to? The West Coast or the East Coast? Yeah, you'll see some planes and shit. But what you don't fucking see is planes going this way. You see planes on that side of the street going both ways and helicopters too. Over the mountain too. They're doing it right now. Look, and I can't make it up. It's right there. There's a helicopter right there. So I'm used to the pattern now. I've been out here for every fucking day for a long time now. So last night I said look up and I saw a plane coming this way. I saw a plane coming this fucking way. I know the devil is a lie. So it's like fucking weird because the light pollution. It's nighttime, so all the street lights is on and it's like this haze. So it's not really a cloud, it's a chem haze. But this motherfucker's under it. I see this motherfucker come out, boy, I'm so happy I seen Star Trek. Boy, I am so happy I know about that fucking hidden project, triangle TBR3, 3R, whatever the fuck, triangle shaped aircraft they got. Because that stopped me from getting a heart attack. Because I had a reference point of what this motherfucker could be. And with that delusion in my head, like, oh, that could be the TR-3B. I mean, we got Ellis Air Force Base over there. We got fucking Area 51 and all the rumors about the mountains all around here. This has got to be American. This is American. I ain't worrying about shit, but hold up. Hold the fuck up. Why is this bitch so big? Nah. Run that shit back. Hold up. How come I can't hear this motherfucker? That bitch is close. It's under clouds, bro. It's under clouds. Like, that shit is right above the power lines. That shit about 500 feet higher than the goddamn power line. That shit was huge, bro. I've never seen a craft. Nah. That wasn't regular, bro. That wasn't regular. I wanted it to be the white man. I really wanted it to be the white man, but I had to think about where the fuck he parked this shit at. Nah. This ain't the white man. It's a white man in collaboration with some other niggas, because I'm telling you something. That craft was huge, bro. It was a giant fucking triangle, bro. I was like, hell no, I'm not playing Halo 5. I seen the videos already. I was cool though. I was interpreting shit. I was assuming variables until I really looked at it. That ain't no triangle, bro. That is something else in the shape of a triangle. It's triangle formation, but it looked like an airplane. Oh my God. It don't make no sense. The physics don't make sense. It's a giant triangle mass, but its core, its body was like skinny like an airplane, but not skinny, like design, shapes, other geometry. You couldn't really see it. It was pitch black too. That's one thing that all these motherfuckers got in common. They're black. So it's already nighttime and there's already fucking film haze and fucking bullshit shit they spraying this kind of goddamn glare and my stigmatism on the goddamn streetlights. But nah, I saw this nigga just fine. Take out my goddamn camera. Oh, it's still there. Oh, it don't want to hide like the other one did. This is different. This is bigger than the other one, kid. The one I saw was huge. That one got the Guinness World Record so far of the biggest aircraft I've seen in human history in my life. And I know the military got some shit, but it's not shaped like that. That's the whole fucking problem with this map right here, boy. If that was a test object, they just tested that shit out here in Vegas, just cruising across the east side at 7 p.m. Mad traffic, mad people going to taco trucks. Ain't nobody looking up because you can't fucking hear it. You can't fucking hear it, bro. That's a fucking problem. You hear these planes. You hear those helicopters. You hear the goddamn fire truck and police truck. You hear this loud ass car. It blow up the damn amp on the phone. You hear everything in this goddamn desert. That motherfucker was too damn close to not have wind turbulence for how big it was, bro. That shit. I posted the video the best I could. You can see the film in the sky in a little circle that was above my head. There's some bullshit from the lights because of what they're spraying out here, I guess. But you'll see the lights on that bitch. I need to tell you, that's one fucking craft, bro. That's one fucking craft. It's not 3 different craft. It's not a moving craft. It's not spiral. It's not doing all that extra shit in the sci-fi movies. No. It's a plane. It's like, that bitch was kiting. It wasn't flying. It wasn't floating like the UAPs, the other ones, the small ones, where they look like they're in water. Nah, this nigga looked like he was a kite. Like it curved, it like banked. It banked a little bit. And I saw it shape. I was like, is that an airplane or a triangle, bitch? It's an airplane triangle, bitch. And my brain couldn't do the math on that shit. So I'm looking through the camera getting pissed off. Because it's getting closer to that mountain over there. Nah, you see the lights on that bitch? It's in my YouTube shirt. You see the lights on that bitch? You've never seen that in human history. The TBR3 and all of them that they catch on film or they alleged film don't have those colors. These are red and only red. So you know, like some military craft will have like white, red, green, or the pedestrian shit. And then I guess some people have private jets and drones and all kind of other cooler shit. Yeah. None of them are all red. I think that's illegal or some shit. I don't know what the rules are, but I'm pretty sure you're not just supposed to have your whole craft encased in red lights. That doesn't make sense. These are not signals then. And I was looking at it because, you know, I'm a beat maker and we remember patterns. I'm looking for the rhythm of the lights because that's usually how you know it's human, if you will, or common. They have a rhythm to their lights. So I'm looking at this shit dance around. It ain't even going in a sequence, nigga. Like, I've never seen a sequence I couldn't study and repeat. You couldn't repeat nothing it did. I'm saying, like, it was purely random. You know how you can't program random. First of all, did you know that? I'm a computer programmer. You can't program random. No such thing. No such animal. Our ones and zeros can't do that. So eventually what'll happen is you'll have like repeats, which is fine. You don't notice it because the variables are so wide that of what we do have, especially for most common cases on your screen. If that nigga using our programming, whatever MIDI file he got for his lights, ain't nothing we ever seen. Them lights didn't do one thing twice. This is a giant fucking triangle, by the way. Don't miss that part, in case you're confused. Like, we ain't talking about an airplane. Nah, that shit was, bro. That shit had the wingspan of like 3 planes at least. And I think I was just fucked up by how close it was. I've never seen anything fly that big. Never. Not on TV, nothing. Like maybe Independence Day when they take up the whole sky, but you know, clever. No. I'm talking about like a goddamn airstrip. I'm talking about like this shit that people be on. I'm talking about that shit. I'm talking about I never seen nothing that people be on that's that damn wide. Like, you know that shit in fucking Avengers where fucking Samuel L. Jackson ass and them be in the sky and shit? Like, yeah, I think like that. Yeah, I think big like that. Not as bulky and stupid though. Just a triangle, just a thin triangle, just a thin crust triangle. I think it was thin. It was tall enough for people to go inside of it though, but it wasn't bulky like a warship. It wasn't tall. It wasn't height. It was wide enough to have people in it. That's for damn sure. But that shit was wide, boy. I've never seen nothing like that. I don't know, man. I thank God I could just get the lights on camera. Cause no motherfucker believe me. They're like, nah, nigga, for real, I seen some crazy shit again. 2 times in 10 years. And I was just talking about the other shit the other day. That's the crazy thing about all of it. I was just talking about how rare that is. The big ones. And then boom, there it is. Like, all right, here we go again. Can I get it on camera? Yes. We can document the fog of my nigga. Just look at how those lights move around. It's moving around the shape of the craft, bro. The lights are not moving. The craft is signaling different lights off at a different time. So it's not UAPs. It's a fucking mothership, bro. That shit is a mothership. I saw all the other planes in the sky with it. And the only thing that went in its direction was a smaller UAP that I normally see. So it was like maybe 3 minutes later after it was out of sight, I saw a small UAP light up and go the same direction. That shit's a mothership, bro. That is some other shit. That is not. If the white boys got that, we might win this war. We might. If that's white boys driving that, oh man, we got it. We got it. The white boys got it. if the white boys made what I saw last night, we got it. Especially if they got more than one. You cannot hear it. You cannot hear that bitch. If that was an airplane that fucking close, all the traffic would stop. They'll be like, that shit about to hit the rock. That shit about to hit the mountain. They're going over the mountain. I'm tired. I'm tired of seeing unexplainable shit and then have to live a regular life and pay rent tomorrow. You know what I'm talking about? I'm tired, bro. I'm exhausted with the shenanigans. I told the little black birds I see here, I told y'all, I'm not sure if they crows, family, but they have iridescent feathers, like they glow like labradorite. And I told these niggas to drop a feather for me one time, 2 days ago. I walked to the store today, I found a smaller one. I was like, that could be a pigeon though. Then I came up one more step, a bigger one. I was like, there's the iridescent though. I just told these niggas to do it. I told you they normally be on the roof. They don't get next to humans. Who the fuck? The devil is a liar. I know. Yeah, they dropped it off. It's not a pigeon feather, finally, and it's iridescent. In the sunlight. But yeah. Man, that's normal for me. That's like, you know, call me Dr. Doolittle or something. But then you realize I'm not talking to the animals. I'm not talking to the animals when that happens. What the fuck does that mean? That's crazy. I haven't, see what I'm saying? I got other things to worry about. I could just manifest feathers when I fucking feel like it. It's like Amazon, you gotta give it 2 to 3 days, but it happens typically. It's very typical of me. Very fucking typical of me to do that. That's very typical. That shit I saw last night, nothing typical about it. I really hope it's the white boys, because they gotta stop fucking playing around and unroll that technology while we're alive. They probably can go to United States Part 5 if they stop fucking around. But if it's not them, even if it's a foreign country, China like flying around this bitch undetected. Now, if that's a foreign country and it's local, like human-made, like human-bred, human-made, because it can be now. It is not out of my plausibility of this reality so far from the things I have seen. So it's quite possible that somebody's humans could probably. And if they can probably, I saw it. They did. If those are humans, they did. If there's a breakaway civilization of technology that like to come around dose and stuff, cool, they did it. They broke away all right. These niggas fly right through your fucking city, and you won't even hear them. And you know what kind of flex it is? Like, for that to be military, like if it's human military, strictly, it doesn't have to have the lights on. There's no fucking reason why that craft should have had its lights on. That's 7 p.m. at night, bro. On a Friday, bro. That's for a military operation, like, to be that close to, like, for it to be like, oh, you can see with your bare fucking eyes. Fuck a phone, you just see it. Oh shit, that shit's you. Oh shit, that ain't a fucking airplane. It's a triangle. Why the fuck? Oh, it's a triangle because it's wide as fuck. Why the fuck is that plane so wide, cuz? Why the fuck was that plane so wide? I cannot explain it because it was black against a black sky. I was like, shit. I gotta work on the contrast in my eyes, I guess. But nah, nigga, the lights. That's too many lights. There's just too many for it to be stealth anything. That's what's fucking with my head, bro. I'm cool with them having carriers and shit like that. I'm cool with it. About fucking time. But that light pattern don't make sense. Only UFOs do that shit. Some goofy ass light pattern, minding his fucking business, and know a camera out, and then just start doing the Christmas light shit, the LED light channel strip shit you get for your desk. You just start doing that shit for no fucking reason. Like, do you want to be seen or you don't want to be seen? Because you definitely don't want to be heard. And you know, something that massive has to produce a sound. So whoever fucking built that bitch, listen, whoever built it, above or below, whoever built that bitch has learned how to invert gravity already. That shit drifted like a kite, bro. It's too big to do that. Unless that material's extra light. And I don't doubt it either. Where the fuck they get that from? That ain't some type of shit you put the fucking you don't put the default Pro Tools demo lights on that shit, bro. That don't make sense. We thinking about humans, we thinking about the budget. What MIDI file is that? Look at that damn video. Look at the goddamn light pattern. It does not repeat itself. That's impossible, bro. I watched that bitch for 5 minutes, just float. I watched that shit kite, turn a little bit, and just go for the mountains. I was like, bitch, why are your lights on? Because it's to draw the attention of anyone who will notice it. I'm the nigga noticing the shit, so it wanted me to see it. It flew right over my stupid ass head. It could have came anywhere out the sky. It could have manifested and demanifested anytime it wanted to. It could have cruised above the clouds with no lights on if it wanted to. I barely would have noticed it. That motherfucker said, So we gotta deal with that too one day. That's 2 for 2 out of things I can never explain to nobody else unless they seen it. We getting out of the realm of impossible. Now I know I'm not crazy. I got a video this time of another one. Nope, they out here, bro. I said that last week. I said whatever the fuck going on, they out here. They downstairs. They're right with our dumbasses. For some reason. We talking about terrorists. These motherfuckers do not have gas. I tell you, I said that was not a gas guzzler. There was no contrail, no none of that shit. 0% noise pollution. I wish our studios had that. You know what I'm saying? Living in an apartment and shit. You'll love that technology, wouldn't you? Nope. Nah. That's either them white boys or that's from some other fucking planet, bro. None of those answers are good. Because now I know it's real and not just some fucking CGI bullshit. This ain't an arts class video. Nope. Those things are real, guys. Whatever the fuck. If they going 1 for 1 with each other, even if there's somebody else who got another kind of one, we kind of got one. So even that one tough. That one's tough. Shout out to the white guys. That one's tough. But it don't move. But it stays still. Theirs has to hover, and it don't move off fast. From the videos I remember, they're not very fast. They're not efficient yet. But it's huge though. It's like, damn, nigga, what you trying to do up there? But this one, aerodynamic, flawless, no sound, no, and I'm not talking about mechanical sound. I'm talking about wind. Nah, that shit too big not to move wind, bro. That shit way too big for the wind or to not feel a breeze when that motherfucker come by. It's just way too wide. No breeze, nothing, nigga. It didn't move the wind, bro. That's why it was so quiet. It was like it was kiting, like it was slicing through water, like aerodynamic. My ass, boy. Ain't aerodynamic, nothing, nigga. There is no aerodynamics in their math equations. Whoever did that one. You could call it a fucking drone. Perfect. Let it be the biggest drone they ever made. That fucking drone conquered aerodynamics. That drone conquered wind, sound, water, earth. That shit will beat Captain Planet, nigga. I know. Go Planet. No. Captain Planet ain't got nothing for that. He won't see it. He won't hear it. And he's just not big enough. He couldn't do nothing with that shit. I was like, yo, beam me up at least. Shit, let me see what the bitches look like. Something like holla. Nothing. Because you know more than one person in that motherfucker. That's the craziest thing about it. It felt like a city moved above me, nigga. Like not a bus party. Like that shit can hold at least 3 airplanes. We talking about like hundreds of people can fit in this motherfucker, bro. So that ain't no regular recon stealth. You don't stealth that. You're stealthing hundreds of people. I mean, I get it. You can in military video games. Yeah, I guess, whatever. But stealth is usually the shit you ain't supposed to see. It's kind of small or it's really high in the sky on some Google plane shit. They call it a satellite, but it's a plane, bitch. Like, them shits be way up there. it'll be highly inefficient to make them glow and do little light patterns because you have a power issue. Don't forget. So this motherfucker ain't got no power issues. At 7 p.m. at night, he ain't got no fucking power. Like, gas, what's that? Tariffs, hot. We got unlimited budget to make this bitch go. Why would you budget that? There's nothing to budget with that crap. That's what I'm saying. It makes less sense the more I talk about it. If it's budgeted with the white guys, they don't spend all that money to build some dumb shit like that you can never show outside, just for the culture. Just for the culture of reverse engineering shit. Just for the culture they doing that. Just for the culture of Leonardo da Vinci and Nikola Tesla. That's what they doing. Meanwhile, everybody's talking about the price of goddamn tariffs. You know what I'm saying? Like, that shit kind of disrespectful if you can see it for yourself. Like, these assholes got free energy just chilling. At least, 12 to 1,000 of these niggas just, hey, let's take it around Vegas, ass niggas. Come on, dog. Gotta be more reasonable. You gotta really think about the crisis that the United States is in for this shit to be coming from fucking Ellis Air Force Base. Nah, that ain't it. I want it to be it, though. I want it to be that. But Ellis got a power grid issue, and Vegas got a power grid issue, so that just seems like there's no power grid issue. We gotta have a resolution. What was Aaliyah talking about? Aaliyah was talking about this. Nah, hell no. That don't make no sense. So what I'm saying is 97% chance is not the white boys from America. 97% chance that shit ain't local. 97% chance that shit ain't local. Just the lights alone. I've never seen anything like that. It's not the fact that they're red. It's the kind of lights that they are too. The camera only shows you red dots like, focus or f-stop issues. Nah. There's some red lights they be having in those fucking Fifth Element movies, nigga. You can't buy them shits on Amazon or eBay. Nah. The type of light or the type of source for the light, nah, that shit was weird. Like Knight Rider. His car did that little strobing. Yeah, it's called strobing. Knight Rider strobes. Nah, this can't strobe. This don't do that. This ain't that. I wanted it to. I was waiting for it to do it. It's like, no, it's not going to strobe back and forth, is it? Nope. We got a light on every panel of this goddamn craft. On every panel of that craft, they had those lights. I'm talking about every fucking geometry I could determine in that fucking triangle had a light across the edge, at the bottom, on the left, on the right, like, and they were just going off at different times. Like, nah, nigga, they play too much. So I'm just checking in, let you know I survived the alien invasion. They want to talk about the rapture and shit. Look, they keep talking about that rapture shit if they want to, boy. They keep trying to summon that quantum reality if they want to. I seen some shit that Mike can do it. I just saw some shit last night that Mike can do that. I don't think it'll get everybody at once, but it'll snatch some niggas up for real. You can't hear it coming. Yeah. So if it ain't us, that's definitely a rapture vehicle. I mean, look out. Like, look up, niggas. Shout out to Root. Yo, shout out to everybody in the chat. I'm so bugging on this shit. This shit's bothering me. Was just out driving, 2 ambulances passed by as you're talking about 2 people being alive. Yeah. Real gospel. The Warriors, yeah, it didn't really hide. That's wild. Just Me says, my message got rejected. You speaking the truth on folks. They can't see, they hear, are contracted to share truth. Movies, fine print. We got to put the pieces together to understand it. Yeah, shout out to the elders too. Panic and Bobby was big on that too. Noel says, hence the video, there was another Omega looking craft. Yeah. Shout out to you, Flank. I'm good, I think. I just survived the rapture of an alien, I guess, because that motherfucker could definitely have room for me. Definitely have room for me and about 1,000 other me's. He's out here going to take pollution down to 0. There's no pollution out of that craft, I promise you. I do not think we have those metals here. They're way too black. But we could, though. We could have stole some shit. I know we can. Real Gospel is considering all the galaxies. We're not alone. No. Real Gospel, no. Don't do that. Don't do that. Got it. No. Hold up. Hold up. Let me run this whole Galactical Confederation New Age thing to the side real quick. Hold on. Let me tell you what I don't know. Because I don't know shit. This is what I don't know. Whatever NASA and them were doing with their satellite images and graphics, they're all CGI graphic rendered. Those are not telescope, or they're not telephotography. Those are renders, compositions. I say that to say, when we experienced it as kids on television, that was entirely CGI. If you type Earth in Google Images, it'll be entirely CGI. Minus perhaps the one they suggest is real, which is the blue marble. There's two of them. They suggest that that's really from that elevation and they took that picture. But then when you look at the picture from behind the moon, and you look at that gray ass moon made in fucking Blender, and then you look at the fucking Earth and how cheesy it looks, you go, at the very least, it's a composited image of those images. It's not a video, right? Especially if you're a kid that grew up on graphics like I was. It's easy to see because we're entrained already, because we try to create the same things already. So it sets a notification off in us. And then everybody else who's not in the art, in perspective, in shadows, they go, oh, it's from NASA, so it's real. Can we read the fine print on their website then? Composition, ew. Shut the fuck up. You know, that's what I was telling them since like Facebook 2009 tough. Then you have Marvel. Then you have all the things in cartoons. They created this model that we or our heroes can escape the firmament, Psalms 19:1, and then go across long enough, fast enough to reach another marble, and then you kind of zoom in like on Destiny and No Man's Sky, and like the world opens up for you type of shit, right? Like that's the model, right? So when you say that, you're like, well, if this is just one marble of one model, and then the galaxies that they're mapping is multiple models with the potential to have another marble like ours, then I absolutely, we can assume a similar life force or forms would have the same idea if they're intelligent to go forward. And then eventually they'll go forward and reach us. And then in that, there's rumors that they've done that already, and that even some of us have done that the other way, right? This is your Star Trek, your Star Wars, and then the Coast to Coast AM, Super Soldiers, Jump Room to Mars, all that stuff you hear about, right? Yeah. It assumes that you're going vertically with technology, and we know we ain't got none of that anyway, not in the public sector. So whoever got that shit is from another place anyway. It just happened to be here, right? So it makes sense you reverse engineer something not from here to get the fuck up out of here, if you do the whole science correct, right? Yeah. That's the long-standing model that people use as a world model while using the same language model that's actually describing something else. That's what's tough about our language and how these intelligence agencies weaponize it. So instead, I'm gonna give you a different model. We cannot get out of here. Period. Anything that is human, as far as you can tell with your senses, that has been here this whole time, linearly, for 400 or plus years, as we are, our size, our statures, our genetic differences, the current model of all humanity, us, down here. In our current generation, none of our math, none of our science, none of the technology we're even flirting with, and none of our AI is currently at the level for us to do that. Especially, the suggestion is, we've been doing that, at least here, since before the 50s. This is before the internet, they said they did that. So don't miss that. So we know they're lying for whatever reason, control information. But yeah, I think if they're lying about it, and they are, what are they hiding by lying? Yes, NASA deceived. What are they deceiving? What are they trying to say? Their top Nazi rocket scientist, Werner von Braun, had something to say on his tombstone, didn't he? He said Psalms 19:1, just to run that shit back. The guy that's creating rocket power, you wouldn't get there with a rocket, because what does a rocket blow off in space? Stupidity? No. As according to their model, of course, what would cause the friction for propulsion? It'll just spin in circles. Right. So we know they haven't done that, at least with their technology that they show us. That's all I'm trying to say. Cool. Why is there such a fucking technological difference anyway? You gotta hold that thought before we get to the aliens. We're proposing that there's other people in power or hidden behind power that have access to a totally different model of technology, at least for 100 plus years. I'm cool with that. But why would they still be the people behind this stupid ass aluminum society? Like, yeah, you gotta entertain it that way. The same way people entertain that all white people own slaves and all Africans are from Africa. Like, you gotta entertain it like, what would that mean, I guess? That there's a secret society, they call it a breakaway society, civilization, parallel to you. But it's parallel to you and far more advanced in math and science, obviously, because it has to be to do that shit. I'm cool with that. But then we had to figure out why. How did we end up with the aluminum scraps? Not the capitalism answer, because this is not a capitalism problem for the people who got that technology. They have breakaway civilization, hypothetically. They don't need nothing that we have, not even the money. It's not real to them. They're not buying data centers. They already go to space, right? Okay then, so just hold that. If we follow the drinking gourd of deep state military black budget programs. Okay, I'm cool with that. They haven't brought back nothing interesting you've noticed. We've been using the same lasers and technology for at least 100 years, wherever they got that from. All right, so we know at least greater than 100 years ago, there's a technology greater than ours now that they were able to extract or exchange or reverse engineer to have what we have now at least. Everything you see is old already, yes. Not because the government's 5 or 10 years ahead. No. There's a civilization on this goddamn planet that had most of this already, which is why you can't find a slave ship. We're not in a jungle or woods. We have technology already. 1800s. Yeah, the World Fair grabbed it all up and put it in those buildings. You'll find pictures. That's ours. We're the Americans, Indians, 1800s. There's no one else here to build. Tag, we're the only ones here. There's a few white guys in here, I guess, but they weren't building that either. Where did they just come from? They don't have that where they come from. Just where we were, though. London, World Fair, same story. A big-ass Muslim building. Look at it. Look at that big-ass Mohammedan, Ramadan-looking nigga in front of it. Ain't there no more, by the way. London had a Muslim World Fair. Don't miss it. No white people is creating fucking Ramadan, Afi, Iban, Wati ass people. Don't fucking play with me. Anyway, so that's recent then, that London turned to white people. Don't miss that. So, we're not talking about white people, but maybe we are. So, we know very advanced lasers and all that type of shit, microwaves and all that shit existed on Earth prior to these guys in the United States, industrial revolutionizing it and then selling it back to us. Very plastic and aluminum-like lately. We're not getting better with time. Have you noticed everything? So that was peak. That was peak concurrent timelines of people that mingle with us, at least. They found some old shit, they made some modifications, and then they readjusted this society, which is not theirs because they just got here. This is brand new to them. You gotta think about them. Like, they just got here, they have the opportunity to do whatever, and this is the manifest of it with other collaborators in different time periods, right? It's at least 3 to 5 generations since the World Fair, at least. I'm 6 away from it. Noble Drew Ali and all of them from that time period when they were born. So their parents. Same time period as the Titanic and all that shit too, right after. Don't miss it. So we're talking about United States building Titanics. Why these motherfuckers are talking about they on horses chasing Indians. They gotta wake they dumb ass up. Don't forget, you can go to America 1800 Zeppelins and see how all these buildings been there. And you can see that they're in the sky flying already. Look it up for yourself, please, please. Before we get to this fucking big ass triangle, understand there were some big ass blimps in the sky already, 1800s. Look it up. It's there. Do Zeppelins, Brazil, 1800s. You'll see it, and you'll see the whole city of Brazil. It don't look like no jungle. It don't look like no people in favelas. It don't, nah. That shit look like Thomas Jefferson, nigga. You know what I'm talking about as soon as you see it. And that Victorian era is the black Europeans, Moors. So the Zeppelins are showing you cities built by Moors in Brazil, California, New York, Newark, New Jersey, everywhere, bitch. Especially if they flying, right? Don't miss that. We flying, baby. Before slave story, before Reconstruction, before all these dumbass wars, do you think they on cannons and fucking horses? And maybe they were. But why is there niggas flying already? Talk to me. How the fuck do you go from I ain't got no land and I ain't got no money, Barbary wars and some slaves and something, to motherfucking flying? Your children are flying. That's what they're going to tell me. They're going to tell me they dusty ass kids making human barbecues just jumped into the sky after the slaves ran away. That's what they're going to tell me. They're going to tell me they who have not brought anything, did anything, got a bunch of niggas to do everything and build and farm and do everything the whole 1800s allegedly until the Civil War, and even after that, can you believe it? Because everyone didn't know. Because they don't have mass communications yet. Can you imagine how slow that could be to get that letter to your village and they don't kill the nigga delivering it? Okay, so that story. So you just keep going forward and all of a sudden you want me to believe that their ass is flying around this bitch? Nah, nigga. No. You don't go from human back pork chops to free energy levitation to a Victorian era building after coming off a fucking country house in South Carolina, bitch. In no goddamn 10 to 20 years. Shut the fuck up. Then what happened to them, right? Exactly. That's my point. So the people who took the Zeppelins out of the sky and replaced it with full motorized flight, that group of people, the Andrew Carnegie contemporaries, are not those people. They're two different groups of white people. That's my point. White people don't know that. Anyway, so after Reconstruction white people, before Reconstruction white people, no, they did not just start building Zeppelins in Germans if they white people teaching us English with the Bible in church. Shut the fuck up. How come we don't know no German words? So, Holy Roman Emperor of Germany, my grandfather. Weird story, Dwayne's, Heinz 57. We do. So, same story. So, they no. This ain't that. We already know the United States was way more advanced than the diners, city burnings of where these Zeppelins are from, and all that. And where all the black massacres are from, by the way. That's where all the world fairs are, by the way. So a city full of massacred Negroes on fire by white people is the same place where all the world fairs are? That's crazy. That's crazy. Why would that be that way? Who else would fucking build those? Why are they building Mohammedan buildings if they're Christian slaves? From West Africa, Sub-Saharan desert. You can't grow, or you don't know how to do none of that over there. Don't play with me. They don't do none of that still. They've been free the whole time, so it can't be the same people then. Duh. Fucking duh, nigga. If they supposed to be the same fucking Africans, how come the same fucking Africans that didn't get caught didn't build it over there? Because they're not the same fucking people. You can see right through that shit. It don't make sense. As soon as you put your eyes on Zeppelins and World Fair buildings, you don't realize you got had. I know. It's easy to detach once you see it for yourself. Like, oh, they made up the whole last 100 years. I know that's right. Yes, they did. I know that's right. They definitely did. They definitely made up the last 100 years of everything you think is real. Probably not a minute before, though. They weren't all here yet. You gotta wait for after Tesla and Edison. You gotta wait a few more years. You gotta wait for after the central bank get popping real good until 1930s. And then you get all the media bullshit that you got today. Not a second before it. Yeah, some mean white people around here a second before it, but that's not really what it is. You gotta watch out for them. But no, they're not the ones who made Zeppelins either. Why would they say that the Wright brothers was the first time they had flight then? Different people. Yeah, it's first time flight for they ass. No Leonardo da Vinci. Nah. Zeppelins is right here in America all through the 1800s, from the top to the bottom of this bitch. Go ahead and do yourself a favor and check them out. Them shit's in America. What's in America at that time? Don't fucking play with me. So you have to consider whoever that is in America, South America and North America, the West Coast and the East Coast, during the time where the United States didn't what? The United States did not have control over all 50 states yet. on top of that. So it's not theirs. It's not the federal government. It's not DC people. It's not the white people in the Northeast. It can't be. They don't have California to build that. They don't have California to build that. So why would they? So why would they never be unified with the West? But the West has the same building as Newark, and Newark has the same building as Chicago, and Chicago has the same buildings in Texas, and all of them had the same buildings in Brazil. Yeah. It doesn't fucking make sense. It would never make sense because they were already there. They were already there. They didn't just build them in the 1800s. They were there before the 1800s. So when you see some of these drawings of the Indians, their chiefs, their emperors, their kings, you'll notice in the background of the drawing, those buildings are there. And there's just Indians there. And they're all copper colored. So in the drawings themselves from the time period, the Montezuma one and all that shit, he's in a Tartarian mausoleum style, Victorian era, Roman columns, all the words they use for Moorish arches. He's in a Moorish archway Capitolium already. You heard what the fuck I said? Dressed in leaves and shit because it's hot outside, or that one of them fucking Indian parade freakniks. Only time you gonna see these niggas. So they buildings though, the shit they built with leaves on, the shit they built with feathers in their head, don't miss that. Ain't nobody else here to build that, Jack. Architecturally gigantuan. They came here and started tearing that shit down after the World Fair. That's what the World Fair was. It was them finally collapsing the rest of the remnants of those civilizations after they burned down and chased out all the people. And you wonder why niggas are poor. Has nothing to do with slavery. Those are our fucking cities. We built them. We were the only ones here when they were built. I'm American Indian. They call me black people. So I'm talking about my family then. So anyway, quite literally, our kingdoms, Prester John and all of them, from Tartaria. That's why they built like that. How long ago was that? At least 400 years. So we know at least 400 years ago, and you gotta go prior, because it ain't the first time they built like that, right? All over the world, right? But at least 400 years ago, during the colonizing of America that had nothing to do with white people because they're not Spanish or Portuguese, other people were here already, other kingdoms. You can read all about it. They don't talk about where they come from, though. They don't treat it like the mystery is who are these people that are already here who already had kingdoms. I don't know, that's not important, but the world history of humans is we came to America. No, it's not. Then that's not even their history either. The ill shit is the lie that they tell about this shit ain't their story either. It's not the story, it's not their story. It ain't got nothing to do with them either. So they just like did a third party view of how bullshit from Europe and bankers and over there too get to influence America. I guess like shit ain't got nothing to do with all that shit that's been here though. They don't have no timeline. They fucked up and said they never been here before. All right, then I trust them. You've never been here before, but that shit is here already. So that's not world history then. If these motherfuckers is dying off of potato famines, why are we starting world history with they ass? How about the people who made it last until the 1800s? Let's get their stories. Let's get their stories. Because they're the ones that got Zeppelins in their city. In the buildings to charge them. Notice they don't claim that energy until Nikola Tesla. And those buildings with the chargers on them are older than his ass. He's from Germany. They're in South America and Brazil already, bitch. What do you do? Send a boat down there and they just went to build it immediately with no fucking funding? Shut the fuck door, bro. These people are stupid. And the people who think they know history have no idea what the fuck I'm talking about. Because they have to play fucking stupid and ignore that it's right in front of them for at least 400 years. You're in an artificial time loop. You're in an artificial time paradigm. This is like the people in the woods, M. Night Shyamalan shit. They got you simulating the 1800s, but on the other side of the woods is a goddamn highway. We're doing that. They got some horses. We got flying craft. They got some wooden boats. We got fucking cities already with domed ceilings, nigga. Oh, if you never did AutoCAD, it don't mean nothing to you. A dome ceiling is the most trickiest thing to do. if you don't have cranes, Bob, Caterpillar, and everyone to help you. Or the Industrial Revolution, remember? Yet every last single fucking city from the top to the bottom of America got dome ceilings with no fucking cranes. Fuck out my face. These motherfuckers got dome ceilings already in the 1800s. Son, fuck out my face. The United States ain't got shit to do with Brazil, boy. Get the fuck out my face. There's no reason why these motherfuckers were fighting with farmers because they're all going broke and they don't want Lincoln to have a greenback because they can't afford soap. But then you're gonna tell me they funky ass 10 years later went to Brazil and built fucking Washington, D.C. again. Shut the front door, boy. Shut the fuck. How come these niggas jocking each other, but they from all different parts of Europe or something? Shut the fuck, nigga, please. It's called Moorish architecture, by the way. And they're not even Moors. And they'll tell you they used the slaves to build it. Okay, the Moors built it then. Yeah. It's Moorish architecture, baby. You can't build those buildings without what, though? Algebra. So they're teaching their slaves algebra real quick? That's what they was doing? They're teaching. The slaves that knew how to do everything, they didn't know how to do shit. But they couldn't read, but they knew how to do algebra and line up fucking dome mausoleums that are bigger than anything they build today. Don't miss that part. They're gigantic. It's not like a simple thing. No. Slave labor. What the fuck is this? A fucking cartoon movie about Egypt? Like, no, nigga. In real fucking life and human history. Welfare California. Welfare England. Welfare Buffalo. Welfare Brazil. Welfare Chicago. And then double it up. Welfare Zeppelins, then double it up. 1800 South America Zeppelins, then double it up. North America Zeppelins, then double it up and double it up. Motherfuckers been flying back and forth for a long fucking time, right? Yeah. Yeah. Don't that change everything? Don't that change everything? If motherfuckers been flying before the 1800s? And you can't find slave ships. You can't find wooden slave ships. We seen the little dusty ass American Revolution with the little ass canoe boats going to Delaware. At the same time niggas is flying in the air. Why the fuck are we studying these pathetic niggas? Why the fuck would I want to know their fucking dusty ass history? Hence, we're in a dusty ass America. Fucked together by some dusty ass people. Because where the fuck is my Zeppelin, bitch? Noble Drew Ali mentioned that he had a Zeppelin. Shit. Real life. Real fucking life. You ain't learned about none of them shits in school. But my grandfather's talking about them to go to Cuba. Yeah, nigga, they flew there. They ain't take boats no more, nigga. That's my point. That's my point. These motherfuckers that just got here need steamboats and shit like that. Niggas over here was already flying. So how the fuck you win a war against people who can fly if you only got a wooden boat? Exactly. Someone's fucking lying. Right? If you could fly before the Wright brothers, you have a very specific war advantage. So the Native Americans, if you will, who lived next to Montezuma, my grandfather, and the rest of us, why would we have lost a war versus 15-minute reload muskets if all we had to do was fly by in Zeppelin and drop a fucking watermelon on your head? All we had to do is drop a bunch of watermelons on your goddamn camp. Your ass, your head is cracked, your shoulder broken, the mess of the neck, you be slipping and sliding, you ain't got no running water. Your ass is cooked and sticky, boy. And then we just drop the fire on your ass, right? Vietnam or something. But we've been flying since 1800. Those antennas on those buildings before they tore them down. The Zeppelin will park right next to it, nose to nose, and it will just levitate. Go find the pictures. Find it. Find Zeppelin parked house or Zeppelin parked building. You'll see what I'm talking about. That's free energy though. No motor, no gasoline. In the 1800s, tell me if those pictures old or not. Tell me those pictures older than Wright brothers at least. So it's two things in one. It's not just the fact that they can fly. It's the fact that they charged them for free. Tesla, Elon Musk, ew, dusty. That shit dusty. Tesla's trying to figure it out because he ain't from here. Elon just dusty. Y'all using converted energy to convert some energy to electricity to charge some shit that need electricity. Meanwhile, everyone that was flying in the 1800s had free energy already. It's crazy. So if there is a breakaway civilization, who would they be? Correct. It couldn't be the white people that didn't fly until the 1900s. Because the people at Zeppelins would have been broke away already. It should start getting funny. Since they can fly, can't they? What the Lenny Kravitz? You might get some of us, but you don't get all of us if we can fly already. Don't miss that. That means we got the maps already. We flying so we can see the topography. We'd have the best maps ever, actually. And probably get to a lot of places that they haven't mapped yet with their satellites. Because there's no eyes on the ground. Yeah, a lot of that Google Earth shit is assumed. Reused images and pixels and smears, yeah, they haven't seen everything. But the people flying around with free energy can fly anywhere, any day. That's what my point is. So, whoever was here in Capitoliums with Zeppelin chargers, if they got away with whatever the fuck happened after, then that means their awareness stayed with them too, right? They didn't get brainwashed, they didn't go to these schools. They may have had a retreat somewhere else, for sure, part two. But we don't know if that's their highest technology. We don't know if that was their highest technology. It's so fucking common in those pictures. Then the white boys came back behind it and they built those big ones that look like blimps. Some of them bitches don't look like blimps, they look like kites. For about 2 or 3 people. Aerodynamic my ass, boy. Did you see them shit, sir? The Grab Zeppelin parked on the Empire State Building in 1931. Huh? Those are newer ones. They've been doing that shit since the 1800s, though. Maybe. If not the whole fucking time of our history. We don't know how old that is. We just know how old their camera is, and we know how old they could take those pictures of the World Fair. 1800s, Reconstruction. What are they reconstructing if we already built the fucking cities? Yeah, they reconstructed the cities, all right. They broke down all the Muslim influence and built up all this wooden and brick shit around it. You call that fucking mosque a courthouse or a school or something. They took down all the Star Fork cities. Right off the coast of Baltimore and shit. There used to be buildings and houses there. That's what they reconstructed. They broke everything down for materials. But they invented flying? So if they didn't invent flying, and this whole time they've been fucking lying, there's some other civilization out here who invented flying on the same timeline, and we don't know who they are. But if I had to guess what they would look like, if they're fucking from America, north and south. Remember the vehicles they flew on the cartoon Atlantis? I never watched that. I'm sleeping. Robbie says, is World War on the verge? You've been in a World War since the World Fair. Mr. Now says, a lot of those skyscrapers came with the ground they're standing on and got placed on a floating plot of land property. Yeah, on some fucking Castlevania shit. Makes plenty of sense. Have more research to grow the gospel. Zeppelins are everywhere. Great Zeppelins on some Wild Wild West shit, no Big Willie style. Steampunk era. Can't enhance the TRB. Camera fucked up street light for exposure, yes. 19-1. But all I'm saying is that was not a TRB. It was TRB shaped. It's bigger than a TRB. It's a TRB times 13 if it is. If you play the game BioShock Infinite, that's what they're alluding to. They had a steampunk, Zeppelin, automatron-ass society during the Civil War. Sure did, didn't they? Sure did. Grappling hooks and black people. Sure did. But they flipped that story wrong. The soldiers should be black people, not the slaves or the runners. Doesn't make sense. It's Moors. It's a Moorish republic. Like, there's no. Unless white people want to be Moorish. They can be if they want to, but then they have to understand that it wasn't just you. So yeah. Now it's a Moorish republic. It's not a regular republic of people not from the land who are looking for freedom and helping how to grow crops and feed their families. They can't start a republic. Like, what the fuck they have? The fuck? What the fuck a fucking Quaker or Colombian or Mayflower Compact nigga have? Nothing. So they couldn't build a society, could they? Like, the fuck is people talking about? On a land fully occupied already. And we got the maps that know that. We could take the timeline of when they dusty ass that they got to the north, and then we can find a map older than them of cities on the west. So if they just got to the northeast, whenever the fuck they got there, they didn't make that map about all that shit on the west coast. You still got to deal with that problem. Then they didn't colonize the west coast in the 14, 15, 16, 17, 1800s, did they? No, kind of. The Spanish, somebody, Moorish, Latin, same story, huh? Oh, that's white people? It can't be. Absolutely cannot be. Where are those people today? You can't be part Welsh, German, and all these new white things and then say, your ass built San Francisco? Hell no you didn't. Why you named that shit Spanish? Am I supposed to be fucking retarded? Ain't no way you built those fucking World Fair San Francisco. Ain't no way in the 80s. And that is way too Shang Tsung and Shao Kahn for me, bro. Look at it. Look at World Fair San Francisco. And look at the so-called Chinese influence. White people were going crazy on the Oregon Trail, huh? They were going crazy on the Oregon Trail. They were dying of dysentery and Lyme disease and all kind of bullshit, but they stopped in San Francisco and said, this is a beautiful view. Let's build this large bridge in this fucking Tartarian-ass city that somehow we accidentally burnt down right after we got there. 49ers Gold Rush, right? 1849. That's just a couple of people dying on the Oregon Trail. You played the game a few times. And then in 40 years, they burnt down the biggest building in California. Shut the fuck up. And it's Chinese in terms of aesthetic. Get the fuck out of here. It's Tartarian, bro. It's Tartary before it was anything else. They'll call it Chinese because it's still in China. It's Tartary when the Tartarians. Genghis Khan, Jesus. Same thing. Aladdin, Shiva, same. It's the same people. Yep, it's all the people in the Bible. So yeah, those guys. So yeah, they got. So what I'm saying is they've been capping about the timeline now. That's why you don't find no American Indians. You find Native Americans. Yeah, they immigrated. Their DNA told us everything. We get it. Ain't got nothing to do with these Moorish buildings though. They could have immigrated before the flood. Still not these cities that they lost. If they talking about woo in the woods. If they're nomads, they're nomads. That's not what the problem is. These cities is older than they ass. Genetically. Why would they build a fucking European city if they never been to Europe yet? Stupid. So either the white man lying about coming from Europe and buying these Victorian buildings on the West Coast, or the Native Americans are full of shit because they have a bunch of Victorian era buildings that they built as Native American Indians and white people on the West Coast that never been to Europe. Like, you can't have it both ways. You can't fucking have it both ways. They gotta pick a fucking hustle. Either white people came over here and built Tartarian, mega large, Mayan arches, Moorish arches. They knew who the Moors were, right? But they don't talk about them. Weird. You just left them. But you know, the white people have to clean that little story up, and then the so-called Native American light-skinned person with the strong, with the dead hair and the inverse genes and the colors of his eyes, he has to explain why does he have a Chinese and European blueprint, and that's what they're gonna make for their design. Neither one of those people can do it. Neither one of them motherfuckers can do that. It's not the Native American design, and it definitely wasn't being colonized by Europeans that are white. It only leaves another guy. There's only one other guy I know who can build things that size, man. There's only one other guy that they lie and write about that'll do anything that fucking monumentous. That'd be an emperor, by the way, because he's the only one that can afford some shit like that. Remember what they're saying about their economy? Yeah, they couldn't afford to feed their goddamn kids. They are not building no motherfucking luxury resort building for giants, it seems, like with ponds and waters and bathhouses. Come on, dead giveaway. With aqueducts, dead giveaway part 3. Woo! Shut the fuck up. Hi, I'm a fucking privateer. Shut the fuck up. Hey, I used to clean chimneys at 6. Shut the fuck up. You ain't built none of that shit. But it's here, isn't it? 3 in the chat if you've seen these buildings yet. They here, ain't they? They definitely here. They've been here already. We've been here already. We're way beyond this level of society already. We have been dumbed down and regressed and poisoned already. That's what's unfolding currently. Those are not side effects. Those are the intentions. 55 useless ingredients is very intentional if we're talking about costs. So not only have they lied about everything, they have been trying to virus everyone the whole time. We're talking about the same people that, whoever they are specifically, and all their associates that work together with them for benefits, have been trying to erase history quite literally in real time. They're trying to, that's like how you cause a Mandela effect or amnesia, without forcing it. Little by little, you remove something in history, and then the older people are caught up, and they don't really emphasize it to the next generations. Just like now, no one's sharing 1995 recipes with Gen Z outside of 3 hip-hop mothers. So they're gonna lose a lot of reference points, especially when it comes to the dial phones. And put a quarter in and wait for a dial tone. They can imagine some shit off of TikTok, but they can't tell you all the stories about dragging the cord under the door and shit so you can get more privacy. Shout out to Mr. Now and Shogun L. I'll see y'all a little bit. So imagine with us coming from Tartarian cities, and then they have to put you in a mind fog that you came on a boat somewhere from a forest or jungle or desert, if they can pick one, and then you ended up being the working class, the only one, and then you built all of these great buildings like the White House with the free Negroes like my father, Benjamin Banneker. That's where they going with this? Where they gonna land that shit at? Why the fuck would my grandfather know how to draw that? Why the fuck would my grandfather know how to fucking draw that? I could have sworn his mama an Indian. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You got a square and compass. You learn how to use a square and compass through slavery? Nah, he ain't slaving. Cool. I know what he is though. And he learned a square and compass from the white boys who didn't know how to make French fries yet? You sure? They fighting a whole bunch of gay pirates right now. You sure that's what happened? They learned that shit on a pirate ship with no light yet? You sure that's what happened? Doesn't make sense, is my point. We have too many cities just like DC all over this bitch, including South America. Don't miss that. They ain't got no war with Brazil in their book, do they? They got some war down there in Jerusalem? They got some war down there somewhere where they was like, hey, white people are taking over. We're gonna build these Tartarian Moorish arch buildings with the dome coliseums, but we're Christians. Shut up. Why would Christians talking about they coming for religious persecution, being persecuted by Muslims? Why would the people being persecuted by Muslims say, I want to live here in the north and live in all these Muslim buildings? What the fuck are they talking about? Talk to me. That shit don't make no fucking sense. This ain't Greek and Roman. If it was, these bitches ain't Greek and Romans. So why the fuck are they designing Greek and Roman shit before they got here? They talk about Greek and Roman shit. Who the fuck is that to us? We're still Egyptians. What the fuck are they talking about? They stupid as fuck, boy. That's what I'm saying. So Greek and Romans, you're not Greek or Roman. So why are you doing these buildings before you got here? Don't forget these buildings are older than them. That's what I mean by that. They're Greek and Roman, but before they got here. Like, what? So the Greeks and Romans were here. All right, where did they go? They're saying the Greeks and Romans were here. There's Greeks and Roman buildings from Greeks and Romans. I'll go with it. That's a long time ago. They've been here having kids and everything. I wonder who the Greeks and Romans are. What the fuck are they talking about? Then they come from Egypt? This is Egypt, bitch. What the fuck is going on in this world? And they know that. Their Shriners know that. It's a secret to them. Because they're fucking stupid people. What the fuck is that a secret for? Can someone tell me why the fuck that America used to be ancient Egypt in the Bible? It's the goddamn secret for them. What's secret about it, bitch? We have more pyramids per capita than the rest of the world. Don't we? We had the largest pyramid in the world, bitch. That's Egyptian. It's not a modern day Mexican. Don't insult me. Did Montezuma look modern? That's his shit. That's my grandfather, by the way. So, like, nah, my grandfather lived in that city with the giant pyramid in the world. Why would this silly Negro Indian Azamori Moore be sitting in front of a fucking pyramid for his rest of his throne with all the Mohammedan mausoleum ceilings in the background? Oh, Solomon and Sheba Part 4. They're Tartarian. They call it all this other extra shit. Let me put it in the right box for you. Everything they trying to say is just Tartarian. It's gigantic. Tartar. Not Marmar. It's Tartarian. It's not people. It's Tartarian architecture. It's Tartarian math. It's Tartarian language. They're not Tartarian or English. They're not angel kids. Yet, the whole world knows it. That's crazy. It's almost like the whole world had an emperor or something. I could have sworn it did. Hence. That's the real fucking story. If everywhere in America is Tartaria before they ass got here. Who are these Native Americans? They're not Tartarian either. So I don't even have to think about them no more. Enjoy your stay. Enjoy your rodeo in the desert, bro. Enjoy the casino. That's weird. Yeah, Zeppelins and Tartarians and giants, but your ass is gambling drunk. Don't sound like a progression of genetics to me, buddy. But you know, they should at least know how to code. They don't build their free land and benefit land like that now. What's stopping them? Don't tell me funding. All right then. So we know they're just white people mixed in with some fucking type of Asiatic or Siberian, which is fine. They're just not the people that were here in power. They can be here as long as they want. But they still had to explain why they speak my grandmother's language. All right, so there's that. Talking about they Cherokee. Nigga, please. Cholike where? Then how come they ain't talking about they in the Bible? White men brought Christian religion. Bible not made by Christian stupid men. How they don't know that? Bible's not Christian. There's no Christians in the Bible. So if the foreigner's talking about he's Christian, but you in the Bible, yeah, somebody fucking lying out here, boy. Somebody fucking lying out here. How they working together talking about white men, Bible, Christian? I'm not in Bible people. Bitch, you in ancient Egypt. Can you explain how your ancestors came to ancient Egypt and then meet one Moor or one Egyptian for 50,000 years? We don't seem black people. You should have seen black people because Christopher Cologne was a black guy. How about you just stop fucking lying and say your ass wasn't here either? You're just one of the slaves that survived. That would be too much like telling the truth. White men took everything. White men give me benefits. I'm cool with white men as long as I have benefits. Yeah, honor your mothers and fathers. They can never do. Thus. Ain't they fucking mothers and fathers? The fuck? How many white people grandfathers are there in this story? Because they act like they're not related to each other, which is bothering me. And how many independent bloodlines of crashed America in the 1700s? These motherfuckers act like they're a whole bunch of different groups coming from a smaller island than fucking Cuba. Fuck on my face. Nigga, you was where? You was in Scandinavia, but you're not Scandinavian. You was in Europe and shit, but you're not European. Run that DNA test real quick. Hold up. How your ass get genes from Siberia? That's way on the other side of that motherfucker. What you lying? You didn't discover none of that shit yet. So how you related to him? Oh, thank God I ain't a dummy. DNA only go back 7 generations. Saved by the hell, boy. They saved by the hell, boy. You know what that means, though, right? They're Siberian recently. They hell, boy. Look. They thought niggas wasn't paying attention to their bullshit. I was. Oh, you can only go back 7 generations? Well, if they mix with that shit, then they mixed with it recently. 1800s World Fair. Thank you. Thank you. They're far too kind.
They can only go as far back genetically, like with their little fucking heat map of blood, can only go back 7 generations. It's not that DNA only goes back 7 generations. It means their math can only determine commonality for 7 generations. Oops. Seems like they made that up too. At least it's almost pattern recognition. You know who you close to at least. Shit. But it ain't got nothing to do with none of these niggas out here from Egypt. So, one more time, it's not their language, it's not their math, it's not their buildings. Yet all of that's here. Who brought it here if it's not theirs? Oh, now where's that story at? Where the Native American with that fucking story? Where's the fucking story of the Native Americans interacting with all the Tartarian and Moorish builders? Right in their fucking city, right? Mel Gibson did Apocalypto next to those pyramids, nigga. I saw Montezuma and his kids. They don't look like them niggas. You can look up the Empress chart now. The Native American white boy don't know that his Empress was a black girl? Nah. Dancing with the wolves be damn, boy. These niggas eviler than the white man. Because they taking a position like they was here first, knowing damn well they wasn't here first. And they get paid. They get paid not to do shit while not being a fucking indigenous or aboriginal. How the fuck can they take anything from these niggas when these niggas don't own anything? How the fuck can they go to war with each other and then these other motherfuckers not from here get it? Neither one of these bitches come from this land. That's what I be talking about. They betrayed the Native American. Cool fucking story, bitch. He is not the emperor or king of this shit. He ain't my grandmother either. He ain't related to us. So how the fuck do they got anything to do with anything? I could have sworn that shit said to the land that properly belongs to the Moors and their Indian associates. Where the Moors in their story at? Where the Moors in their story? You gonna tell me Moors don't like light-skinned girls? You gonna tell me Moors don't like girls with long hair? You gonna tell me you didn't meet a Moor before the white man had a book? Crazy. The Moors wrote the Bible. But the white man did. All right. But the white man did. All right. The Moors made the Bible in a Moorish language with Moorish algebra, but the white man did it. And the white man came to my land, and I seen Christopher Columbus. Bitch, you was in South America? Chris didn't come to the Northeast. Chris didn't come to Dakota. Chris didn't come to the West Coast. Chris barely got to Cuba, bitch. How the fuck they gonna tell us about Chris and them when they bitch asses never made it to Jerusalem? Nah, they gonna talk all that shit. They white, they saw Christopher. They act like they was all on the same team. So y'all just had an open border policy. You had that same open border, but you didn't see one nigga build all those giant pyramids and buildings right next to you. Yeah, all right. Yeah, all right. Let me see those drawings. Let's dream catch some of these niggas you've seen. Because they here. I'm here. Let's dream catch some of this. I'm waiting for one of these niggas to tell the goddamn truth out loud. What the fuck wrong with these people, boy? Got us losing our goddamn mind out here, acting like we the fucking problem. Fuck you. We out here. This our shit. On me. On King James. My people should look like me, bro. And none of them niggas look like my people, so somebody fucking lying in goddamn King James English. It's King James grandkid. Nah. You don't say we the white man. Fuck out of here. In the meantime, the World Fair is happening. Just to tie that little pretty bow up. Meanwhile, while they're lying about who gets what piece of fucking farm property, we built all those cities. In either timeline they tell the story, we built all those cities, right? Okay, so slaves or not, for the Industrial Revolution or not, we are the builders. Masons, yeah, the ruins. So, yeah, man. It's a weird fucking timeline we're in today. Where everything is quite clear to see, thank God. And these motherfuckers are betting for a zero now. Your boy Trump is signing off all the tariffs. That's a goodbye kit right there, boy. It's so hard to say goodbye to yesterday for a lot of people after this. There's already complaining about shit being expensive. There's already complaining about not enough jobs. They're already complaining about 2 or 3 side hustles. There's already complaining about going to Starbucks. There's already complaining about Target. And now you want to say, hey, it's all good, bro. We're going to raise these tariffs. And with that tax revenue, what we're going to do is pay down our debt to the Federal Reserve. It ain't got shit to do with it. Ain't that a blessing? They're killing it on terrorists, man. That's going to go against their national debt. They got to clear their national debt before they do something new for your ass. So give them about, I don't know, 50 more years. They might use your taxes for you, man. You know they got to help their boys out over there first. So yeah, man, hold on, man. Them prescriptions won't be up forever, man. You know AI and technology is coming, so in the next 10 to 20 years, man, all you got to do is hold on, man. So whatever that life-threatening disease, illness, cancer, HIV, AIDS is, just hold on a little bit longer. If you can make it to 2050, with these tariffs, you know what I'm saying? It's the illest game in the world. While all the corporations are closing because they can't pay the employees enough and everything costs too expensive, right? They'll be able to collect the same amount of tariffs from all the unemployed people, right? Like, people just be buying shit when they ain't got nothing. People would just be buying shit when they dying and shit. Like, that's what people would be buying after the funerals. The insurance policies are booming, so the economy will be propped up by fucking stolen inheritances for a little while. So yeah, if you make it to 2030, man, you might be able to get a premium you can afford with one of them AI jobs you got. Right? That's what they talking about, right? Correct me if I'm wrong. That's what the whole conversation is right now, ain't it? The fuck going on? The fuck going on out here, boy? What's going on with y'all? Y'all tell me. Is it making sense to someone out here? What's going on? What have you noticed strange lately about every fucking thing? Call of Duty map. Still. This place don't know if it's going to be winter or summer. It was just winter yesterday. Yeah, thunderstorms and everything. Now it's like, nah, nigga. Summertime. Jump in the pool. Tough. Fucking tough. I just want white Jesus to come back and make it make sense for us. I feel like if they blaming this on white Jesus, then white Jesus got to fix it. Unfortunately, I don't think he exists. So it's like waiting for Santa Claus to come back. So I hope Santa's real. I see what they did. They told the truth about their lie. They be telling the truth about their lie. They don't be telling the truth. But they honestly lying to you. They tell the truth about their lies, bro. That's hilarious. Their language model is a lie. So everything they do is a lie, but they feel like they're telling the truth. Because that's all they know. They only know the lie. It breeds intellectual dishonesty, though. That makes you wonder, how come they haven't noticed it's a lie yet? Ooh, high IQ shit coming with the Americans. It's one thing to be lied. It's another thing to be like, you're so smart you didn't notice you were lied to. You doubled down on the lie. You got 2 new books of facts about the lie. That's crazy. Spirit of discernment don't exist in smart people, they say. The devil is a lie. So yeah, boy. Shogun says 333-1000. Terranart says 3 checkmark. I thought I was bugging. Harut, Mr. Now. Bible, Rome is China. Come on now. Greek, Java, Japan. Come on now. Per capita now. I have bits and pieces of information in there, but I definitely learn something every day here. Shout out to Gorilla, man. Jonathan L., I see you. TBFB, I see you. A mooring mast is a massive tower that contains a fitting on its top that allows for the bow of the airship to attach its mooring line to the structure. Yep. And they're old. They're old as hell. They're older than the camera is what I'm saying. Those aren't new buildings. Most of those cities are damn near abandoned by the time they're taking pictures of it. So if they're abandoned when they're taking pictures and they were built before they were abandoned and they were abandoned through the Great Fires, then they built them before the Great Fires. So this is like peak slavery. Peak slavery and Mohammedan Mayan arches, Moorish algebra. Don't forget the aqueducts, the running water. Don't miss those 2 things. That's kind of impressive for some slaves from Africa, right? Who don't have running water in wells. I don't understand the science about this story they tell. Like, someone's gonna have to fucking call it evens on this. They lied about history, nigga. Why the fuck would they be lying about history to begin with, if they're in it?
If we are defaulting to their bastardized narrative, why is there no truth in it? That's the problem. I don't mind learning things from the perspective of someone else who allegedly won and led and created this greatest thing ever, if it was, but none of that is true. Y'all be thinking Donald Trump is lying. No, all of them lie to you the same way. They've known they've been in debt to the Federal Reserve the whole time he's been alive, way before he was a president. They know the jig was going to be up eventually, and they still kept pushing. You still kept voting for the same people that know it already. That's what my point is. They're pointing their fingers just now, like, no, nigga, the whole system time was up in 1933. They didn't teach you that. They told you to be a good hussy and a good slave and mind your fucking business. And then when niggas started to study and read between the lines and get USC codes, and all of a sudden, oh, that's crazy. But these niggas right here fucking having a relationship with GPT, but reading a fucking book is crazy. No, hell no. I know this ain't the reality we in. And then fucking 2 years prior, we had fucking the biggest cities, biggest pyramids, and fucking Zeppelins zipping around the fucking airspace. No taxation either, because ain't no fucking United States over there, bitch. So understand everything. We just got into this system, and it's fucking stupid. Seems worldwide, too. Seemed like it all happened in the 1800s, all across the world. India, too. All that happened at the same time. I saw the last emperors of Asia come to America in that daguerreotype. They're still my kind, bro. We haven't heard from them since. So then you have to deal with that, the kidnapping or the undergrounding or the killing of the royals of Afro-Asiatics worldwide in the 1800s. And then have to figure out how they lightened up all the remaining people suddenly, overnight, since at least Benjamin Franklin. So that's not a whole lot of time. You only have the 1800s to do that. All right, then. That's a weird fucking story for a science project. Let's get rid of all of the dark people. Let's get rid of all of the dark people contributions, except for the ones we understand. And then let's start a new story where the dark people are confused, and now we're living on a lie forever and ever. Okay, cool. Why? Why even do that? If you could do any of that, why do that? Why don't you just kept the progress going forward and just voted for different leaders? Like, wasn't that what the problem was? Why don't you just vote for better taxes or something? Why do you require telling a different story? If you're just voting in majorities, it just keep going, build it better, you know? More profits for the people. Like, I thought that was the basis of their existence here. How come they haven't done that shit yet? They haven't done that shit yet. There's third world countries, according to 30 years ago, that have done it already. Don't tell me the intelligence agencies ain't studying their maps. Don't do that. So these motherfuckers are for profit because stupid by default. Yeah. We in trouble. Epstein ain't the problem, boy. These motherfuckers don't know they live in a lie they damn self. That's why they can't fix this. And probably never will. Someone else will. But they won't fix this. Someone else has to fix this. And I think I seen them. I think I saw proof last night. Big Stacks, how you doing? Hey. You travel with Zeppelins, you never want to travel with anything else. Free energy, of course. Law of exchange. If white Jesus doesn't show up, they have to disappear inside the void created by the law. Triangle Craft ain't the Germans. They also encountered them during their mission. Hopefully I didn't block that. Yeah. Yeah. They stole Zeppelins from the world, man. So they can gas power cars. And now the environment and the weather is so fucked that they're afraid of how they're going to live. But at no time in the last 50 years did they say, wait, let's just do the thing we did before. They can roll out immigration. They can roll out fucking troops and guards everywhere. They can roll out all kind of other stupid terrorists, but they can't rule out in the last 50 years something that helps. They're for profit only. Benjamin Franklin warned of that. They don't read anything. The Bible or the goddamn United States history of its documents and founders. They don't even read that shit, obviously, because he said the same thing he said. And the people who get used to luxury who come to the United States, commerce,
what ends up happening is they end up raising kids who become allergic to hard work. It has nothing to do with effort or the work itself. It's a lifestyle. Keeping up with the Joneses. So it's not just like, they're not just above the work itself. They're above it socially. Why would they work for it? They're rich. So then they pass that trait forward. And then when they start losing ground because they don't have the fundamental values or recipes to expand a business or keep it going when things change, and things always change. This is generational. So the later generation, second or third, when they get older, they lose ground to other competitors who are doing the same thing their family did, but cheaper, taking up the lion's share, growing bigger families, because that's another thing. Richer people don't, at that time, especially 1700s, 1800s, even now we're noticing, but more profoundly then when my ancestors would have 10 to 20 kids. He's speaking to the fact that a lot of these people, once they get enough money, they don't have that many kids afterwards, too. So then you have the luxury kids or the nepotism kids, and then they could go down to 2 or 3 kids or less each time, if they're still rich. If they're rich the whole time, it's just less kids, more profit for themselves type of accidental manifestation. Because they're not thinking about the kids in that way. They don't need a family for anything. You know what I'm saying? They're under control of people already. So it's like a substitution of awareness, I guess. They're just like, I don't need all these kids. And it's never for a bad reason. It's logical in their illusion of their class and their status. Because the omen is, as soon as you get to that point, everyone else outgrows you. So then you have a problem politically. Wouldn't matter how much money you have. You got the Rothschilds and those type of people who got their money from somewhere, or their influence from somewhere with the fake bank after Lincoln. And then they were able to finagle some shit and buy up stuff. That was already going out of business though. They don't tell you that part. They're already failing horribly after the Reconstruction. That's why Rothschild and them can walk in and snatch everything up. Because people are cashing out. They didn't know how to work or do anything. They didn't know how to expand anything, but he did. And mind you, this is in the 1900s. So he's bringing in free labor again through the new immigration. These people weren't previously free where they come from. So like, and we know they ain't bring Africans. So what does that say about the people they just brought here at the beginning of the 1900s? So New York. Exactly. They're descendants of slaves from where they're from. Whether that's prisoners, insane asylums. This is the history, of course. So in that way, that's their trauma they're projecting on us. On top of our trauma of this is ours. Don't miss it. They just can't help it. So yeah, by their second or third generation. So same thing with Trump. Trump is second generation. He had a small loan of $1 million. But then you got Barron. Barron ain't about to go like when shit get really tough and his father-in-law can transition and weird shit happens with bankruptcies and missing money. He ain't about to get up and pull himself up by the bootstraps and get like 2 or 3 side hustles. He's gonna hope that his father's clout and ticket allows him to keep getting older until he has kids. His 2 brothers in them, they got crypto or something, but they also have a really mean cocaine addiction. So they're not able to reproduce healthier kids after that. Stay woke out here. A lot of them get addicted in college. And you wonder what's wrong with their kids. So then you got that. So then Barron Trump, there's something, you know, he's neurodivergent or whatever that is. So he ain't gonna have a lot of kids either. Time's up. Time's up at that point. Per 250 years ago, they already knew that. That's the formula. So it's almost like, for them, getting to that level of taking over industry is a curse. Especially if 2 pages before that, their families were hardworking, honest farmers, sharecroppers, whatever it was, initially. And then they turn into that, and then they disappear completely off the map. Damn. It doesn't last long. There is no old money. They don't have money. They have old cotton gin dollar notes, maybe. That means something in a hypothecated bank and government, for sure. But they don't have anything in that. They have all the fake things and all the plastic substitute things that was way better before they got here. So they're in control of the wackest version of this society. If you are into the status of it, look at the people in the highest statuses of this. Ain't they all crashing out? Losing gigs, losing influence, losing voice, losing views, losing likes, losing monies, losing sponsorships. losing places to tour. Don't miss that. It's not that they're not going on tour, it's that there's even less of those venues open. And then now they saying, hey, instead of going to Miami, the coolest place ever, let's go to Palm Springs. Like they're chasing the festival by price, thus. So yeah, even your rich people, right? That's the thing. If you're rich, then America's fine. Then why are they moving? Why are the Rothschilds selling all their estates? Like, what are you talking about? If they're at the top of the social ladder of the money in the economy in the United States, then what the fuck's the point of moving? They ain't got the money to cover the damn year-to-year, whatever the fuck maintenance is. Like, they're the richest people there is. How come they're moving and selling their shit? Doesn't make sense. They about to do something big? Shut the fuck up. Nah, they cashing out. See, the United States and Trump and all them can't lie loud enough. None of this is good for anybody if all your millionaires are moving out. That's a canary in the coal mine. The people who are well adjusted to this for a long time cannot handle it. Whatever it is for them. Obviously, it's not just the prices. Some of them is the politics. Some of them is this. But none of them from here, so I can give a fuck for it. But you start to see like how big of a deal that is. You're not being rooted or grounded into who you are or where you're from or where you are, more importantly. Because if you're feeling different and you know you have a different background story and you're not connected to the land or the people, then it's so easy for you to detach from it. It's not money anymore. So then you have to ask the question, why are they so willing to run away and detach from this? Where are they running to? The other economies suck just as much, but they're running away from this one. Yeah, you're starting to see it. Something about accountability or something. It's a Panic at their disco, bro. They moving. Out here in Vegas. I love that I'm in the epicenter of fuck shit. Sin City. You heard about it? Every month it's worse. Like, it's trending downward. It didn't have a bad summer. It's having a bad time, period. It's on the way down. Then they said, nowadays it's just like, because they consider Vegas leisure, luxury, like, even if all the employees that they're fucking over, even though, like, you know, instead of firing people here, they put them on call indefinitely, and you can be on call at a casino for 6 months without getting paid or getting called in, just so they don't have to do unemployment. Like, that type of fucked. For a casino, my nigga. Just keep that in mind. So, since the pandemic. So understand. So, because it's luxury targeted, people have a lot of money, opulent, that is what's dying. They don't give a fuck about certain pay grades. They know they taking a hit when the big spenders are not coming to Vegas, whether it's for conferences, hoes, gambling with their friends in poker, having a good time, splurging. It's not about getting more money for most of them. It's luxury. So that's what they're seeing a decrease in. Because they're seeing a decrease in that, yeah, they already refunded and put billions into new buildings and new casinos. Like, this casino just cracked dirt the other day. The casino across the street ain't got no fucking visitors. So it makes it look like the economy is growing because a check cashed years ago tied up in their tax revenue and how they do that shit and cutoffs and what do they call that shit? Write-offs and employment and all that shit they gotta do. It's gotta go through, or it's gonna fuck up their books. They can bankrupt it later, but it'll still be their building for now, right? Real estate, they're taking up land. But they're not gonna make billions of dollars in gambling. They said the kids are gambling on their phone. No, nigga, no. That is not what that is. They're afraid to leave their home. Don't play with me. So on top of that, on top of the fact that Vegas is the catalyst for luxury tourism, and it's dying in a financial way of what it was. And then they have an energy grid problem. How are they going to fund that in a few years? Terrible story. So, once you lose it, it don't come back either. Y'all know that, right? Like when they close down Six Flags, they don't reopen it. When they start to talk about offsetting Disneylands and Disney Worlds, it ain't coming back. So, if Vegas starts losing what it's losing continuously, that shit ain't coming back. The people ain't coming at all, so it's not like It's not a money. It's a money problem. It's not a money problem because there's no money. It's a people problem. People aren't coming here. And your boy Trump says, fuck it. For visas that require, like, people who just casually come to our country with a visa, he says, fuck it. Tax them $250. Now it costs $250 extra just to come to America, the right way. Just to hang out in Vegas, you gotta pay extra $250. Can you imagine it? When you need the tourism, you need it. You need it. But then you're gonna say, but we're gonna put a deterrent or extra thought or extra obstacle here. That pisses people off. Like, why the fuck do I need to spend $250 to visit America? Like, it already costs whatever it costs and all these other things that cost in America, but now I gotta cough up the extra $250 per person in my family. Don't miss that. Don't miss that. So if a family travel out here to check out Disneyland in Vegas and they go back to Scandinavia and it's 4 or 5 of them, how much is that? That's an extra $1,000, isn't it? That's not how much their timeshare costs. That's $1,200 or more just for a dad or mother to think about doing this shit. They're like, there's somewhere else we can go. We can take that same $1,200 and go right up the fucking road, 60 miles. You know what I'm talking about? For a while, for now, right? While that's in place, especially, right? It'll be a wiser decision. And I have a feeling that that's what's going to happen. So then you ask yourself, no one's noticing that all these actions collaboratively, like when you add it all up, is actually stopping people from coming to America? I better be careful now. This is what they be worrying about in the movies for real. It's almost as if they're doing a soft border closing. Familiar? Instead of a hard launch, they're doing a soft launch. Or they're trying to. They don't own the United States or all this territory, so it's not going to be like that. It's not going to be highly effective, but it's going to be highly effective in the suggestion of optional. People considering this as an option. It's going to cut that significantly. Those who can will. They'll still come over, but it won't be the same thing. Like, you won't bring your whole corporation over here. You won't bring your whole team over here. You won't bring your whole business over here, like LG and Hyundai with the Koreans. Because not only is it that new $10,000 or $100,000 a year per employee, but now it's $250 per trip. Nope. They don't want your ass to come here. You can't say it's pay to play by itself. It's not just greed. It's not because they're taxing because they can. No. It's worse.
You know, just coming today, yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear nothing from him yet. Okay. Did he say he was coming through?
No, sir. He kind of said, I kind of come when I can, you know. He said,
I'll check in with him then.
Thank you. And tell me to come by.
Okay. Yeah, so they don't want people to come to America. They don't want them to think about it. They're real. Don't even think about coming to America. They'll deport you. Don't even think about coming to America. It costs too much. Don't even think about coming to America. Vegas is dead. Like, that's the subconscious message. And on the surface, on paper, that's great. But people make the mistake and think this, though. And that's why I'm talking about it. It's not because of these rules. It was dead already. If anything, it's a cover story. They can't afford to keep track of these people. They cannot afford to keep Vegas open in that way. So Vegas, the state, who's not cooperating with the DOJ, they're like, hey, we're gonna need some subsidies and federal funding, at least for energy, A, B, C, and D, the homeless, the drug problem. Shit turned into Portland. And the federal government's like, we can't afford that, sorry. And you were not very cooperative, so we're gonna put you in the fuck you and Gavin Newsom box for now. Until we need your National Guard, then we'll do military stuff. But funding from the federal, no, we don't have it right now, sorry. People will move away. I'm in the city. So many of these people are foreign. They don't speak no English as a first language. That's how foreign they are. Most of these houses I walk by, most of the people I see in the cars in this neighborhood, most of them, English is not their first language. So they're not first generation American in that sense. Maybe their kids are, but they're being raised in a foreign tongue. So they're foreign. So someone in a network, church, household, all of that, is going to have to go somewhere soon. Don't miss it. All of them ain't on up and up. Impossible. There's never 100% adoption of anything, not even paperwork. So as that starts to crack down on them, on family structures, you got to look at it that way. Oh shit, uncle, the lucky one with all the money. He's not coming back this summer. He said he was visiting home, but he said he's staying with grandma. Oh, dad. He thought he had a couple more years to get this straight. Shit, he got to go over there and come back over here. But he talking about he ain't got enough money to do that. He don't waste all his money on doing that. He was thinking about selling the house anyway. I know. Because they can't sell these houses anyway. Don't miss that part. This is the most evil part about this whole story. These niggas is good, man. Y'all better watch out, man. This shit is collapsing. This is the weirdest way to do this. It's so smooth, though. No one's noticing. They're noticing the fears and the symptoms, but they're not noticing what it's going to do. So then you have the houses. They're very hard to sell at asking price. So imagine whatever percentage is no matter what. Hold on. So shout out to Jonathan L, shout out to Gorilla, shout out to Georgie Porgy, shout out to TFB, Gorilla Gospel, Tina Cole, peace, Big Stacks, I see you. I might need a fucking whiteboard for this, hold on. Thank you, Noel. So we got people, you got the houses, and then you got like the jobs, the network, the circle, the treadmill. And all of these are being affected if they're foreign, and since they're not official United States banking, if you will. Because a lot of these people send portions of their money back home. That's why they get taxed a certain way. So as long as they pay the taxes, I guess their extra income they can convert. But they're telling them, yo, you only need $250 if you fucking got your uncle and your daddy coming through. I still ain't got no audio? How? What's going on? I'm gonna give it a few seconds. Maybe 1.5 behind. Tell me if you can hear me. If y'all can hear me, push 3. I don't know if Noel was further behind than when I read that. I'm back. Okay, so y'all a few seconds behind. Cool. We good. Largest history, Diesel's history. Okay. So the homes is like, you gotta sell your house less than or equal to when you first got it. If you gotta get rid of it. And then your jobs and your community. What was that? How much you were charging a business per visa? Something like $100,000 a year, right? Is that correct? I don't know. I'll put a little fuck. Whatever it was way too high. You need to cut it. Whatever that real number is, it's up there, but it's high per year. Like just to work here per year, your company has to pay per employee. Shout out to T. Nicole. Shout out to Sharon Hart. So you gotta worry about the economy of this. Of foreign, just foreign stuff. So it's the foreign working class. Period. If they're working for a foreign company on this side. And that's easy to do because they got families who might be a little bit of everything. So your household might work locally, you know, but they still have to go through the same paperwork. So they don't have to be legal now more than anything. If you notice the whole ICE campaign for families and communities. And then that costs something. So they gotta start thinking about doing that now, which is fine. Ben had to do it, but now there's a time on this. I don't know what the time variable is because this is all sudden. This is not the type of moves this country makes in the fall or going towards winter either, guys. Even with layoffs and stuff, it's out of season, like their old trending pattern. This is sudden. These are sudden moves, but they're rolling them out week by week, but they're all doing the same math equation. So you got that, you got the money, you got this, you got the houses. But the thing that's affecting all of the households anyway is cost of living. So a lot of people have been considering selling their house, but they want to make a profit so they can have extra to pay off the rest of the loan or whatever. And, you know, the higher the number you can sell this for, the better off you'll be in the next location. But if you're foreign, per se, or if there's foreign people in your household and your mixed family of foreign people who are local and non-local, what happens is when these jobs start sending their employees back, then the job goes away too. A big portion of that are local employees. I've worked with a lot of foreign corporations, HCL America. They hired niggas with everyone else, but I'm just saying, like, we made a part of that. So we're gonna lose that in carry because the people who hire us and all that shit, a lot of them are these type of employees. A lot of their tech or their higher positions by default through the structure of corporate, all this shit. A lot of them are from India, right? And then same thing will be true for Korea, China, Asia, just Asia. So the Asian descent being affected by this particular move, and that's why it's not touted as ICE versus Asians. They're talking to you like, oh, ICE is only going after, you know, Middle America, like Mexico and Central American people or South American people. That's the images they like to use, but those aren't the people that are over here. A lot of those people are here though, with this real estate bullshit going on. Because the problem with the real estate being bullshit and the numbers being so high is because of the value of the dollar is fucking them over. Remember, if your house was $100 and you're trying to sell it for $200, when you get this $200, which is what a times two increase, right? Just as small numbers. This $200 isn't equal to $100 no more than when you first bought it. If you first bought this at $100, it was worth $100 when you bought it. That same value now, whether it's 10, 20 years later, that $200 you're trying to get for it doesn't even equal this. This does not equal this. It's not valued at 100 no more. That 200 is probably valued at less than 100. It's less than 100 value-wise. This is the value line. That's just the number, the surface. So they had value in number 100 into that house when they bought it, that 2008 before, and especially after it. The value of the money was higher than it is now. But they're trying to sell it higher because the value is lower. This shit's more like probably, I bet you it was like 60 for real. And then like Noel said, you got all the percents and taxes and closing costs and all that other shit going on. Yes. So whatever they get out of doing this, they're hoping it's worth more than when they started. Here's a problem. To play this game, you need what? Time. What else do you need besides time? For time for the economy to get better. This is the stressor factor of most people, even the ones who don't stay local. They need time to move it for value. And if they give up on value, then they're hoping that the economy gets better. But they got to sell these houses now. Why? Because of this shit. Their companies, not Trump. All Trump had to do was sign a paper that says it costs that much if your company here per employee. All Trump said is it costs this much per person that wants to visit here who we know you. Like, these ain't strangers most of the time if they're coming back and forth. So they're making it more expensive just to be on this side of the pond or the border that doesn't exist anyway. That's what the problem is. You can't get lower level people to fill into these positions because it's too costly. And if they are caught here dirty, they're gonna get iced and sent back either way, and however much that costs. And then you have all this shit where the people are like, well, fuck it. We gotta leave, and uncle and granddad and auntie or grandma or somebody in this fucking house gotta go back. But we need the money to send them back to make sure they ain't coming back in poverty. Cool. So we gotta move this shit, and we gotta move it now. Then who buys it up? Oh shit, you know that's right. You know that's right. You know that's right. You know what's going on, don't you, boy? You know what's going on, don't you, boy? You know what's going on. Oh, you got to sell it in a jiffy. Who buy this shit in a jiffy, by the way? You know anybody that might just be buying up everything on AI and then they automate it as rent? It's like you shall own nothing and rent and be happy or some shit. You know what I'm talking about? Have you heard one of these companies before that be out there that making all this money? And they got the military versions like Palantir. You ever heard this thing, Peter Thiel? People that be talking to the White House, you ever notice like some of them are friends or something? I never noticed anything about anything. Like, oh shit, there's that goddamn Rand Corporation. Man, we probably don't know who any of these people are. But if any of these people are still causing this economy problem, wait a minute, ain't all these people causing this economy problem? I could have sworn it's all these people causing this problem, and all these people are causing this problem, and all these people. Wait, they're funding the program that's doing this problem. Oh my God, it's all the same people. Yo, they don't like foreigners? What's going on? Who the fuck they grandma stay? Where they grandma stay? I want to know where they grandma stay. I'm pretty sure one of these people got a Chinese CEO right now. Where do they grandma stay? We don't know where they grandma stay because it's a corporation of people. It's not, they're not even registered as any of this anyway. So, yeah, crazy story. So, yeah, local jobs, they send their asses back. Economy for working class, that's going to take a hit. And that's going to change the social dynamics of those areas. Like Cary, North Carolina, for instance. It was. I noticed it changing already just in the last couple of years, but the social dynamics of Cary was always like middle class and upper middle class Asians. There was black people there, but it wasn't enough. And the black people were there. If you heard about them, they had money. So RTP and all that shit. But now those jobs are going away. AI is replacing most of those dynamics. And then this foreigner thing for a lot of their extended family is going to affect that and that and that and that. Yeah. So what happens is to these places locally, who's there? Who's in the big building? Who's in the house? Who's living in an apartment complex? It's usually these people. It's definitely these people. I've been around recently. It ain't us. Now, there might be some white people that are, American on paper that ain't got to worry about some of these dynamics. But what does that mean for white people, though? Damn it, we need a whole nother chart, don't we? It's a loop of hypocrisy, Jonathan says. Hey, Ida Oken, you BlackRock Vanguard, and the Palantir Stairmakers, 20% closing fees. Yeah, $100K a year for the H-1B. So it is $100,000. That's crazy. That is crazy. I don't think you know how big that number is per person. Your job got at least 10 to 20 people. That's a milli just to hire somebody. That's a milli to hire. That's just a milli to have them. That's not how much they cost. That's how much it costs for you to have one. That's not even how much you're gonna pay them. Yeah, no dice. So what the fuck we got going on? We got a societal collapse. I don't know how to draw a societal collapse. Let me just channel Vegas. What the fuck going on with Vegas, boy? What the fuck Vegas got going on? They got lack of traffic. Only during the special events do people feel like the city lights up, and then the next day it's dead. So they got lack of traffic. They got a power grid issue. They got a state politics issue too. I'm telling you, that hack was important. And that DOJ rift they got
It's crazy. And they did some stupid shit. Know your customer. What that means is, for casinos, is that they're big spenders, or the people who put a lot of money up, they need their banking records. You heard what the fuck I just said? Like, you if you're super rich, whether you're a smuggler, a thief, a drug dealer, or you just live your life as a ghost, none of these people and none of their lesser, extreme, tertiary categorizations are going to report their banking matters to no goddamn casino. That just keeps getting hacked, by the way. By the fucking way. By the fucking way. This isn't a logical thing to do. Nobody sus about whoever's government is tracking their money is going to be like, yeah, I want to go to Vegas so fucking bad so that when I go to this casino and I whip your ass, that I have my banking records on file with the casino that gets hacked by kids every fucking year. You know what I'm saying? Just from a security sense, that doesn't make no sense. And then from a political federal government sense, oh hell no, are you stupid? The only people in this group that would still keep doing that would be fucking stupid. So fortunately, these people get away with having super richness because they're not stupid, most of them. All they would have left after passing this policy, and they did, are like rich upper class professionals, which is like, boo, boring. Who's gonna get hoes? Doctors, politicians, and, like electricians and niggas like got those blue collar trucks and shit. That's not a slight though. They don't have millions of fucking dollars to throw around in a fucking casino though. But they'll be the ones left if know your customer is letting them in. So thus, it's a dramatic decrease in attraction. In attraction. It's not about money no more. Now it's about attraction. Because a lot of this shit is about hoes. Don't forget nothing. Hoes, party, drugs. What happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. Yeah. Some weird shit happens in Vegas though. And none of you that are in any of these categories, hanging out with these people, trying to live that little micro lifestyle for 2 days or 2 weeks, wants to report your fucking banking to the DOJ, bro. Like, ain't nobody want to do that. So they got that problem. They got the power grid issue. Oh, yeah, solar sucks. Duh. Solar especially sucks if now you want to convert this land to a data center. AI or surveillance or both. Yeah, they pushing the wrong fucking buttons. Then you got the fucking the costs. Like this is not going down. The current and this is the predecessor to everything. This shit costs too much. And the casino deals is like they're trying to make deals and steals. You gotta cancel your fucking thing and reorder it and see if you can save fucking $50 with JetBlue or some shit, or you get like 75% off of parking. Like what? Like what I'm saying is this is like a fucking rollback sale from Walmart. This is some Walmart level marketing for someone that's managing millions and billions for attraction. This is some Walmart level enforcement. What that means is the reason why it's so cheap, or the reason why they can't do but so much with this cost, the casino itself, is because it's losing money. So going on a sale or going on a wholesale when you're losing money doesn't help you make money. But the state or the city or however this is broken down, and these decision makers, especially these jackasses, they're like, no, you have to do it because it's dissuading traffic or travel. Travel is a big thing here. And all the prices that come along with it, you can only justify because you have high traffic. So now you have a travel problem.
with the airlines, the new flight costs. Don't forget, like, not just the cost to go to your casino, but now the fucking cost to travel is fucking retarded. Spirit is fucking closing down. Can you fucking imagine that? So you got travel costs is fucking stupid. Certain cities and states going back and forth to each other. The fucking airlines are like rerouting planes and routes and days and hours now. Like, don't forget the pilots are fucking having issues with their health. Don't fucking forget it. That's why they're trying to push the retirement age back for pilots. They want the old guys back. Ain't that a bitch? And then you got fucking goddamn ICE. Don't forget this is a hub for that shit. You got ICE, so you got the people who would be in this category, especially. Like, I ain't worried about no ICE. I'll pay the fucking whatever the fuck. But they're like, but I can't step into this fucking casino because they're not gonna let me gamble. That's the point. It's not just submitting paperwork or fake paperwork, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, some of them can figure that out, but this is reporting, like, you can't play in here unless you do this, and unless that goes, you know, through all the shit. So, no, they're gonna lose the whole attraction just because this is gonna die down. Don't forget, this is dying down even for lower level, like $10,000 to $100,000 people for the same reason. But it's also dying down for them because everything else costs too fucking much. Especially all the hoes they want to entertain when they're there. You seen these damn streamers. So you gotta understand everything. So you got ICE. And then you just got the job market itself. The casino job market is in shambles. Like, people complain about hours getting hired and things like that and benefits and, you know, payment and stuff. So that's a very shitty energy to have in the casino anyway. So you got none of the ballers and shot callers and the dangerous people. But then the people walking around you trying to help you out, they're either foreign, and they usually are, but now we have a new foreign worker problem, Jesus Christ. So then they had to go back to the locals. Oh my God, because these people are gonna leave, I'm telling you something. This is not their American dream, they will fucking leave. But the energy that's connected to both of that. And then the locals have a problem, right? They have to do with the cost of living, the fact that their city's energy and attraction is dying, their little side hustles are dying, obviously. If there's less people, and by less people, you have to understand, like, if you're a local selling drugs or anything under, or hoes or anything, you got to understand the difference between 16 million people passing your city and 8. It's dropping like that, like million. There's only 2 million people here. There's only 2 million people local, wherever they're from. So most of the people that come to Vegas are foreign or from another state, at least. 16 million plus your 2. So your 2 million people have the opportunity to per 8 people to hustle them or haggle them or have some type of side business that would grab their attention on the way to some other shit. That number is dropping down. So it's going to strain the local economy because the local economy doesn't have the tourism economy. So all the locals that own these houses and these businesses and things, if they don't have the foot traffic either, no matter what it is, because of travel, they're going to lose things too. That's a bigger problem. It's a two-sided problem. It's a squeeze. Hold on, I think I heard the doorbell. Never heard that. Like just now, the guy with the wheelchair, he rang the doorbell because he has an aide. His aide seems to look more South American, more Central American. so not necessarily Mexican, but of that pedigree of people. And she's an older woman too. Like, I could tell she's like closer to 70 than she's not. But she's working hard, right? She's working hard because she has to drag his crazy ass through a doorway. And she was kind of struggling with it at her size, at her age. But she's not complaining. She didn't need help. She did it. But I noticed, like, well, if she has friends and family, and she has to do that for work, you know, no judgment of that. They probably paid well. But what I'm saying is, for that program, if you will, if it's hiring people that are almost 70 to help the homeless or help the sick veterans or help the people with addictions, those people ain't got that much time left, bro. Whether it's health-wise, vaccine-wise, housing costs to sell, whatever, all the things they work toward, all the years they worked here, by the way. So nobody deserves it if they work for it, right? That's not where this should go. The problem is they are de-incentivizing people from building in the United States. Business, dreams, entertainment, families, whatever it is that humans build. If you're not from here, or not comfortable here, or whatever it is, it's de-incentivizing it. They're not saying you can't do it. They're just saying the incentive and the hype and the additional tax cushions and the different things that were available for a long time. And some people say, that was the Democrats. It doesn't fucking matter. It's the same thing. Whatever that incentive push was is no longer here. The only people who will probably really, really stay here are the mixed families. Someone who came to America and married an American on paper, and then thus they're connected to the network of people who don't have to worry about those other fees and things. But for everybody else, bro, they don't sell these houses, boy. I'm talking about the middle class and upper middle class. I'm not talking about the people at the bottom. The people at the bottom are always at the bottom, so, you know, scale-wise, relative-wise. That never changes. The bottom is always the bottom, class-wise. What I am talking about is people who can afford houses. What I am talking about is people who haven't paid off their houses. What I am talking about is people who are losing very key family members in their houses. What I am talking about is people who have medications, who can afford that type of insurance because they have houses. Like, it goes together. What I am talking about is the United States has a people in the houses crisis. Grandma shouldn't be doing that job. Grandma probably has to do that job. That's for a young person. Dragging someone around like that. That's not for grandma. No. He ain't that tall, but still, it shocked me, actually. I was shocked by that. I was expecting to see someone in their 30s or 40s at best. I did not expect a little Aztec, you know, the classical Aztec drawing, if you think of it modern. I wasn't thinking of her at 70, at 5'1". Yeah. The United States got a bigger problem, boy. And then you'd be like, well, you know, she should take it easy, get an easier job. She probably could have at one of these casinos, too. But they're not hiring. So if you think about what they've done by raising the cost of healthcare, at least, for the people who need it most, usually retired and older, they have to go outside and get a job again or additional to afford just coverage for all the other things they worry about at their age. They will do it, right? Those who worked hard their whole life will be like, fuck it, I gotta get up and find something to do. Because they're routine more than any other creature there is. The retired community, it's very routine-like, especially in a city like this, where their routine is slots, you know, a little tourism, eating, and fucking bingo. Like, they don't do, you know what I'm saying? They're not in the flow of DEI or nothing either. A lot of them, if they're 60 and up, 70 up, yeah. Lord knows I'm not. That's if they can get hired, though. You feel me? You just told everybody this week, Trump, and everybody else behind your goofy ass policies right now, that they got a week or the rest of this month to figure out their fucking life, bro. Don't be insensitive to that. You're gonna see it's gonna produce a different temperature of conversation, of post, of panic. Maybe the dramatic ones. It's gonna pose energy that you can feel, and I don't want you to get to thinking that that feeling's coming from within yourself. Like, oh, something's wrong. Yes. Something's not wrong with you though. Something is wrong because such a large part of this population is this. The working class is that. It's the people who will be directly affected by these policies, who cannot afford not to live in America, to stay in America. That's a different story. So the grief and the energy that you're going to feel psychically from that, I can perceive or I can guess, will rhyme with some of these reasons. Well, fuck it. Fuck America, right? That's how they're going to have to leave this chat room. Like, fuck it. I'm going to go back home first and find somewhere else to go. Or I'm lit. I got enough liquid to find somewhere else now. But they got to do it now, though. That's the pressure. It's no longer a year from now. It's no longer 2 years from now. Everyone who can afford it and who can't afford it are going to have to start strategizing. And we'll see these trend reports in Google searches soon. The Google searches will, the Google search people will start telling you what's trending with these groups of people. Where they think about going, how to, like, they also say how to save my mortgage is really hot right now, how to sell my house. Like, you're going to see more of that as proof. As proof. You won't even need the White House headlines. You'll see it. You'll see the trends. So they'll trend to find alternative solutions. And another election won't happen soon enough because it's not just this is going downhill. Is that I got a week to figure it out is the problem. Don't miss that. Most people can hang on and like see how it turns out in a year or two because shit changes. It will. It has to. This too shall pass. But they don't have this too shall pass clause if they have a house, a corporate job, or anything that's established and any part of their network is slowly fragmenting. Even their employees, right? Like the people that are like, I ain't lit like you, I gotta go. Right? High earners are not to be confused with high sharers. They're not sharing nothing, so don't act like they can save each other. That is not in the cultural zeitgeist of America anyway. So that's not what's going to happen. They're not going to have a Bruce Wayne. The Mormons might help, but that's about it. You don't have no Bruce Waynes in their family trees trying to, cover everyone's bill to see if in a year or two it'll even out. No. They got to make these decisions starting now. They might have time, but they might have a little bit more time than now, but that is going to be everyone's mood, thought process. You're going to run into it at some of your favorite places you get food from. You're going to see one or two people in your job that are thinking about it because their mom or their sister or somebody. Like, it's a lot of the Russians. They come over here on lottery. I thought that was interesting. I knew an Estonian, a Ukrainian, and a Russian way before it was hot in the news. And the Russian, Katya, she said, my dad won the lottery with his wife, her mom, and then they got a third lottery ticket somehow, and all three of them were able to come to America. But her sister, who had a husband who worked in these, these cities that they set up for them, he had a decent job, but they didn't win the lottery, so they stayed behind. And she was already in America for about 10 years. And so her sister ended up having kids in Russia, blah, blah, blah. So she's kind of grounded in Russia. But they out here. Dad make plenty of money. Mom don't work at all. She works hard. Sometimes they do, back then at least, this is like over 10 years ago, they would clean offices and shit like that to get spending money. She lived however she wanted, but they lived in an apartment that Dad was always paying for. Because in the back of his mind, I guess, he probably wasn't going to die in America. So he wasn't trying to establish much. He was using credit and leases and things like that. But now people like him, more so her, they're not bringing their sister back with her kids and her husband no more. That's not the plan. So their timeline of continuing generations in America, if that was an idea in recent years, just closed. Because they're going to want to be with their family. The older the father gets when he don't want to work no more physically. He was already old. he ain't going to want to put them through that either, right? So they're probably planning right now on how to get back home. Meaning, if just in a hypothetical universe, if I went back to that city and I was looking for her, I'll never see her again. She can't afford to stay here, if that's what this is. I don't know what their visas are. I don't know what the lottery Russia to America pipeline looks like today. Because I think her father went and did the official thing, thinking that eventually his other daughter, his youngest daughter, would come here with the family. Or at least, I don't know. I don't know. It's been a few years since I've seen them, but they're the ones that invited me to dinner and shit. So, and they took me to the beach too. They took me to Wilmington Beach one time. Cool people, very nice people. Very aggressive people, but they're not mean-spirited. So yeah, I can think of all those stories and all those people I worked with in HCL, Tamaz and all of them, or the people from Ethiopia, or I know people from all over this bitch because of tech does that. It brings those type of people together in those buildings. So I know plenty of them. Z, my favorite Russian. He's the one that looked like his head should be tied up and shit, and his mustache does the Mario Brothers thing. He's one of them. He's been in America since high school or something, but he still got a heavy Russian accent, so he still uses his language. Him and his wife. He was already done with America when fucking Trump ran the first time. That was the last time I was in that environment. It was when Trump became president the first time. I was there that election night, and maybe just a few months after it. But I remember talking to him about shit. He was really fond of Democrats and Hillary Clinton and shit. But he wasn't going to stay in America anyway. That job was on its way out anyway. It couldn't secure contracts the way it used to because they're Indians. That's in 2015. So imagine now. Yeah. So Z, Katya, and all the people names I forget who work for the Indians at least. That's Cary, Raleigh, RTP. That whole boom, that gentrification, that foreign remigration into different areas and neighborhoods, and the food trucks, the restaurants. All those people, man, those are like the cousins and the brothers and the sisters of these others. Nah, they're gonna shut down shop, boy. It's not just the money for them. It's the culture. They see these policies. They understand Republicans or MAGA. They understand it in their way, how it affects them, being foreign. They see the ICE news, whether it's as big as it is or isn't. I know they're hiding the footage from Chicago right now. They're hiding the footage from Chicago. I can't tell you that. They're being very violent in Chicago with these protesters. And mind you, the protesters are white people. And they're not on O Block doing this. So you gotta keep that in mind. The United States federal government, through Trump's policies of ICE or whatever this bigger theme is called, this project is called, you know, we'll have a name in 10 years. The people, the white people, if you will, the people who are playing the game, they don't like it. They're pushing back. Their Gen Z boys and girls usually are watching these videos in Nepal and everywhere else and going like, we're gonna try something like it. They're going crazy. They are. But not for no reason though. It's not a bad thing. It's what you expect. It's exactly what you expect lately. I'm talking about like cities that shut shit down for certain holidays for different international groups. No turnout. No turnout at all. No public representation, no demonstration, no cultural appreciation. They don't want to risk one of them getting caught up. Usually the funnest ones. Usually the ones spending all their money, you know? They ain't worrying about nothing. Now they do. Now they do. Now they do. All them people in those little mini cartels I be telling you about. It's drug dealers and shit like that. Fake paperwork and shit. They ain't going outside to no goddamn Mexican or Puerto Rican parade holiday. None of that. None of them solstice parades reappropriated for modern times. None of that. They ain't doing none of that. No, they not. They partying in their backyard. I'm watching them. Nah, that shit tough, bro. That shit tough. So that definitely changed the face and the quality of many cities, many of the cities, especially the cities that are less homogenous. You'll notice a tone shift. I see people lamenting about Los Angeles. They're saying Los Angeles has a weird energy to them. And these are visitors. These are not the people who live there. These are people saying, hey, you know, I noticed the last time I went to Hollywood, it was very dark, especially the Hollywood Hills. It's so dark over there. People are like, well, Los Angeles doesn't like you. Leave. Boo. Los Angeles people who be riding on the internet are funny. Maybe Los Angeles doesn't like you. Maybe you're the bad vibe. That's cool. I mean, shit. That's a good answer. Most of the time. Or maybe because of proximity, they can't see what other new eyes, fresh eyes can see, who have traveled everywhere else. Many of us in the United States, we're the frogs in the boiling water. Most of our civilization and general population cannot feel how hot the water actually is. They're just starting to notice they're uncomfortable. Other people are shouting from the top, other people are liking it. It doesn't mean that they really realize that the water's boiling. So if you're in Los Angeles the whole time and you've seen it go through its changes, you wouldn't notice it the same way, for instance, I would. It's like, nah, it does feel weird, doesn't it? I'll try to find an answer, but I have no point of reference to do so, like to give it like what before and after. But I can tell you what it is now. I tell you what it is now. Vegas feels the same way. That's why people from Los Angeles ain't going to Vegas. That was one of their biggest concerns. They've spent most of their money locally to put billboards in Los Angeles to remind people in Los Angeles, hey guys, don't forget the city in the desert with the hoes and the drinks and the weed and all the other things and the things you can do in casinos. You can win some money and pay your rent if you want to. I mean, shit, you don't always lose. You just gotta know when to stop. Nigga, as soon as that shit hit 1,000 or something, I'm not going below 1,000 nothing. Fuck them. The fuck they doing out here? How the fuck you get up to 70,000 and walk out with 3? 50 wasn't your fucking cutoff point, bitch. You got up 50,000 and you went below the 40, you went below 30, you went below 20, you went below 10. You're like, I'm gonna try one more time, 3. Nah, nigga, I'm stopping at 50. Nigga, please, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. As soon as that shit said 63, I was like, all right. Let me go ahead and withdraw 60 real quick. Hell no, they crazy as hell out here. That's how it happens usually. They get caught up in the magic. That magic ain't here no more. You ain't got all the pretty girls. You ain't got the drug dealers and the ballers and the athletes. You're not caught up in the matrix of the illusion of the energy in the room with you. That should be empty. Be some old people. Some people still traveling because they promised their kids or some shit. They ain't spending a lot of money in that casino shit. You can't even do that no more. You gotta know your customer on top of that. It's dead already. They don't understand culture in these equations. They treat it like a unneeded variable. Like, it doesn't matter what the culture is. It doesn't matter what the makeup of the function is. It doesn't matter what the influences are. It's just numbers. Like, we need more profit. We need our workers on standby so we don't have to go through hiring and new insurance policies. We need to save. We're hemorrhaging our board members. They're losing profits. And notice that that's connected to the hedge funds and all the other shit. You know, people who diversify their portfolios. They in finance. Imagine that. The thing that causes the old person to have a nicer 401k or a nicer private investor for them is tied into the thing that the old person does. But the thing that the old person does is going away, meaning the profits that the old person makes usually is going away too. It's squeezing on both ends. Pause. Mind you, they pick these places to die. They want to die a certain way. Nope. Can't afford it. They cannot afford to die like that in Sin City. That's why all the houses are for sale. For that class of people. The people who can afford to make a decision. Suddenly. Boomers and the ones that are dying the fastest. Next. just by time itself. So imagine it. You gotta think like, yo, I gotta find a new way to afford to die. What? It's not, wait, I need to get AI and an iPad and get another job time. They're not trying to open up an Etsy store. They gotta live and pay for these medications. Don't forget that. All the benefits for all them scooters you see. All the benefits for the other 5 pills so they don't pee in the bed at night. They gotta calculate that on top of all the money they're about to lose in their house, in their hedge fund, in their 401k, in their insurance premium, in the cost of living, in the fact that the casino is empty. Fucking wow. Lil Davis from Hungary. How can you be hungry next to Turkey and Greece, though? Can y'all answer that? Virginia Chikamunga. Joe's in the line. MG, can we get a full view? Oh, yes. From earlier. Next time on Dragon Ball Z. Fire erase it. I already had another idea. Hold on. I gotta watch my percent when I unplug this. Oh. Hey. Bum. Yeah, they got fucking problems, boy. And for whatever reason, this is the nail in the coffin. You're crossing out your underworld. So the DOJ or the federal government is cutting back on money laundering, I guess? In their language. Oh, that shit got disappeared already. Yeah, they can't money launder, is what they're saying. About to cook up on tap later, shop the gorilla. Eamon Ross says, I was at practice last night. I looked up and I saw something appear then disappears, all white. Huh? It's a UAP. They like to do that. They'll show up out of nowhere like a little flare. You'll notice it like a flash. If the light persists, you'll think it's an airplane, but then you notice there's no blinking lights. But then you'll notice it's using a lot of energy to be that bright. And then all of a sudden it looked like it portals away. Like all of a sudden the light in the craft is not there no more. That's common where I live, wherever I live, but it's been very common lately. I've seen so many of them. I'm starting to see them during the daytime. I was just looking out the window when I woke up and I saw what I thought was an airplane because it's daytime, but it was white, like an airplane, above the cloud level, going through clouds. So I was watching it and it approached this one cloud towards the mountain and I projected the trajectory of it, where it's gonna come out from, and it never came out. It never fucking came out. It went into the cloud and it just stopped being there. I was like, okay. They in the daytime traveling now, boy. No light though. It was just a white craft, no contrails. It took me a while. That's why I was waiting for it. I was like, maybe it is a plane. Maybe it's fucking Superman. I don't know. Platinum ain't plantation ain't planting. Trump's stuck mentally in the 90s economy. TBFB, I see people leaving and breaking leases now. What do you mean, TBFB? Talk to me more about that. Let me get some more data. Which state are you in? And to what degree or proximity are you to these people? What do you mean? You see people leaving and breaking leases. What kind of people? What kind of reasons? What's the narrative? What's the rumors? Why, where, and why then? because I believe it. I just want to understand the social dynamic, like how you see it. Where is it going? Where are you coming from? Where did you go? They breaking looses, boy. Break my leash so I can move, cause you a bugaboo, you're a bugaboo. That's true too. A lot of the working class foreigners are renters, especially in this big cities. So that means then the people who flipped all these multi-family rental property schemes from Vegas, they're gonna have to start paying for this irregardless, out of pocket, if they want to keep it. And they gotta predict their timeline. We're gonna lose all this money paying this monthly on our own, like nothing coming in from these, or less coming in. So we're gonna have to compensate for the difference, cut our profits, and hope that in a year or two or the next election it'll turn around. Because this is a long play, not a short one. But so many people are on edge that they're only making short plays because of the addiction of gambling and betting on crypto. Yeah. Cooked. TVFB says, I'm in Arizona. I see the foreigners leaving, the Middle Easterners, the Thais, and the East Africans. All the flavor, all the food, all the restaurants, all the passive income stores, all the cheap products, just like that. Mr. Now says the 9 to 8 side hustles real estate guru has been real quiet this whole year. They got Ty Lopez caught up in a jam. Remember, he said he's sitting in his garage with 2 Lamborghinis because he read books every day. The damn federal government going after his ass. One of his schemes was that he was going to buy Radio Shack, the company, and then convert it to an online distributor, even if it was losing its stores. They're just going to convert Radio Shack to e-commerce. And he never did it. It was millions of dollars. So now they're going after him for the scheme. TVFP says, these are the type that drive BMWs. I know. They love the American dream, boy. I know they do. They keep up with the Joneses more than anyone. They haven't known Jones long enough. That's the problem. They haven't known Jones long enough. They don't know how this story ends for the first time in their generation, but the story's ending anyway. That's the illest shit about this, is that if you ask someone like us from how long we've been here, and all of our families who had stuff, had land, had plantations, or went to New York and had businesses and grocery stores, and then all of a sudden we living in the hood trying to find cheap rent. Yeah. I lived through 3 to 4 generations who went up and down through all that shit. This is their first time. This is their first rodeo. They said we didn't work hard enough or something. How? We built everything. We didn't get nothing out of it. Because the banks and your government will change the rules on your ass. It only takes 1 year to fuck you over. It's faster to fuck you over than it is for you to build it or rebuild it. They're going through that right now though. They see the light. They're going through their 1933 and 1920s with us. They see the light. Like, oh, that's what niggas been complaining about. Mm-hmm. All of a sudden, niggas will change the rules. All of a sudden, the headlines will be something racial. All of a sudden, they start talking about percents in education. And then the whole time, the bank is just running away with all your money. I know. They ain't got nothing new. The only thing we don't understand is why. Why now? Why these people? Are they really trying to rebalance the voting district just for the handful of white people left? Like, what's going on? That is weird. Because it's not like this makes the white population increase, if you will, if you think about it through MAGA eyes or the Christian revivalist types. Ain't enough of them anyway. And they didn't work none of those jobs either. And if they're middle class and up, they're definitely not about to go in the trenches. So you would think, if you look at ICE and all that thing, it's racial. And I hope it's not, because that's stupid. These people ain't about to open new businesses and jobs and hire locals. What locals? The tweakers? The drug addicts? The Gen Z? The black people? What are they going to rebuild with? Don't tell me Israel. Don't tell me Ukraine. Don't tell me they're making room for Ukraine and Israel. Ain't they? They know they're gonna lose that war. And they're gonna Holocaust 6 million people on a train or a boat or a plane to the United States of America. I bet you that's what they think they're doing. They're making room for them, boy. You'll see. You'll see. China announced a missile that has 60 nuclear warheads and one hydrogen bomb. 61. Listen. They announced one missile. One shot. One shot that turns into 61. And it says it'll hit every target across the whole world in 20 minutes. Mm-hmm. So there ain't gonna be no nuclear war talk. Israel and Ukraine can't talk about that. There ain't nothing to talk about. It don't matter if they got nuclear, anything. It don't matter if they think they clear on anything. It don't matter if they're Scientologists. None of that matters. China said what China said. China says, yo, y'all fucking play around if you want to. Any surprises out here? We got one missile we can drop that'll hit 61 different targets within 20 minutes, no matter where it is in their little map of the world. Cool. That's a cool fucking story, man. That's a lot, man. For one missile, just they gotta fire that shit one time. And it will scatter in 61 different directions. And don't forget, one of them's a hydrogen bomb. I guess they saved the best for last. So they can't do that. They're not going to use it. They're just telling them, if you think about this and you think shit is sweet, we already got something for you. So back up off of Venezuela real quick. We got you. That's all that was. It was a warning. So you ain't got to worry about that per se, because whoever starts that, it's not going to win. That's what China means. China doesn't think it can't get hit. It goes, if you hit us, we're hitting everything at once. You might stop 5 or 15. Shit, you might stop 35 of these bitches. Tough. They said nuclear and hydrogen. That is a different story. You cannot afford to miss those. So yeah. And how do you shoot that? How do you shoot a nuclear warhead in midair? Like, what happens below it? We don't know. We don't know how nuclear their nuclear is for real these days. We know we faked it back then. So they might got some shit, but still. So that means Ukraine and Israel are not going to win. Impossible. It's not whether or not they can win. They can't win. The problem is how much of the rest of everything else are going to drag to hell trying not to lose. They're in defense position. Your economy's in defense position. Corporate America's in defensive position. Airlines are in defense. Casinos are in defense. Trump is in defense. Your Department of Defense is defense. Now imagine this. They're talking about starting a war. You know, if NATO goes to war with Russia, we're going to war with Russia, right? Okay. Let me think about this. We part of NATO, right? I noticed we was defunding some things about it. I know some other states was recognizing Palestine lately. That's all ganging up in Israel, right? Y'all understand that, right? They could have been recognized that motherfucker as a state. What took so long? Yeah, they're all fucking guilty. Ain't got shit to do with the United States when they standing right next to them. The United States just ain't shit for funding Israel. recognizing Palestine. It's a big deal, by the way. They're walking out of the meeting when Netanyahu is talking. That's a protest, by the way. And there's protests everywhere, including Italy right now, by the way. Chicago. They're probably still walking around D.C. a little bit. They're going to Portland next, right? Yeah, it's a crazy story. Those are people that legalize all the drugs. That's crazy. And it's such a beautiful place. People posting pictures like war-like Portland. Portland ain't got no war-like looking nothing, nigga. Yeah, they got tweakers, but that's not the war. You don't know what the war is. They don't know what the war is. See, when people hear the word war, they think of movies and cartoons. War ain't got shit to do with like Afghanistan. Like, oh, they think this is like a third world war torn. They are thinking that's what they listen to the movies. Nah, it's a war of money. Portland got something funny going on with their money. That's the war. It's the only war that the federal government working for the Federal Reserve care about. The fuck? You think they care about people suddenly? Hell no. Come on now. Look at Gaza. You know you're gonna do? You think it's because? No. They don't care about people. This is a war in Portland about some money. Just like there was a war on the cyber war on Vegas, DOJ, same thing. The federal government is targeting states now. This ain't got nothing to do with Indians no more, do it? Nope. Nope. And Russia's friends with China. China got the 6150. That means China can hit all the NATO countries at once, okay? Don't miss that. And they doing this shit because of Ukraine started some shit. And they're all having a problem with energy. That's what this war is about. They cannot afford money, energy. So what ended up happening over the last few days, which is interesting when it comes to energy, is that Russia secured an energy deal with India. So it's gonna keep their economy going, both ways. That's some fringe benefits. I forgot how much it was. I think it's like $31 billion or $61 billion deal. I think it's 60. So Russia is gonna sell India directly $60 billion worth of natural gas or whatever the fuck they need for their growing energy concerns. What that means is India isn't going to get that from United States alliances. They're not. So this is why this is so important. It's not about the gas. It's about the price of the gas. So they're not using USD. So $61 billion of gas value might be a lot of gas for real if they're using their own local currencies. They're not, that's the problem. It's the petrodollar problem. If you're not buying your oil using us as a middleman or the bank in between it as a liaison, and then you locally decide, captain to captain, your workers are going to barrel that natural gas in your mountains, and then my workers are going to transport it and buy it from you. So we're just going to get gas from our neighbors. And because we're getting gas from our neighbors, we're no longer stimulating a global economy based on the US petrodollar. So that's like taking $60 billion off of the yearly ledger of the petrodollar for you to understand how much bigger this is. And if they're strategically trying to put India in a compromising situation with the tariffs, the US dollar, the employees, the visas, and all these things, they're trying to get India to compromise, to not work with Russia and China and stay in the little, the little East Indian Tea Company paradigm with the United States and the British. India's like, nah, we're going to the future, bro. We good. We good. We were in America long enough. We came, we saw, we're bored. We're just going to do business with our neighbors. So they'll get the energy faster, more reliable, less dangerous, less coverage of shipping, everything where you got to get oil from whatever other country the United States determined they had to get oil from previously on X-Men. Now they just get it right down the street. So they're going to build faster. They're going to get their energy grid up and moving currently, not speculatively in the future. And then they can ignore, this is the most important part, it's two problems. Well, if they can afford the energy from them and get it reliably, and they can keep building, and we're charging them tariffs, and they're like, we'll build it locally or we'll work with Russia and China. What ends up happening is that there's a wall being built in Asia that's blocking the West out. That's what they can't afford. They can't afford a Great Wall of Asia Part 4. Because once they're in that wall and they're self-sustained, once they really figure out their energy strategies and economy and banking, they never, ever, for the foreseen life of these generations alive today, ever have to do business again with the West. So this is not a back and forth thing. This is permanent, or for our lifetime. They're not playing ping pong. They're not like playing chess with resources. No, they're completely removing themselves from the petrodollar. They're removing the white man from their negotiations. Although Putin has a white man, but there's a lot of Asians in that country. You'd be surprised. So they're decentralizing energy. And if you decentralize energy, what do you just decentralize? What is energy? That's what money is tracking, right? So money is a side effect of energy. So if you're decentralizing energy, then you are decentralizing money. And if you're decentralizing the money and the requirements for who could play the game and who they can play the game with, and you just kind of open it up to anybody on that side, then you also just decentralize people, which is another way of saying influence. They're losing influence as a hegemony. Yeah. Got NATO. They're repositioning funds. They're defunding certain things. And the United States backing it up, tax dollars, blah, blah, blah. A lot of these countries over there are just now this year recognizing Palestine as a state. That's just a fuck you to Israel. Then you got the walkouts and the protests of Israel's leadership currently. I ain't even put Germany on this shit yet. They're a fucking problem 100 years ago. They're a problem right fucking now. Because they're fucking up their energy deal with Russia. Because Germany and Russia have this weird shit, and the Nord Stream pipeline thing happened. Russia's going to compensate by selling energy into India for now. Meanwhile, Europe and Germany got to figure out costs and blackouts when the winter is coming. So it's a war, a third world war. No, it's a war on money. This thing with Portland, Chicago, all that. Yeah, you want it to be the violent black people. Ain't enough of us. Yeah, you want it to be the Mexicans. Come on now. They ain't bothering nobody for real. Tough. It's something else. If the federal government is behind all of it. One thing that all of these stories got in common is the federal government. When did the federal government become the fucking United States? That's why I hate that our country's education is ass. The federal government is not the United States, guys. Oh yeah, and because they're decentralizing these things, the energy, oil, natural gas, whatever form of it is, nuclear, all of it. Since they're no longer worrying about the West and NATO, then they're no longer worrying about their money. So there's nothing you can do in a tariff. There's nothing you can do in a tax. There's nothing you can do on a travel visa. There's nothing that you do that changes the value of the USD, which you were using to do these things. If we go, we're not going to use the USD or its energy, period, and look this way. You lose your influence over the world, Craig. The United States is losing its world influence. That's why it's rich. That's why it can afford to be this fucking stupid for 50 years. It's because it had the world centralized on its energy, Craig. On its imagery, Craig.
on the American dream, Craig, on the hoes, on the drugs, on the freedoms, on the I could be whatever I fucking want to be, and these fucking people can't check me on it because I ain't there no more. I'm here. But once this goes away, they're like, all right, let's get serious. Let's get serious. Let's fucking shape it. Shape up now. Like, get your ass back into shape. We come back to real life. So everyone's come to Jesus moment. Is what they call it. This is a global come to Jesus moment because it's not just that they're winning. No, it's inconvenient for them to have to do this too. It's inconvenient on all sides. But whatever the United States of Israel and friends and associates was doing, they're losing the influence. Since they're the ones financing everything in all these programs. It's definitely not of the Americans, so you can leave us out of this one. To other people in other countries, I'm the American. I have nothing. I did not co-sign none of this shit. I ain't vote for none of this shit. U.S. of Israel's and friends. That's cool. They're not all white people, though. Don't stay woke. Don't get fooled by these people who want to turn coat and be your friend again for political reasons. So they're losing world influence. Who on the track? They're losing global influence. That's the most critical one. That's like a TikToker who ain't got no more viewers. Ain't it? We understand this. So that's affecting cost of energy, value of the dollar. So irregardless what they do with the jobs in America, guys, the value of the dollar is international. If it drops, it's going to drop locally. So it's not just the casinos, bro. It's an international currency from a foreign bank. Federal Reserve is not your federal government. They're two different things. I know. I'm waiting for the smart people to talk about it appropriately. They love doing content, but they still can't see the fucking obvious. If this is not local, then it cannot save you locally. It's not federal, and there is no reserve. This is what you hear about all the Rockefellers and the Rothschild thing. That's that whole trilateral commissions from the 90s and the Council of 300 and the Bilderberg conventions that Alex Jones was showing you at Bohemian Grove. They were doing witchcraft, wasn't they? Yeah, they were. They're doing mock rituals to Molech. Don't forget that. That's very biblical, but these are white people. Very interesting story. So these are all like their little, they're 1%. The deep state people. Deep state of Israel, I guess, shit. Yeah, no one said that. So you got the deep state, you got the Federal Reserve, you got everything, all that. You notice that none of these have shit to do with the goddamn federal government. The federal government talking about the United States and the Constitution and shit. Ain't none of that. These are two different federals. So then you got the federal United States of America. It's a corporation. It's a separate corporation. That's a corporation too, by the way. This is business to business. It's kind of like and they're getting rid of HOAs in certain places too. That's crazy. That's news. They're getting rid of HOAs in Florida or something. Can you imagine all the Karens? Can you imagine all that shit? So they're like the HOAs of the 50 states. They are not the states though. The states are their own thing in government philosophy. They all belong to my family, but we'll see how they hold up after this shit happens. So you got the Federals of the United States Corporation. They're the HOA of the 50 states. They're the ones using the US dollar through their US Treasury. They're using the cotton to print it, but that's off of the credit that they get from fractional value banking. Usury. That's how you know it's Israel. It is. I'm Israel, by the way. I ain't mine, so they can cry me a fucking river. I'll put Israel-ish so you're not confused with the Bible people. So yeah, you got these guys way up here. These are the top of your pyramid in terms of fiat, not real values.
They're the kings of sandcastles, the kings of paper. So at the top of the fiat pyramid is these guys. They give these guys the permission to do banking internationally. That's why that's strong. It's not just local. It's not just the 50 states. It's the 700 bases too. And all those different territories. And then all the trade routes that link to energy. They had a monopoly on energy. That's that Carnegie. Remember Tesla? They turned down Tesla because they wanted the monopoly on energy. Because they know no matter what you built, no matter what corporation you created, no matter what you did or invented, if they get you reliant on their energy, then you can't get richer than them. If they control the top of the pyramid, which is energy, and the petrodollar is based on the energy consumption internationally, then you always be at the top of the pyramid. They're not that no more. As they're running out of energy, as the sun is changing and solar and wind turbines are failing. Have you noticed that? They're alts to energy. All the environmentalists, oh my God, Democrats have a problem with planet or something. Their natural energy problem is dead. They're defunding it because it doesn't work. Not all at once. Some do work. Some are decent, but they need more energy for their AI shit, their data centers. So wind is being defunded, not because they hate the environment, because it sucks compared to what they need. And then solar is dying, and I'm in a place that has nothing but solar, and they're having problem funding it or keeping it going, expanding it, because they want a data center, right? And this place ain't got water, so imagine the fucking dilemma that is. So if these are the people with the big triangle I saw, they're gonna have to make a very, very, very tough decision to release that energy. This way, they're no longer worrying about trade internationally fucking up their whole thing. Right now, this problem with money, USD, is fucking up everything because it's a monopoly of energy. Hence why it's human trafficking, because humans are generating the energy literally by working and spending, working and spending. So this is a placeholder on people. You, me, everyone in between us. It don't matter what their nationality is, it doesn't matter what. If these people have banks, if these people buy goods, if these people have wallets, and this is in it, that's the energy they control by monopolizing energy. And that's been their racket, at least since the 1930s. They planned it in 1913, probably prior, but that's when they started, their weasel asses started appearing up here. And then by 1933, they got it, and that's when you start going into the world wars. You notice after the world wars, all of a sudden people speaking their English and using the USD. So don't lose track of that. Don't lose track of the correlation between world wars, who gets to do what with energy and people, and what currency they do it in. Mind you, this Federal Reserve is not your federal government. Your federal government controls the Treasury because they're trying to do constitutional-ish things. They're not the Moorish Republic of people that constituted shit anyway. So they're playing the game in language, of course, legalese, but they're foreign and they're foreign. They're foreign from each other. These are not the same teams. These are not Americans. These are not Americans. Some of them could be though, right? On a family bloodline level, yeah. You can have people playing both sides right in front of your fucking neighborhood who can be on this side of things. So it don't matter what this is going on. It don't matter what taxes is. It don't matter what's going on with the economy because they're the families connected to these things. All shapes, all sizes, all colors because it's a corporation. Same thing with the federal government, the United States. It's a corporation of so many people, backgrounds, nationalities. But this corporation is going, we cannot afford more people. So if you have a people problem, you have an energy problem, law correspondence. You can't do one without the other. Their system was made like that. I don't know if they noticed that, but them slam dunking on Tesla like that is him smacking them back from the grave. If you have less people and you have less spending, then you have less energy and less new ideas or new buildings. So both things go down. Less energy, less building, less traffic, less moving around, less activities, less ideas being funded, low energy. It's going down low. A lot of people are low energy, yeah. Ain't nothing to build because you won't get paid for it. Based on your reference of yesterday. Yesterday, they sold you the dream that if you work hard, you become rich, not poor, not struggling, right? Well, where do you get the energy from to be rich today? Where do you get the people to help you to get rich today? Today, like not yesterday, today. How do you become today rich with these variables, right? That's a math problem and an AI problem they're trying to solve. They don't know yet. But what I do know is they owe these people up here $30 billion a fucking day. Don't miss that. You think your credit cards and debts are bad? They owe $30 billion a day. Cumulative. It's stacking. They're stacking 30 billions a day. That these guys ain't got nothing to do with you and I. We did not sign up for this. These guys owe those guys $30 billion a day. Nigga, a day. Every day. Every day we wake up. Every new headline. They trying to catch up to this shit. $250 visas, $100,000 per person. Do this, know your customer. Let's get the banking. Let's get it centralized. Let's get the ledger. Let's turn on the underworld. Let's raise the prices of tariffs and medications while people are going down, 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 down. Both of that's required for living. So you can reverse engineer this. Do we have a living problem? Yes. Why? Because go backwards. Well, if living requires building and spending, and there's less building and less spending, then that means there's less living. Cool. Do we have a problem with people dying? It's law of correspondence. It's all correlated. So as they're fucking this up, what this number means, as a measurement for time, hold on, I think I can draw it. I think I can visualize it. Hopefully I can visualize that. To fuck around and find out y equals mx plus b of this bullshit. Let me see if I put my charger back in. Shit. Good. Okay, so fuck around and find out. Got the y equals mx plus b of living. What it seems like is for a population to grow, oh, please don't tell me I'm out of the only marker I got. In order for you to make more money, you need more people. I'm pretty sure that's how that works. More money, more people, right? More jobs, more businesses, more circulation. So our people in America are what? Top. Damn, we ain't enough people for real. We only got 300 million people, give or take, 300 to 400 million. Floating because of tourism and illegals and all that shit. It's around there somewhere. And they're saying like, oh, up until fucking now and shit. We were good. We're at the top of the hill on credit at least. And then all of a sudden, 2025 happens and we're in this plateau. We're stuck. We're stagnant. They call it stagflation. While your population on a different chart is going backwards. So we started high. Oh yeah, we'll be on this side. That's why. Be 300 plus. But now your population is going down too. They're moving away, all kinds of things. When these two things meet in the middle, when the money and the value is all the way down, and then your people are decreasing, you have this type of problem. You have a you happening. You have a meeting me at the bottom. Your money is meeting you at the bottom at the same time your people, number-wise, because both of them are intertangled. So if the flows and the markets are dying down, and then the people are leaving, transitioning, or can't afford to be around, your meeting at the middle is at the bottom. We're headed to the bottom. We're heading towards a collapse, guys. Not a war. This is a collapse. Because for this to go back up, you need more of these people to give birth to kids to keep it up. They have to work the new hustle. They're not having kids. That's the whole fucking problem. The vaccine was like the little Zionist bonus round to target people on some stupid shit. That's going to cause a negative in people. You got the cost of living is going to cause a negative in people. You got the bullshit with ICE, like immigrants versus immigrants. That's fucking novel. You have that bullshit happening. You have the codependence on the petrodollar, meaning internationally there's no incentive to come over here to make more of them. That's a negative. That's a negative. That's a negative. That's a negative. And you need the energy to feed these people for them to go harder, because like you can survive with a little bit of food as alive, I mean. But you need a lot of fucking calories and bullshit and snacks if you are always doing something to make money. Nah, they have a fucking food problem. What the fuck? We didn't even get to that yet. All the energy is required for production, shipping, and the consumption of all that shit, and the people that need it. You got a food problem going backwards, these motherfuckers. Then you got a brain problem, right? Like, oh, the AI is going to say, no, nigga, no. Fuck out of here, my face. You got a brain problem. What they say, the readings at an all-time fucking low, which is why everyone's arguing on social media, because they didn't read a book about this shit before, meaning they don't know how to structure their thoughts to make an argument that makes sense. So it's not their fault per se. You got a fucking, the foreigners, the ones, they call it brain drain. We got a drain of foreign brains, people with fresh ideas and novelty from a different background and incentive when it was incentivized. You got them leaving. You got the passport, and you got the international problem. You're actually gridlocked on ideas. It's really because people just represent ideas and thoughts and uniqueness. So your ideas are going backwards. They're not opening new businesses. They're not doing new Hollywoods and new movies and new artists and no superstars. They're losing their entertainment. God damn it, boy. Well, if there's less people, there's less entertaining. There's less entertainment to do when niggas ain't got time to be entertained by shit because they too busy trying to figure out how to work to get the money. That's why. It's a collapse. Because there's nothing people can do. Nothing one person or one group can do. This problem, that ain't your money. That's why I always talk like that. Ain't nothing you can vote, ain't nothing you can do, ain't no side hustle you can get that's gonna change the value of this. It'll just change the value of how many you have in your possession. That's not the fucking problem. It is for you, yes. For me, yes. But that's not what this is. This is not how much of these people here can hold. The bank already holds it, nigga. The bank already has every dollar you can hold. What their problem is that their banks owe $30 billion a day to exist. Ain't nothing you gonna do. No job, no side hustle, no internet, no Cashapp, nothing. If you got 30 people to do a great thing, it would never affect this. This is completely DC, Treasury, federal government, Trump. This is their problem. This is what the tariffs are about. This is why they got all that tax dollars, but you're not seeing no relief. You're not going to see a relief until they catch up to $30 billion a fucking day. DC and Trump got to catch up to $30 billion a day. Whatever that percent is, where they have to decrease that, I saw the number 4% being thrown around, and even that's crazy. Even if they cut that back 4% to go back to normal, it's still 20 billion plus a day. It's still calculating is what I'm saying. But he's in a panic of not letting that get higher. Here's a problem with that. To circulate more money and ideas or interests, you need people. That's what I'm saying with the AI and the crypto bros. Y'all ain't thinking far enough. AI can replace jobs. Oh my God, AI can do a job. AI can do automation, the jobs. Nigga, what are they paying you with? The fuck are y'all talking about? Fuck AI and a goddamn job, nigga. You get paid in USDs. So you're creating fucking AI jobs to make USDs. All right then, stupid. What the fuck does that mean if this ain't worth anything? Nothing. This is useless. This is the distraction. AI can't save this problem. This is not an AI problem. This ain't a people willing to work problem. This ain't like we got cool, advanced, super duper jobs that are taking us into the future that any of these people can't do already. We've been doing it already. So AI replacing these things, AI has to replace these things because these people ain't here no more. That doesn't fix this problem. This is like a fucking scaffolding for this problem.
This is a doorstop to make sure this whole fucking thing don't collapse at once. Because it's center loading. It's collapsing in two different charts at once, collapsing at the same time. When they meet in that middle, that's a breaking point. That's what they're hoping that does. But guess what that problem causes? The AI thing. Oh my God, we need AI. The AI is going to take our jobs. Yeah, in the future, nigga. But how you going to get to the future, bitch? The fuck? In the future, if we can predict it keeps doing the thing that it does, yes, it'll take it. But how do you get AI to the future first? You need energy. Jesus Christ. They be thinking that shit free or something. Energy requires these data centers. They can no longer use solar. They're going to have to go greater than nuclear, but they haven't figured out how to do that yet since their petrodollar is tied to what? Oil. Yes. So as soon as they switch their energy consumption up, they lose this no matter what. They can make a new one. They can do a crypto one. They can XRP, nigga. Not the fucking problem over here, though. That's the fucking problem. You naming it Bitcoin, you naming it some other type of transactional service isn't what the fucking problem is. The US dollar versus crypto. Nigga, you value your crypto in the US dollar. Wake your stupid ass up. Wake your dumb ass up. Going to Bitcoin, crypto, and XRP ain't gonna fix this fucking problem, bro. Your value of $100,000 plus crypto is based on what the US dollar value is. So even if you changed it to some other floating digital shit, nigga, you have the same fucking problem, bitch. You're banking on the central bank's shit, nigga, and you owe them $30 billion a day, regardless of what you're calling your wallet, nigga. I wish they wake the fuck up. It's collapsing, nigga. You could create 15 more cryptos tomorrow, nigga. You could pass the legislator tomorrow, nigga. Me and you can get paid in fucking meme coins and sell beats by fucking next Friday. Guess the fuck what, nigga? That don't change shit. It's not what the value or the language of the taxation is. It's the fact that they're doing taxation because of this. They're doing tariffs because of this. In case we forgot, when you go to your crypto of a valueless currency based on the debt of what? 37 to 40 trillion dollars of debt in credit, period. That's a negative credit report. Ain't that a bitch? Fuck my credit report. Do you know how much money that is? Let me see if I know what I don't even know how much money that is. Hold on, 40 trillion, that's a lot. 40 trillion, a lot of zeros, boy. That's what, 40 million right there. That's 40 billion right there. That's 40 trillion right there, boy. Where your rich people at? Where the people you want to be like at? They somewhere around here. Elon Musk just got one of these. Most people, the super rich, got all of this. So most people are between these. There's only one person you know that could maybe, on equity, reach for one of these as an individual. Cool fucking story. But I need you to understand there's 39 of these motherfuckers, 40 of these motherfuckers owed by everybody else in your goddamn federal government. Stupid. So people who work between these two variables at best, and I'm being, that's 1% of people, by the way. So they ain't no, they're not crowdsourcing at the farmer's market together, bro. These people who live in that bracket, yeah, hell no. The fuck y'all talking about? And there's even fewer up here, boy. Like, that's less than the 1%. They're the ones who get all the tax breaks, because they're the ones that own all the businesses that pay all these people. I know that's right. Yeah. You notice how nothing that none of these niggas can do can get over here, though. That's how much money they owe, nigga. They don't owe this. They don't owe that. This is where your taxes and your Medicare and your houses are. This is where your people who own a few Starbucks are. This is people who get to do shit overseas are. Nigga, your country, your federal government owes this much money. Your federal government made this much money. Watch how crazy this is. Your federal government is making, like, the people who owe this much. I'm gonna write it above this number. Watch how much money your federal government made.
this year, just per year. The United States made negative $300 million. That's how much it owes, though. Do you see where the parentheses are? So to get to one of these, you need times 3 of those. To get one of those, just to get this right here, you need times 3 or times 4 of those to get this one right here. They owe this much. They 1, 2, 3, 4, they 5 decimal places over, bitch, of how much they owe. That's why the value of your dollar is dropping. Because they owe way the fuck over here, and they made this much. They're negative 3. I think the GDP was 600 billion or some shit like that. Or 600 million or some shit. Yeah, when adjusted for cost, they're losing 300 million or 300 billion. Actually, they might be losing this much. That's even worse. I don't want to do that. That's gonna make everyone cry. I'm gonna pray I was correct. It's just 300 million with an M, because billion is next. So no. They over here in the T section. They borrow T's, boy. It's not common for them to make B's, boy, if everything's negative. You acting like they got billions of dollars floating around. Nigga, no, they're making negative money right now. That's negative 30 billion a day, by the way. That's not plus 30 billion a day. That's negative $30 billion a day for DC to exist. For Donald Trump and his friends to exist. Their whole fucking existence is based on borrowing this. Their existence. They no longer fucking exist on paper. They're already insolvent. They're already bankrupt. It's already a stolen corporation. It's already been hypothecated from the Moors and my people in the kingdoms that own the land. Yes, cool story. But we're all in this boat together because this son of a bitch right here, that one just got to figure out how to make money. It's got to figure out how to do all of this too. So it's spending the credit that it does have to do this. It's using credit to do this. And it's still dropping off. So even if they stop the population collapse and COVID and all that shit and the old people and the medications and everything we talked about, and you stop the population collapse right there, that won't stop the money from collapsing. So you have too many people and not enough money. You know how they do those shaded graphs. So all the people left are going to be in this fucking rate of negative currency no matter what. What are we talking about? Because that's the fucking number, bro. And here's the hidden one. Worldwide, meaning their other 700 bases, is really that number. Oh my God. They can't get one of these filled up. How the fuck do you expect these guys? How you expect this guy, these guys, and all their friends? It's not just him. He's just the captain right now. But how you gonna get? How is this? How is that going to do that? This ain't got the energy to do that. This ain't got the energy to do that. So where they going to get the money and the energy from? Ain't from oil. You know it ain't going to be an oil one. You know it ain't going to be oil. It can't be oil because goddamn, how much oil going to cost? How much oil going to cost when the world ain't using your USD to buy it no more? And then you have to buy it from Saudi Arabia in their currency. Oh yeah, that's right. Now when you have to use a brick currency, what happens? To buy oil, you still got to buy oil for everything you've been doing. For whoever's left, you're going to have to buy oil because they ain't buying oil from you. So you want to lose a few of these positions in your world trade. So you would have to do local oil and things like that. Cool fucking story. But how much does it cost you if it's regulated worldwide? Well, now your brick is times whatever the fuck your dollar is because you're no longer the central currency. So your prices, if it's $60 a barrel now in our current value, and it costs you $60 because it's in your currency, well, that $60 a barrel in their currency might be something totally different. You might have to come up with 120 of your own currency to afford the same level of operation while everything is going backwards. It's more expensive for them to buy oil from each other because that money's not going into your piggy bank. So that number goes down faster. If they're not buying your oil and using your dollar and selling your bonds, which is connected to you, birth certificates and social security, if they're not buying this
from you, if they're not buying it in your currency, if they're not sending people to work in your corporation or your land territory, heritage in this maritime law, whatever the fuck they got going on for it, and even if you put it on crypto and that's worldwide, that does not affect this. This is affected by this. That's your federal government, not you, not your bank, not Bank of America, not your job. Your federal government borrows money to operate. DC borrows, it uses credit. Then it taxes states. It taxes states to pay its power bill. It's trying to tax Las Vegas to pay its power bill. It's trying to tax Oregon to pay its power bill. It's yelling at California and Texas to pay its power bill. DC, my nigga, that is not a United State, is it? No, they're the HOA of the 50 states of fucking colonizer betrayers from the 1800s. Yes, they're the captain. They're the ones with the military and the church and the central bank behind them. Yeah, 150 fucking years ago. But today, whoever they borrowed from was like, you borrowed so much money, man. Let's cut back on some people. Let's cut back on some illegal immigrants. Let's cut back on some of that fucking underworld shit because it's fucking with our inflation numbers, which is devaluing the dollar. And then that's causing more people to leave and go somewhere else or work somewhere else. So we got to cut back on all the cool shit that made the United States fun. And while we're cutting back on all that, we still owe $140 fucking trillion no matter what the fuck they do this year. No matter what the fuck they do this year. No matter what the fuck they do this year. None of these places start tackling this shit no time soon. They can live here in purgatory for the rest of all of our lives if they making positive anything anyway. They're not above $30 billion a day in GDP. No way in fucking Hades. Nobody is. Don't miss that. Nobody is. So if the United States, Team fucking yeah, hell yeah, Captain America ain't making $30 billion a fucking day to pay. This is an interest. This is not how much they owe. This is like on your house and how they fucked everybody else in 2008. They fucked themselves the same way, bro. That's why that shit's so funny to me. Because you listen to financiers and citizens and foreigners and people with hedge funds. Nah, nigga, no. They got the benefits of DC, so they didn't have to think about it. No, nigga. The nigga giving you tax cuts and giving you benefits. The man that know the man. This a middleman, by the way. This the middleman to your fucking bank around the world. Your middleman is running out of money. Your plug is running out of money. Your military is running out of money. Your stronghold and your keeping the borders open without being terrorized is out of fucking money. The militias crossing the borders now from China and everywhere else, that money, that's what's going down. They're the only ones in that game, by the way, not you. It's the federal government that's going broke, guys. They owe the Federal Reserve $140 trillion, bro. This is credit. That's why they were doing fractional reserve banking, bro. It gave them a credit line to do all the military stuff around the world for 700 bases. That cost them, up to date, at least on paper, $140 trillion of Federal Reserve notes, hence the $30 billion a day of interest. That is what Trump is in charge of. Trump is not in charge of your trick coin. Trump is not in charge of your ideas for capitalism, in socialism, in how to do a full-time job, in a vacation, and all that shit that people talk about in their politics. No nigga, that's your state. You get paid by your state. You don't get paid by the federal government unless you're a federal government employee. This is all state stuff. All your social issues are local. He's the federal fucking government, nigga. The problem is your local people are stupid. They're dumb. They don't fucking read. They're just happy to be elected. They're just happy to be in a fucking building in a fucking suit and acting like they know what's going on, while the federal government people got them fucking compromised by depending on them for socialist benefits so that the federal government can implement different agendas per state. But all that shit that's fucking you over is on your state. Your federal government is an HO fucking A, nigga, not the house owner. The estate owner. The estates run the people per state. Hence what the war was about, stupid. These niggas owe $30 billion a day. These niggas determine the value of your money. These niggas owe $140 trillion to the Decepticons. That ain't got nothing to do with you. There we go. Thank you for joining my fucking TED Talk. So we're down here on social media and TikToks and creating content, arguing with the ideologies of people about what you don't like free stuff, you don't like healthcare, you don't like the state stuff, you don't like the corporate stuff, because you're a fucking corporate citizen, goofy. They love corporate social issues, nigga. Nothing that you do, whether you fix it, break it, say fuck everybody, hate everybody, black versus white, no matter what you fucking do in this storyline, which is 99% of us, 99% of the time, ain't got nothing to do with this. None of these things go to you. None of these things go to a state. None of these things go to your schools. They created benefit programs that your state would pull from. And as your state pulled from those things, your state got in debt with the fucking federal government. That's what fucking Lincoln was against, dickheads. I'm talking about your historians, these bullshit ass people on TV. No, Lincoln and every fucking nigga with a brain knew that if we depend too much on a central or foreign bank, or if we centralize it and call it DC, that we all 50 United States doing our own thing. Some had slaves, some didn't. Some had black people, some whatever the fuck the story is for people. They did not want to rely on a centralized government anymore, Boston Tea Party, because they just got rid of kings and shit, didn't they? They betrayed all my people. This is worse. This is $30 billion a day, my nigga. Nobody in human history owed nobody that. The United States, DC, and Trump, these are the first people on planet Midgard who owe somebody $30 billion just by waking up every day. And that's probably based on the interest of just the 40, my nigga. So that means the central bank in the US dollar and all the intermediary banks and families in between it planned on owning the United States forever, as you can see. As you can see, this number means they're going to own the United States structurally or financially forever anyway. How is that representation if you ain't voting for your Federal Reserve? How is that representation if they're not Constitution? How is that representation on 1913 Creature Jekyll in 1933? Did that have anything to do with you? No. So it's not constitutional. The problem is your Constitution made your states rely on the federal government, Civil War. Now the federal government as a corporation is doing what it had to do to stay afloat by borrowing money. And because they can't borrow no more, because they can't generate no more, they have a people problem now. It's all happening at once. It's collapsing. And there's nothing that people can do about it. The collapse. Your survival, you got plenty you can do. But I'm just saying, this is the target. These are your headlines. This is why you're hearing the cutbacks. It's all federal. They ain't got nothing to do with these niggas, bro. Your state is cooked no matter what. Your state borrowed from the federal government 100 years ago. They ain't got no gold reserves, remember? Do you remember what all the wars was about? Yeah, it was about this shit. It's about never going this direction. It was about never, ever, ever enslaving yourself to a centralized currency by some fucking foreigners. And they did it again. Hopefully you understand everything. Does that make sense? I'm trying my best here. I had to freestyle that. I haven't been in World Civ and all that shit in 20 plus years, so I'm trying to do this as a nigga. Like, I want to get my point across eventually. Because so many people don't see the layered reality they're in. They just see the word. They know the language model, but they don't know what it means. It's worse than they think because they don't. What I'm saying is people are not freaking out enough. They don't know anything and they freaking out.
Imagine if they made it sense first and then realize how fucked it is because it makes sense how fucked it is. That's a whole different conversation, man. That's what your bankers be talking about. The tryhards, the nerds, the Ivy League people. They're the ones who want to talk about spreadsheets and shit and all that shit. And they're like, yeah, this is problematic. They start using gentle negative words. This is problematic. This is cause for concern. We must diversify. Like, nah, nigga. Who owes who? Oh, Noel got some numbers too. Money changers in the building. I'm running back a little bit. TFP says the people that were abandoning and breaking their leases drive BMWs. Okay, Arizona. Georgie Porgy, Boston. They unplugged that crypto. Mr. Now says he got busted doing book drive-bys with his Lambo too. Ty Lopez. Mr. Now says, turns out those books were made of concrete and throwing them at people is a crime. That's hilarious. Amy Ross says the U.S. are talking to Pakistani for earth minerals. Mm-hmm. They don't be talking to everybody in their so-called third world countries. These white people in Michael talk about third world countries, shithole countries, and now they need borrowed resources. Don't forget, never forget, that was more recent than 9/11. Haru says 3. With you leading this one, come on now. Noel says Circassians gatekeeping the Othan, which is ethanol sugar fuel, since they control kerosene. You got it. They're gatekeeping their energy supply but not because of free energy though. That's the dummy mission. I'll explain it. It's that on a people level, yes, they're dickheads. But now they can't. They didn't because they're people, because they're dickheads. Over 100 years ago. They wanted the world to be codependent on technologies derived from using natural oil and gasoline. Because there's plenty of it, it works, it's combustible, they'll be in control of technology and progress. Reconstruction period. So this is all recent history, by the way, guys. This shit wasn't this retarded before they got here. So they got here, they did this, blah, blah, blah. What Noel is alluding to is that our people, corn, had ethanol source fuel the whole time. On top of whatever was going on with the design of a Zeppelin and any other moving automatron that you may have heard about that didn't have a power source that is familiar with ours. But it's a power source. It's just, for whatever reason, way more efficient. We're talking about the 1800s. All right, so the idea is, well, one way to fix this codependency on the petrodollar and the issues of war and people losing their lives over it and all these things is to develop a more technologically advanced power source, such as nuclear power, where you have a little core with water in it and it'll power a boat for a year. All these different ideas you've heard about. Nuclear power, not nuclear weapons, nuclear power, which doesn't require oil. But what stops the whole world from turning the table and then nuclear horizontally converting everything to that system is that the people in power at the top are only in power of our generations because they control the petrodollar. Their wealth and their riches and their influence is based on a fixed game. If I control the power, I get all the money no matter what, because the money is based on the power itself that I control. If you take that power source away and then you put nuclear, ethanol, whoever, who ends up in control of that is no longer the people who have all the bases next to the oil mines. It's all the people who have enough grass to grow corn and everything else. It's the people who live next to running water. It's the people that have better ideas. It's all kinds of different people who can then do it decentralized. Because I don't have to outfit my shit to be petrodollar ready. I don't have to talk to Exxon and Mobil. We're designing something that's freer energy, lower costs, basically. Getting it from the ether or whatever it is. And we can 3D print, email, download, and do it locally and decentralize ourselves entirely from an energy-based currency. So if they flip out the exotic Area 51 technology, the whole economy disappears. You're not buying oil or gas no more. You no longer have a oil reserve currency. So if you lose your oil reserve status and you lose your oil reserve monopoly on centralized trading for it, energy source, then if Japan goes fully nuclear, then Japan doesn't have to play game with you at all. Like, nah, nigga, Ew, that's nasty. What I need a US dollar for? You guys are betting on oil still? If Russia does it, if China does it, if India does it, if Africa does it, if Africa gets those highways and it converts all that farmland to corn, China's already predicting after 2030, Africa agriculture, not tomatoes, just using the land, $1 trillion a year. The United States is down negative 300 million. Africa's land alone, China's going to create it so that it generates $1 trillion a year surplus of energy, currency, movement, so that $1 trillion a year in a decade is 10 trillion. Then they use that to pay their debts back and then continue building future generations like Gen B and them. Starting in 4 years. The United States has nothing like that. It's negative 30 billion a day. It's in the hole 40 plus trillion already, period. So even if it converted to something that's $1 trillion a year, how many years would it take to pay 140 trillion? And that's without investing in anything else. That's just purely profits, pay your debt. Purely profits, pay your debt. It'll take the United States 140 years. You think the United States got 140 years? So that's 140 years if they were able to convince Africa to let them help. But they won't get the whole 1 trillion. It'll split. Let's say 500 billion a year. How long would that take to pay 40 trillion? 80 years, right? All right then. Or 8. Nah, I'll take longer than that. It's half the time. Twice this time. Yeah. It'll take fucking forever. They don't have forever. These motherfuckers in their 60s and 70s now. And they're already unplugging their memory cards. Right now. They're already hunting them. They are. So the people who know how the game go are the ones checking out. The people who are connected with the black books, Epstein's and all of them, those are the ones that are checking out or disappearing or going underground. Don't forget that. It ain't in the open. It ain't like they can just meet up in New York at the fucking bistro and like re-strategize and call the guy and do the thing and make the corporations do the thing and call the union guys and make sure the people are all, no, we don't live in the boardwalk empire no more. It's been 100 years. I think, like they said, I feel like Trump is trading in the 90s. He is. But it's not him. It's the people he's with. They are trading in the 90s still. Yeah. Absolutely. And the AI bros and tech bros and nerds and all of them. They're like, hey, we can create infinite digital money and currency if we can just run ads and get all the data and predict all the eye movements and do all the things. And then this way we can create a little meme currency and then we can keep track of everything and pay people like that and do the little socialism thing too. Like, you can. And if you could, you would have did it already. What the fuck are they waiting for? How come he hasn't done that with X yet? He promised he would. X hasn't generated his own local meme coin, Dogecoin economy, and he absolutely could have bended that. Because that's not what the fucking problem is. The problem is all of their fucking memes and all of their fucking cryptos are tied to the value of what? The petrodollar. It's fiat for fiat. You're doing a fraction of a fraction. Your dollar is already fractional. It has no whole value of credit anyway. It's theoretical. And then your crypto is theoretical digital of that. And it's fractional. One Bitcoin is worth 100,000 USD dollars if you switch it for 100,000 USD dollars. And you gain agreement on that. That's why it works. You convince me that these are worth that much. We have enough people agreeing that it's worth that much so that one person will buy it, one person will exchange it, and they'll hold on to it and then be able to do that again. Trust, which is required for banking. There's a trust there between people that if we say it's 100,000, we're only going to trade these at 100,000. And if it goes up, we go up. If it goes down, we go down. And then you have tertiary groups, trades and Forex. They bet up and against that because of the movement of the market and what people are exchanging the crypto for to acquire new data center computers or new graphics cards, or some dickhead who got billions of dollars, he wants to buy some underworld shit and then he finally sells it. Well, if the whale does that and the water drops, then we all agree, trust that now, damn, now I gotta sell it to you for 40 of these. But all of that is based on the value of the USD. So 100,000 USD per crypto sounds like a big number when your USD is worth 100,000. Now imagine 100,000 USD for a Bitcoin, and I'm doing averages on purpose. Your dollar is 97% less than what it was when it started 100 years ago. So you have $100,000 Bitcoin is a $3,000 Bitcoin if this shit collapses. Meaning your real $50, $60, $80,000 that you flipped to invest into it to wait for it to go to 100,000, when it does, you went up. You got in at 60, 70, and 80, and it went up to 100. Cool fucking story, bitch. But the dollar it's connected to is dropping to the building. It's going to hell. So you're going to cash it out. Trust me, they will, and they are. A lot of people are liquidating Bitcoins and doing weird shit already. People who got a lot of them. They're already diversifying them. So it's causing the water to drop and raise. And people are betting up and down. Yeah. That ain't the fucking problem. That's a cool fucking game if you have a US dollar. What happens if you don't have a US dollar? Oh yeah, we need China and Russia and everyone to legalize Bitcoin so that if the US dollar value shifts too much, then Bitcoin can then be picked up and supported by the Chinese and Indian Asian economy. Is that correct? Is that correct? Now, do you who inputted USD check out at a higher or lower number once your USD value goes away? Remember, you're still in the US type of paradigm where everything costs a USD value anyway. Did you make money or did you lose a whole bunch of it? If the value of the USD drops because you're going to a foreign country instead. You're going to BRICS now. You're going to a BRICS banking. So ideally, you could take $100,000 of crypto and it is worth more in a Chinese dragon bond. Yes. Yeah, that's an awesome game to play. And you have a very small window to play it if that's the case, because they just legalized that shit the other day. But that's going to happen by the whales first. So they're going to get the lion's share of whatever the fuck that looks like. And because they did that, that means they're not investing in the USD no more. So then the USD drops faster. So as we move things to crypto and move crypto to China, the richest people, the 1%, are moving it and converting it and upscaling it over there. And upscaling crypto to a foreign country downscales the US dollar, making everything in the US dollar what? More expensive. Because the value changed. Not how many you have in your wallet. How much that's worth in a marketplace. You can have the same $20 bill from fucking 50 years ago. It doesn't matter. 50 years ago, you can do your whole fucking groceries for $20. That same $20 bill, if you found your granddad's wallet in the attic and you went to the damn store today, you could barely get 2 combos from Burger King. That's value. It's not that the price of the food and the groceries went up, it's that the value of the US dollar dropped. You have the same $20. You're not getting more $20. Your income is not going up, get it? The income of dollars isn't going up. You're able to buy less things with the same fucking income. And that's what everyone's arguing. You need 2 or 3 side hustles to bring more dollars in. And as you do that, guess what? The value of the dollars you're bringing in are going down still. What do you do next, Scoob? Hustle, cheat, scam, side hustle, internet, bring more dollars in. And you bring more dollars in, you bring more laundering in, you bring in more sex trafficking, you bring in more slave labor, you bring in all the things to bring more dollars in. And what does that do? It drops the value of the dollar again. So all the fucking genius ideas of hustle, scams, and evasions and bullshit and pyramid schemes did nothing but devalue the USD. Do they understand what usury is? No. Because that's anti-Semitic. Get it? Shout out to King Will. They owe Japan 1.1 trillion, mutual funds 4.5 trillion, and the Fed 4 trillion, all at once. That's 10 trillion right there. And they haven't including the magic printing that they've been doing, all their bailouts. Tai Lopez
lied and said he was going to buy corporations and e-commerce them and never did. Hence, you're going to see cars on the side of roads without fuel worldwide. Yeah. Japan been trying to get ahead by setting up the new engine factories. Yep. Fragmentational reserve banking. 333 TFB Shogun, boom, boom, boom. 3 side hustles, 3 more side hustles. Those 3 hustles now called 9 more side hustles. Now you got 18 side hustles on 3 days a week. But AI though, AI gonna take our jobs. Yeah. All right. That's what they want you to believe, that the AI took your jobs and took all your money. When your money dropped 30% in value just in the last decade or more, I think. They love percents though. Percents will throw you off because percents are cumulative. Dropping 30% one year and dropping 10% the next year will think it went up. It never went back to what it used to be. So it's only dropping. So don't let them confuse you with that percent shit. Oh yeah, travel was down 4% in Las Vegas in June, and they expected 3.3. Yeah, both of those are losses though. So it's a loss for a month. Then the next month, oh, it only dropped by 1% this time. I guess the economy's getting stronger, but it's still down. Oh, something happened, something with the Grammys. It dropped 11%, and now there's other tertiary factors that like H-1B visas and all this other bullshit rules that we're noticing with the airlines. They're starting to go bankrupt. Now that they're going bankrupt, there's less flights, less options, and less people are traveling. So yeah, Vegas is noticing more something, but the number never went back to last year. It's all downhill. It's the weirdest fucking thing. The way they weaponize words, or maybe that's just because the people who know, so they don't have to change the model. Because I can pick up on it. If it was my fucking job, that'd be amazing. But for people who is their job, they get the weather report, and we're hoping they do because they've been vaccinated too. On top of that, I ain't forget anything. They got vaccinated too, so maybe they don't. Maybe in the 90s that was the difference. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe that vaccine, that mRNA part of it, is affecting their hitters. Cognition wise. They might legitimately not see shit. They might not be tapped in, bro. We might be witnessing a different problem on top of late stage capitalism under a usury system that was created by Polish people who call themselves Israel and Judeans suddenly 100 years ago. Like outside of that, we might have because we have a brain drain. All the mathematicians from our universities got hired by China in the last year or two. So you can't replace those, by the way. That's a very specific type of nerd. And so then you got like rocket scientist type level. Yeah, you don't get too many of them at once. You can't hire them back either. Damn it, that's tough. Damn, you can't even give them no bad bitches. Nothing. You can't offer them a nice house. Nothing. No incentive. There's no incentive to do business in the United States, is what they're saying. If you're a foreigner with money. Damn. Not a survivor, not a citizen. A foreigner that has money, that has liquid, that got motion, that got a network, that got a trade route. There's no incentive to do the business here. If a nigga could sign a magical document that's a bunch of blank white pages, and the next day you gotta tally all your employees across the United States times $100,000 each, don't let us catch them slipping because we will deport them. And that's gonna cripple your business no matter what, whether you pay it or not. Even if they capture them and like make an example out of you and take 3 key people, which is what they tend to do, it's warfare. It'll cripple your business if they take those 3 people. Fuck the other 300. It's a pyramid. They're going after the top of it if they're targeting Elon Musk. That's what I was talking about. I knew something was wrong with that story. I knew something was wrong with that. Are you talking about Elon? You want to deport Elon? What does that mean? Foreigners who have local businesses with a lot of money. And they're double dipping. They're double banking. They're banking their minimum locally and getting all the federal tax benefits. And then they're storing in a foreign bank. Foreign enemy, securities, national security. Yeah, I get it. They have to get rid of him. Y'all don't understand. It's not because they don't like him as a person. It's that he's money laundering legally. And he used their money to do it.
That's the evil part on his part. He a little autistic. He a little autistic. He tried it, because I'm sure that's what they taught him. I'm sure he knows other people that did the same thing. It's just that the rhinos, the white boys, are like, you ain't that type of white boy. Mm-hmm. Yep. They try to humble him. They try to bring him back down to size. In their social hierarchy. Ain't nothing to do with Tesla. It's like, how the fuck did he figure? How the fuck did he diversify? Oh yeah, because Tesla's Chinese, actually. I know. Because he was critical to whatever agenda the Democrats had at first, and infrastructure and all the promises in schools and travel and all the shit that he hasn't finished up, going to space and stuff, going to the moon and Mars, he'll never do that. That guy. They gave him a lot of money, USD. He then cycled it through Doge and other opportunities and other little small businesses, and then instead of making a profit, which he hasn't, he then funneled it into the foreign corporations, which is what they all do. But he did it prolifically through federal funding. It's like getting a PPP loan and buying a bunch of crypto. You familiar with these stories? So he could have took all his earnings and put it into Dogecoin and then sell the Dogecoins in a foreign currency. You're like, what's the problem, MG? Once you put it in a foreign country, it doesn't come back to the United States. Banks, people, nothing. But it's in Doge. Like the value of Doge, you can invest your USD in Doge, and then you can sell your Doge to other people. Who? So do. What the fuck y'all talking about? Other people will buy it at the worst time ever. No, that's not what that is. If it's based on the US dollar. These people are stupid, God. Not y'all, but the people who sell these ideas as the answer, like not the answer, but like, I call it the answer because no one thinks beyond it once they hear that and they repeat that as the answer. That's not the answer. That's stage, that's poverty. Even these people that have a lot of crypto and $100 million in crypto, it's still poverty. They can't walk into a bank and get it in cash. It's like real estate, digitally. They hold that much. They don't have that much unless they're buying things that are equal in crypto. Meaning, he has 100 crypto coins and they're worth $100 whatever million. And then he buys a car with crypto coin. Yes, it'll be very advantageous until it's time to be taxed for buying such a thing in a local currency. Then you gotta convert that tax amount and pay it, or they'll seize you. So you can't just go willy-nilly and just buy things in Bitcoin either, because the damn people you're buying from have to account for it. Same fucking story as the fucking Vegas ruling, bro. The whole they jammed the whole underworld up with this. I'm talking about the big spenders. I ain't talking about the people who are hustling. No, I'm talking about the people who do this professionally, who money changers on Judas and shit. That's in the Bible. Now you understand what the Bible, why Jesus was mad. Every day we starting to see why Jesus is mad. Not just at the fact that the money changers were in church, but the fact that there was money changers, period. They miss something, God. They miss something. What kind of airport visa and traveling do they have in their imagination of white Jesus 2,000 years ago in East Africa? First of all, let's use their story. Why would they need a money changer then? If the white man didn't make the world great until 200 years ago, why would they need a currency changer in a Roman Empire? Shut they dumbasses up. See, bitches was hoeing for a loaf of bread and they got money changers. Shut your ass up. Shut your ass up. My man was anti-usury, bro. And you definitely ain't about to do it in these Judean churches. Local shit. Separation of church and state. Get it? Come on, man. These niggas, man. They going against everything they allege they built this country on. Thank God. Now we know they didn't build it. I know who didn't build this shit. I know who ruined it though. All of us little people at the bottom of the pyramid, we don't have a choice in Hades. We did what we were supposed to do. The federal government didn't. It didn't secure its interests. It did not provide value. It did not generate the promise of the future that it then had the currency, power, intelligence, and people, and willing slaves to do with. It wasted its whole time picking on brown people who ain't got shit, ignoring niggas, and then using democratic socialist scare tactics of racial division to get people to go along with it. Just keep working. Just don't worry about the stuff. Just keep working, making more money. Get your education. Don't worry about it. You'll supersede that class and you'll get next to us. Like, they sold this dream to our sisters. I seen it. They thought that they were going to be freer by working by themselves and getting a bigger paycheck. Has that worked out for our sisters? It's a microcosm of the same theory, ain't it? That the sister goes, I don't need a man or to start a family. I just got to go to school, borrow a lot of money, get a car, got to pay another payment, get a house or a townhouse, I got to pay a mortgage. And then I just rank up in this quasi-racist, biased society, but it's okay. I know how to deal with 48 laws of power. And now I'm making all this money. Now I get to date or hang around other people. I'm still alienated and ostracized, and I ain't got no kids yet, but I'll find the right one time because that's what Sarah Jessica Parker said on a TV show one time, produced by Jews on HBO. So I'm gonna win one day. I saw girlfriends, but you also notice that the lead character in real life is still single. Anyway, so they went up that rabbit hole, and then all of a sudden the corporate ladder goes, well, we gotta get rid of some people, but you'll be the first to go. No DI. What? I'm not a DI hire, unqualified. That ain't what they said. They said if it wasn't for DI, they would have never fucking hired you. Not whether or not you were fucking qualified, bitch. Why they don't understand? Why do they think they have an issue with competence in this system? It's not because we're not, it's because we're incompetent. We went to school, bitch. If we went to school and graduated at all, you're competent enough to do some AI shit, ain't you? Some automated tasks, of course. You know how to run a Zoom conference call and hold people accountable to their emails and their tone and making sure the workload is getting done in their fucking formulaic Excel spreadsheet, nigga. That job never required competence. But they take it as an ego attack. Because I'm this, because I'm that, because I did these things, because I repaired these things. I'm qualified. I'm entitled to being paid and treated in society a certain way because I'm paid too. No, nigga. That's what brothers been telling them. No. Y'all went to school and didn't learn history, did you? Y'all got a fucking communications degree. That's what they used to say in the 90s. You got a communications degree. You got an arts degree, didn't you? You learned how to do fucking Excel Pro. You did Linda at a university, didn't you? You should have studied history of banking. Why the fuck would any government, country, no matter what color or background, hire a bunch of fucking people who don't know how to create businesses? It's a Ponzi scheme. So these sisters have been sitting on this money, sending it to China for Temu and everything in between us. But they did not go out there and group, pool, create new businesses that generate their own interest. They invested in vacations, in nice things. Consumerism. They did not build businesses for the past 20 years. Or they would not be freaking out about LinkedIn and AI. I watched my sisters get past the ball. I watched them make 2 to 3 times than any ancestor they had at all since the 1900s. And they did not flip the pie. Don't point to 1 or 2 of them motherfuckers. That is not enough for population replacement of economy, right? So they can't hire their brothers. They can't hire their sisters. They can't hire the single mothers. They can't hire nobody. They don't know how to do that. As hiring managers. They don't know. They're middle management. They don't know how to create a brand new business infrastructure and increase the network. What do they say instead? Our people need more education and go to college. And you got education and go to college and you don't know how to do it. So how is more people going to college getting education who don't know how to make successful corporate businesses? How the fuck is that going to help your fucking situation if it's a fucking Ponzi scheme? It doesn't. But at least now we got the data now. At least we got the data now. It was better when Pookie, when you were working at Wendy's and you got $5,000 on taxes and Pookie said, let me hold that, I want to flip it in the streets real quick. You got a way better return on that if you're playing the game individually. But if you went to work and you put yourself into debt to get to that level, keeping up with the Joneses, it requires to be in debt, don't it? And you didn't pay your debts off, who does? All at once anyway, because you think you're going to be there until you retire. And then it cuts you off in your mid-30s. It cuts you off in your mid-40s. Guess what don't go away, besides your job? All them debts you owe. Now you understand the bigger population collapse problem. It's no longer just people's attitudes and boy versus girl, black versus white no more. Now you have a very fundamental issue that in a devalued currency, you have the people who are the most successful, if you will, on paper, have the highest debt ratio as well. It comes with the game though. It's a debt-based society. Debt notes. So if they can't borrow more or trickle it into a business that borrows and returns in itself, automation of debt, taxes and relief and funds and benefits and PP loans, right? You got to automate all those things at once to keep going. Now you stop. You're like, I got to take a pay cut. I got to work a quote unquote below average job financially wise. And now my debts are just as high as it were when I was 6K, almost 6 figures or above. Now I'm at 50 or less. That's why they're never gonna get married. Because they're not selling how good of a woman they are. They're not selling if they cook and clean. They're selling to a man that's gonna be responsible for hundreds and thousands of dollars of debt by marrying them. They're in the negative. They ain't paying their debts off. We know that already. We've been to that. They design marketing and society off the fact. That's why they got women to work anyway. Because they know they would borrow and borrow. Back in the 80s, you heard about this. Some of y'all heard about this. Your auntie, there's someone in your fucking family who was a teenager in the 80s or late 70s, early 80s, and they went crazy with the Sears credit card. That's everyone's first story. You gotta be careful with them credit cards because when I was a little girl, when I was a little boy, I got a $1,000 limit and I bought all my wardrobe and I never paid it off because my job sucked or whatever, and then boom, 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 right? You've heard this story before. Yeah. It hasn't changed though. That little warning and that little label did not make a damn difference because they do that with the house, they do that with the car, they do that with the scholarship or not. They do it with the student loans, they did it with everything. Our generation at least. Because that's the only fucking way ever they could even have the chance to get that job anyway. So it's logical almost. It'd be more logical to take your first 5 years of working and just pay all your debts off, but you know. Viva la vida. Die another day. I get it. Trust me, I get it. However, getting it doesn't pay it. Getting it doesn't fix it. Understanding the sympathy of the level and what we thought the American dream was isn't going to fix that problem. So as long as we're in this system, and this economy, and it's going downwards, no individual wants to put themselves, who are probably also equally in debt, further in debt by mating with the wrong person. And we're talking about people who are making money, who are a little bit more rational, you know, allegedly the smarter people. They're not going to get married and match debt. How much is your student loan? How much is my student loan? How much are your criminals? How much is your mortgage on your house or returns? How much is So we would have to come up with $250,000 to get you to zero. And then we got to hope that you can build up $250,000 because that's a negative now. That $250,000 came from me or something we're doing. So we got to pay together before we go anywhere forward back. And that's a low number. That's a low number. Some people who climb this corporate ladder, they're hundreds of thousands of dollars in debt from everything else, let alone their platinum cards, let alone that black card. You seen it on fucking Real Housewives in Atlanta, them types, like, them credit cards go high, boy. So then you gotta wait for a guy to come scoop you up after your divorce and your alimony run out. then he's like, yeah, I'm gonna get married again. Jennifer Lopez. And he's like, yeah, you gonna pay all my debts off. No, you're not. No, he not. How? How is he gonna do that? Why is he gonna do that is the better question, actually. Even if he saved millions of dollars and he got the flow going, why is he gonna take $1 million out and bail you out at 38 to 44 years old? That's the part of the story that's never told. Because they're hypergamous, right? So they want high earning men. They want high value men, yeah? High value men know how to do math at least. So then you start to see the trend and why this is automatic. This is what Kevin Samuels was trying to tell him. Nobody explains why a man wouldn't. I just told you. Because it's expensive. You're buying her debt when you marry her. You're not buying her and her attitude and her history and her mileage. That's all social, emotional drama that a man has to get used to anyway. But then when you take it serious, he fuck around and fall in love with you for real and have kids and start a family and shit. He starts negative whatever your debt is, since you want him to pay for everything. I know. It makes too much sense. So those men normally do what? Historically, they date younger. They date a girl that ain't got nothing. That's why Myron will be arguing with them girls like, oh, men don't care about education and baddies and jobs and entrepreneurs. No, because they know the debt ratio. They know women are new to this. On top of that, so it's not like blaming the women. They're new to the game, quite literally. Quite literally. So there's a lot. So if you code switch to white girls in the good colleges, well, it's at least $40,000, $80,000, $100,000 of debt, right? Plus the interest. Don't forget that. It doubles real quick, don't it? That's why it gets so high, because they're not paying it off. That's just like with our credit cards. Trust me, it's not a blame game. It's logic. It's like, well, if this is the hardest time to pay it off, then this will also be the hardest time to find someone who wants to. So girl over 30, worth negative $100,000 on paper, is going to find a guy that makes all of that plus more and save her from capitalism? Nope. Especially not with divorce rate so high. Nope. Not with autism so high. Nope. No, they're not. You'd be lucky if these guys who are high performing even have kids. So then what happens? Then the girl drops down a peg. She starts dating people across and below. Pookies and Raries might get her pregnant. She might get the kid she always wanted. But then she's raising that kid by herself. So she had to come up with the money with the child care, and then she had to come up with the money to pay her debt off soon. She won't live in that lifestyle again, trust me. She won't figure something out. But she can't. The value of the dollar is gone. They in the 90s too. They're dating like it's the 90s. They're hoping that a man, any man, it's not black or white anymore, it's just a man, another person, even if they're lesbians. Lesbians are having a hard time too, have you heard? Lesbians don't like the entitlement of the broke girls either, so. That's more of a cultural thing though. We've seen this in China. I was telling people that for years. I knew it happened here, and I knew if it happened here, it'd be worse. See, China got the same problem. They got debts because they're high performing, and then they have dowry. So to marry a woman in that paradigm, in that sociology, those class of Chinese people, you have to have enough money to pay her dad off first. Crazy. Look it up now. Look up Chinese leftover women problem, TikTok or Shorts. I've been watching these shits for years. We're just getting to it. So the man has the leverage in the Chinese economy, especially if he's a top performer or he can afford it, right? He can afford a dowry, he's at the top of his list. So he gets to pick any girl he wants. They got speed dates for one guy and 50 girls. He got to fall in love in 30 seconds. And if they don't get picked, 50 people, 100 girls. You know how China got a lot of girls. Remember this? They can't give birth to girls no more. Well, someone fucked up that equation because there's a whole bunch of single women there. That must have been a long time ago. So recently on X-Men, millennial women, nah, they ain't got it. Because they don't just have their dowry that their daddy feels entitled to. Even if they can negotiate with your daddy, you know I'm worth 20,000. Like, you ain't gonna pay 100. Like, just take 20, Dad. You know what I'm saying? Pay your little house off of her. Nope. Now they gotta pay her debts too. So it's just like the visa. It's $100,000, insurance, salary, taxes, and whatever else. So if your company said you have 24 hours to fucking move back home, if your company, listen now, if the companies are saying these motherfuckers got 24 hours to go back home, what's a man supposed to do? In the highest divorce rate ever, these girls getting married to get their debts paid off, and then they leave and try to take half of everything else. You think men want to sign up for that? In general, I mean. No. That's why your population is cooked. Your population is cooked because they let women take control of consumerism and debt. Men did not follow. They couldn't. It's logical. We're not the target of DEI either. The girls are. Stay woke. They done put all our sisters who did all the right things into debt and then dropped them off without a boat. And then said, hey, your men will come save you. How? No, we can't. No, we can't. You know our demographics? We're not the majority of anything. Definitely not finance, banking, or opportunities for businesses. So they gotta come back to the hood. Gonna be in debt. Don't worry. We figured it out before. In it. But they're not. But that's the thing that Benjamin Franklin wanted. Once a person has a taste of luxury relative to where they come from, they cannot accept a credit devaluation in their lifestyle. So yeah, there's plenty of brothers out there who work and take care of things. There's plenty of people who be just happy in a one-bedroom apartment for a little while, for sure. These girls can't. The ones who have to, push them to shove, they might play the game nice. They might be like, yeah, I'm in the way right now. But then the man got to worry about, well, when things go back up and she finally get her dream job again, if she get lucky and get hired somewhere nice, is she gonna stay? Or is she gonna be the rich bitch and my 40,000 and her new 80, 100,000, and is she gonna take me with her? Or is she gonna go be single again? What do you think the answer is? Don't matter what the answer is. Men already think about it. There's a high chance that this brilliant woman that has humbled herself and brought herself to our normal guy's attention, that the moment, shit, she can get a job offering in China because she got credentials on LinkedIn. The moment she hears anything close to 6 figures, her ass is gonna leave you, ain't she? Ain't she? Ain't you, sis? As soon as you get a taste of that $40,000 lifestyle life, and then you gotta fucking go with a man's program and clean dishes every night, and then the moment God answers your prayer, then all of a sudden you can go over there, or you can move to a new city, and you can make 70 by yourself. Your ass is gone again. And everybody know that. That's why it's cooked. She entered the promised land without Moses. That's crazy. She gonna enter the promised land without Moses is funny, Noel. You get it. Quantum algebra for the win. She gonna try to pull an Aaron or a Caleb. She gonna enter the fucking promised land without Moses. It's hilarious. She sure is, because she did it this time. We just seen her do it, so she gonna do it again. As soon as enough of them got to the finish line, they start talking about how men was and shit. Now all of a sudden they talking about, I don't like the fact that single men don't approach women outside no more. I don't like how if men are talking about they the prize right now. I'm a chivalry. My roster ain't rostering no more. I can't get the gifts I used to get for doing the makeup tutorial. Oh shit, I'm getting old, but I look younger. No, you don't. You look as old as you think you look. When you're looking across, as a person your age, you look younger than older people. Because you are. Relativity. It's Einstein. I thought they went to college. You look young for your age, but all of you do. So whatever that looks like your age. So your average millennial age look seems younger, but we all know millennial women look younger, but we also know you're all millennials. You do not, that does not mean that you look like you're in your 20s, because there's people in their 20s and none of you look like them. They're a whole different pedigree mix. So even if they couldn't guess your age, they can guess what generation you are. You're not these girls. The problem isn't how young you look, it's how expensive you are. This is human trafficking, including marriage certificates to the central bank. The marketing and the narrative in the movies painted it as a social thing. It's a trafficking thing no matter what. Taxes and everything in between us. You look your age. Because you do not look like you don't look like Gen Z. You look like a millennial. And millennials don't look like old people from the 80s. Yes, because you're not. So you may look great for your age, like the rest of you, but everyone knows that that pedigree right there is old already. You're old compared to the new people. You do not look, none of y'all foreheads look like y'all in y'all 20s. Don't lie to me. And you think that that's what men are looking at, who do that, because they're only filtering hypergamous men. Tinder, it's funny. Tinder switched, they added height for women to filter out men. And most women on Tinder, 49%, switched their filter to 6 feet and above. You know how many percent of men that is? Less than 3%. So 50% of the women on Tinder are swiping the same 3% of men. Hypergamy. That's just even for casual stuff. The chance to get pregnant. 50% of these women are going for 6 feet and up. Meaning 50 people are competing for 3 people. Who's the prize? I know. It doesn't matter what you think. It doesn't matter what your emotions are. Those 3 guys know they're getting 50 fucking swipes. They become the prize because there's more supply and demand. There's 50 women and 3 of us. I'm 6'3", I'll be all right. I ain't turning Tinder back on though. I don't want the drama. But if I did, I know that 50% of the women on Tinder are looking for people my height. I just ain't got the bank. I'll catch a straggler, I guess, out of that 50. See what I'm saying? You can't buy that. And that's pretty fucking stupid. But that's just what it is for humans. Thank you for joining my TED Talk. What did Mr. Now say? You said she, Newell's still killing me, that she's gonna enter the promised land without Moses, because that's exactly what's gonna happen for most. Mr. Now says they talk with a roster-based vocabulary and complain when they get traded, swapped, or benched. They don't play enough 2K with their boyfriends or their sidemen. Mr. Now says those jawlines definitely look older and look like them been chewing on 50 gum sticks too many. Yeah. Doesn't mean they don't look good. It just, you look good as an old woman. The fuck? Men know what a young woman is. It's not her hair and her makeup. It's how young she looks. They be forgetting that people be having auras and energy and resting bitch face and stuff too. They forget that we can see more, like especially men. When men see an attractive woman, their eyes open up, meaning the brain is taking in way more data than just what they see. They can see you, sis. We're the ones that stare. We're not just staring at your jawline. We can see you if we're attracted.
and we're reading you. Not equally though, but it's a man thing. You know, hunters, they have to see something move in the dark and really focus on it so they can catch it. Genetically, we're trained to see differently than you because we hunt. We don't have the same vision. We don't see things the same, at the very least. We don't spend the same. We don't save the same. We don't prioritize the same. Nope. Nothing is the same in those dimensions. And I think they missed that. The federal government is missing it. Damn. Are the women the federal government? I wonder if the federal government was taken over by women in the 1800s. It feels like it. It don't make sense. Was Madam C.J. Walker on the goddamn board of the First Federal Reserve or something? Something's not adding up. Don't tell me the behind the scenes is a bunch of sisters now. It's the only people it could be, by the way. Wow. Imagine, brothers, if you find out that all this history and all this bullshit and all this lies, at least with Americans, you're going to find out that that's all a cover story for the fact that our sisters sold out their land to a bunch of foreigners. They can't do it hereditamous, but they did. They allowed it, is what I'm saying. They allowed the perception of such. Because who else could give over land to these people? But your sisters. It's impossible. It's actually impossible, actually. They're not dealing with me. But they're dealing with someone. For 250 years. I know it ain't King James' granddaughter. I would have met her already. Tough. Yep, daughters of the American Revolution. Yep. That's why I was so much magic involved in these things. No wonder. And the dollar and everything, yeah. There's women behind it. Back then. Had to be. It had to be. This whole economy is based on that. It's based on women. It's designed for women. The extra spending is because of women. Even men, tricking. They make a whole lot of money and they waste it on women. It's because of women, yeah. After you buy a few video games and a couple of shoes, you don't need to do a $10,000 trip to Jamaica for some random girl you met at the bar. You only do that because it's women. I get it. Yeah, it is a woman. It's prostitution. It's OnlyFans economy. Literally. So now I need vacation money to win over a girl that owed Princeton $100,000. That's a black hole investment. And all you can get out of that is children, but you don't have to invest in that to have kids. And if you can afford to have kids as a man, then you can afford to raise them by your damn self. Yeah, this is tough. I'm thinking about it extreme socially for a reason, because most people don't think in these degrees, so it's not going to be the other way ever, as we're living through it. So we're living through the alternative reality, so I'm looking at the alternative worst case scenarios with these ideas. I know it's not everybody. It never is. But yet here we are. All of us are going through it. Consensus for the win. They look good for 40. Hashtag still 40. Now, no, everyone is on the milfant. Kicked out the men who became the breakaway society, probably. Amen Ra, I've seen old photos of women, black and white, during the late 1800s. There was a teaching organization. I didn't look at that as a definitive positive. No wonder. The United States Service Corporation is crazy, incredibly big Sean like. Jason R676F. Interesting story. Shout out to my sisters though, the good ones. I can count good Moors on one hand, Noble Drew Ali said. I count my good sisters on one hand. No, I can't. No, I can't. Hypothetically, I know good sisters across the internet. But they're only good because I only know them on the internet, I guess. I don't know. Nah. We cook. We're cooked because of, because the deadly sins. Covet. Greed. This shit's running out already. Coveting, keeping up with your Joneses, greed, and pursuing things unwisely, obvious, forsaking the wisdom of the ancestors, usually, not learning the patterns and how history has repeated itself, especially for us. Tragic. I don't know why they felt like it couldn't happen to them. Nothing has changed for the better for us. So yeah, man, you gotta deal with that feeling too. More and more of them are gonna emulate that energy because more and more of them are staying single and they're already going through it. I see it. I look for it. They're posting they're just 40, they're just 44, they're just 36, because they're hoping a man will notice. And they're not. Like me, I notice it. Oh wow, she looks great for 44. I don't want her. You can't even begin to visualize a life with her. That's just scary. Because we're not even in the 90s dating environment. Men know so much more about women than they used to know. I seen a girl say that. It seems like men don't really like talking to women no more. Like just socially. You know how they made it weird at work a few years ago before the pandemic? Yeah, that's a pattern, by the way. So because corporate people making money were scared of Me Too at work, a lot of those men patterning themselves without commingling with women in general. Remember, they were complaining about this during the pandemic. Men not walking up to them at work or letting them in on certain conversations. So that's the culture they're in now, though. Like, because they're looking for men that got it, and men who got it went through the DI, went through the process, went through the past 10 years of reorganization of corporate social decency. Yeah, they never broke that pattern. They just took the game online instead. Yeah. So they're not going to talk to women. So I read the comments, though, to see what the hood niggas, you know, everyone else ain't those men that they're targeting. All the other guys, see what they were saying. They're saying the same thing, though. The consensus was, what is there to talk about? Y'all are not that interesting. Wow. If the most interesting thing they can say every day on social media is that they look young for their age. And they don't need a man anyway. A lot of men reminded them of that. Say, y'all spent years telling men on the internet that you don't need the attention from men. Now you're not getting the attention you want from men. Which one is it? I'm not one of those girls. Then why are you still single?
You used to be one of those girls? Oh, I'm not one of those girls anymore. Because I'm 40. We know. We know you're not that girl no more. We know. We know. They forget to add that. I'm not like that anymore. They be forgetting how long people be following them on the internet too. There's new guys to come through your profile. All the guys saw your profile in human history. There's no new guys your age. There's no new guys coming onto the internet and following you. All of them are there. That's why they can't grow their profiles no more either. They've been online since they were 20. Now they're in their 40s. There's no new people coming to subscribe, shorty. Unless you got a product or something, that's temporary. That means those men came by your profile, window shopped, and kept moving already. That's crazy. Because we're talking about market. We're not talking about people. So ageism. God damn it, marker. See, this should start flying when I can see it visually. I can see the rest of the picture I'm not drawing, but fuck it. I gotta buy some new markers. But that's only important for a guy, right? Because this has nothing to do about me starting a family, having kids. I don't care either way. But I know what that means for the economy. That's why this part of the conversation is most important. Because that's the bottom line of it. The women. The women hold the purchasing power. The women hold the influence. Women are obviously bullying the politics of it, right? Epstein and all that stuff. That's women-ish. So the women that are in the power, whether locally, community-wise, Democrat-wise, whoever they are, those ladies, they're all miserable and single. Most of them. Yup. They're involuntarily celibate these days. Now they know a Pookie or Rary they can call, but it's not the same thing. That's like a man paying for a hooker. A woman does the same thing, but she does it with lowlives who can't afford her. Same story though. Because if it normally costs a $300 date to even entertain her, and then she got to go to the hood, that's a negative $300 price cost, right? Okay. Yep, same story. That does not turn into a relationship and happily ever after. And there's no meal required. So she is definitely doing a buy one, get one free or something. She's definitely created a voucher for herself to get out in the streets. And then she moves back to her neighborhood when she's done. Same thing that men do, right? But men have to pay for it, right? Yeah, women are paying for it too. By not being paid for it. Wake your ass up. So they're at that point. Yep. For a man to take care of him, he needs all these things. But for a man to be in her face and entertain her and deal with her ego, they're taking price cuts. I'm just looking for a friend to hang out with in Vegas. I want to cuddle so bad. They ain't talking about what you need. They just want somebody's attention. And the attention economy is the biggest one. Social media. So you know that social media blew up initially because of nerds, men, people who didn't have faces or avatars or BBLs. It was all text. We had fake images. Our avatar would not be ourselves. It would be cartoon characters, vegetables, basketball. And we created a whole information economy based on logic, I guess. A lot of manipulation and Ponzi schemes too. Don't miss it. But when women came out, they're able to sell culture or image or aesthetic economies for social media. Like faking it until you make it. This is how you fake it. This is how it looks. This is the quality. This is the hierarchy socially of what it is. They can't do that no more. They're doing all their content from their bedroom. Not a problem with that. It's just that you're no longer selling all the tertiary things that come with it. All she can sell you now is her duvet and her pillows. I'm talking about all women who do this. I'm talking about as one monolith. So they can't do the tummy tea thing. They can't do the lifestyle thing. Nope. Nobody want to go to Vegas, so they can't go to the hot city, go to the club, and post up and buy bottles with my sister. None of that. They have nothing to sell, culture, aesthetic, or lifestyle-wise. And that's why the luxury side of things is dying. It's because the consumer is, the women. Yeah, I don't think we planned on that. I don't think our sisters have adjusted the math for it. If the majority of the people are women, and then the majority of your population is compromised or dying or at risk with these new tariffs, who's the major group being affected by all things that are going wrong? By numbers. Women. Women got to come up with these new costs more than men, because there's more women than men, especially when we talk about old people, right? Women live longer than men. They love living long and looking young. And in their generation, they're by themselves. Correct. So now you got these women who could have afforded, and some of them still do. It's not all of them. All of them ain't fired, but enough of them to know they can hold on to their job, right? So it's gonna keep them in check for a little while, which is weird because it's gonna change their spending habits. So you're telling me the independent sisters that are 10 to 20 years older than me and up, who never got remarried or never got married ever, who are now lonely, not only because the social dynamics have changed since the pandemic, but also because they're becoming invisible. And you're telling me that these people who love wine, cats, and therapy are not on prescription pills? I know you ain't about to tell me that. Because you're about to see something really interesting in a minute. If the highest group of people who take SSRIs or mental health medication are your women, am I allowed to say this? If the biggest per capita user of prescription medications are indeed women, so indeed will be women in corporate who have good health insurance and all the right things and dotted all the I's. We ain't talking about the hood rats, because they're not the majority of women, never. We're not the majority of the population, period. So it can never be that demographic, by the way. Never could it have been. There's less than 10% total, period, at all times. Thus, so the majority of the population that are working, that are competent, that are my age and older, if they're the ones that could afford therapy, if they're the ones that could afford a monthly subscription to certain medications, if they're the ones who can afford the lifestyle, all of they shit just doubled. While they're single. Don't miss that. That's a new dynamic. They're single, can't find a good man, whatever that means to them. Fair. And then now their cost of living, with or without a job, up or down, no matter where they are financially, everything's going up for them. What does that signal to a consumer? Oh shit, I gotta figure something out. I cannot afford to keep this up by myself. Oh my God. I know that's right. I think that's what the white boys are trying to do. They're trying to get their women to act right, because most of them are white girls. Ain't gonna work though. Too late. But that's what it's gonna feel like. So you might see a lot of women become desperate. And then that's gonna, that social dynamic gonna be wicked, actually. If women become desperate for attention and male validation, peak loneliness, peak boredom, peak travel, all the leisure and luxury stuff is tied to women. Even if men are paying for it, they bring bitches, or they pay for bitches. They're not doing that as much. They're not allowed to do it in some places. They're cracking down on it. So women are taking losses at every new decision, actually. It trickles down to women if men are doing all the building and spending. So yeah. They're cutting the energy supply of women. And if they can't afford medications, no matter what age they are, then they're going to start acting up socially and mentally. That's what you gotta look out for with these Karens too, especially, but our sisters too. They became Karens somehow. If our sisters can't afford the good medication, then mentally and socially, we're going to notice a disturbance. Some of them had kids, though, right? You got to be even more vigilant about that. The single mothers out there or the divorcee mothers out there who made some hard decisions and probably had a hard life. I know, I understand the whole story. It doesn't matter, though, in the sense of where I'm going with it. Is if they were disturbed for any reason and needed therapy and a medication, that shit just got very expensive. Fuck the fentanyl and opiates, just for them to remain balanced and whole in their own worldview, right? There's other ways to do it, but they don't know. But I'm just saying, that doesn't matter. It's not a moral argument or right or wrong. It is what it is. It's always what it is. So it is what it is. So we're going to have way more women that are old or who are going to start to crack. You already have 55% of your nurses, mainly women, our sisters too, who don't want to do their job no more because of the fulfillment or the emptiness and the reputation going out that they're hoes. And trust me, they are. A lot of those nurses are hoes. I don't understand anything they talk about. I haven't met a nurse that wasn't one. Not saying that there isn't one, but I'm just saying that's weird for me to meet all the hoes that are nurses. So, but that lifestyle is what I'm speaking to. Now, whether or not they should be a hoe or not, is that they're tired of that lifestyle too, because they're getting older. So they have this, because they were home, swapping spirits, they have even more mental anxiety, energy, balancing issues. And now they can't afford the medicine, and they're uninspired to work. And the nurses especially, per capita, vaccinated requirement. Damn. That's why they knew 50% will be single and childless. They know what the parameters of working women are. They know where they are. Yeah. We don't have the data, but they do. Yeah, so yeah. I don't like it. I don't like what that means based on everything we've seen so far. They're telling me it can get worse with the competence of our sisters and other people's sisters, everyone's sisters. It's just, you're gonna see women start to crack, man. And it's gonna be drugs. Where do you get drugs from again? All right, they're gonna go to the hood again, ain't they? At least for the drugs, And then they'll end up getting pregnant by Pookie and Ray Ray again. It's gonna do the same thing. It's gonna create more poverty for them. Damn. Just like that. If you don't have your job, or if you're not happy at your job, you're gonna leave it and you're gonna lose benefits. Even if you have benefits somehow, it ain't as many. It's gonna get too expensive, period, when the value of everything's changing. And then you're gonna need a replacement. And of course you go to the streets. I know it. I fucking know it. And then you gotta be careful with those sisters that go to the streets and end up taking fentanyl. Nah, then they'll be doing the stinky leg. Oh no. They ain't gonna last too much longer after that anyway. Stay woke out here, so. Yeah. It'd be a great time to say protect your sisters though. Like if you have an actual sister or actual person that you're obligated to protect and take care of. I would check in with them guys. I'm not being funny. I'm dead ass serious. Check in with your sisters, like your actual sisters. Especially those who went to college and were high performing compared to us in that sense, like they're in the game. Check in on them. See what they're talking about. See if you can gauge their mental health level. See if they have if life is lifing or worse in their vocabulary. They're very expressive. And listen carefully. Because if they are clearly unhappy on social media, then the drugs ain't drugging. The party ain't partying, we know that. And the men ain't tricking as much per capita. There's too many women for all the men to trick on all the women. It's 50 versus 3. So even the best of us Tartarians can't handle that many women at once. So that's not what's happening. They're being neglected, they feel alone. All those negative vibes and emotions causes them to consume more. So they're running out of money faster too, aren't they, guys? They're maxing out credit cards faster too, right? Because they're trying to find a replacement for that dopamine hit. So they're just ordering senseless things on the internet, and then it catches up to them, right? I know. We know. We've seen this workflow before. But now as they're racking up that, novelty's running out because there is nothing they can buy to fix this problem, right? All right. So then that quickly turns into neuroticism and like a manic type of paradigm for them because there's nothing they can do about it. And that's the saddest thing about the story. It's not a judgment of character or morality or good or bad. It was the game and they played it. Cool. We did too. Winners and losers. If it's a game instead of life. So it's the game of life, but not life. So the game of life is what people are losing. So yeah, check on our sisters, your sisters, and people who really was thugging it in the American dream spectrum of things. Because I have a hunch that we will ignore them because they're competent in the corporate America or in the collegiate academic side of things and forget that they're people who need the same dopamine anyway. Like, no one's allergic to their biology. It don't matter how smart or how you know. Your biology is going to override everything. So they're facing more than anyone else to feel the pressure of their medications, of their favorite international products. Entertainment for sure is cooked, right? And then not getting the attention they want. And then all fighting for the same 3 guys on Tinder. If they're still dating, you know, actively pursuing, they're not going to find them. They'll see the guys, but those guys aren't going to choose them. So, because of the options, it's just a math problem, not a personal problem. It's like the chances that a guy is going to swipe past 10 women before arranging a date with one of them so you can fuck by Friday is very low to get to Miss 49. It was unrequired. The first 10 women. It's first come, first serve when there's only 3 guys versus 50 women. So men aren't like, we're not serial shoppers. We're not gonna go to Target, Walmart, and the other ones looking for the best price. I know your gay friend will. We don't. So that's important because then it affects messaging. You're already seeing their frustration when they're typing about everything. But then you gotta think about their kids. Oh my God. The ones that got kids already, right? The ones like, I don't need no man, I already got my kid. No. I'm just looking for my soulmate and my partner. Blah, blah, blah. I know that's right. We've heard this story. Them. Because then what end up happening is if they have to get off this medication or whatever this fix is for their dopamine thing, for their little out of order anxiety. Remember, it's not just that. It's also anxiety that they treat, depression, hormone issues, birth control. Like, you gotta go down the whole list of the biological factory called a woman. Any of those conditions will require healthcare, a good job, good insurance, and so on, right? For the quality of it to match their lifestyle. Nope. Double. Just like that. I don't know how much Vyvanse costs, but I don't know if it's like, remember, you got ADD girls too. I don't know how much Vyvanse costs, but I don't know if they make it in America. I don't know. If it's 100% tax on the ADD, HD girls, oh my God, those are the ones that went to college. If it's 100% thing on whatever the neurodivergent takes, if it's 100% tariff on the SAD girl, if it's 100% tariff on the hormones just out of order thyroid girl, if it's 100%, come on now, go down the list. And then you do the percent of how many of them were vaccinated. Yeah, this is kind of important. King Kong, what's up, man? Kicked out the men who became the Breakaway Society, United States Service Corporation. Book photo of our men and women being enticed by European hybrids with a rifle, liquor Bible, face, mirror, vanity, clothes, and etc. Oh, that's the thing you saw? Mr. Now says, can counter them on a chicken paw and still have things left. Count them on a chicken paw and still have things left. It's crazy. 3. No more Cheesecake Factory. Damn it. Shout out to Anita Benoff. Interesting last name. Play Celine Dion all by myself. Dylan says, how did they get like that? And they got to move back to the U.S. That's hilarious. Oh, the passport sisters. The passport sisters living their best life abroad, doing all the content on TikTok. Yeah, they got to come back too. They do, don't they? Damn.
So that means even in their consensus group where they have like their foreign homegirls and girlies from their brunches and stuff that worked in corporate with them, if they're going home or leaving, they don't have that social ladder to depend on. They don't even have that. Yeah, a lot of the women were secure in the corporate America because that's where their friend group or their hanging out group also was replaced. They replaced their friends and family with the mainstream. Yeah. And if they got fired, they're not in that no more, of course, keeping up with the Joneses, so it doesn't feel right. I get it. Damn, boy. Hey, yo. There's something wrong with the United States for real, bro. Because there ain't no way these motherfuckers didn't think about none of this. Them not caring isn't enough. It's worse than caring. They never cared. They can't give a fuck about the roll. They don't give a fuck because they can't give a fuck about the fall off and the roll off and all the things that are gonna happen. Socially, you do not want a bunch of mentally overstimulated people who are in a constant fear vibration because of the cumulative effect of the consensus, focusing on these things and all the bad hot takes that come along with it. All the protests, all the marches, all the rumors of deportation and everything in between it. Some of it's real. Doesn't matter. It creates a wave of thought, a concern, energy, fear. And then you tell them they can't afford the pills. And it's not even just affording these pills. Don't forget, a lot of these countries are just refusing to send things. It's not just like, oh, this tariff will cost X amount of money. Remember the shipping thing, the minimum for shipping. Some countries just like, we just won't sell those to the United States. So then you gotta order it from a neighboring or allying country. I mean, it takes longer to get to you and you gotta pay for that extra shipping. And some people can afford to do that, but it's an inconvenience to stay the same, that is. So it costs more to stay the same is what I'm saying. And that's a net loss to a person doing algebra. So they're gonna lose something no matter what. Those who can afford it. It just take longer to get. But those who can't afford it, or those who can already barely to afford it, are not going to afford it. Thus, you haven't dealt with the tidal wave of withdrawal yet. He just marked the calendar for withdrawal tirade. I hope y'all know that. Be careful out here. All those medicines ain't just cancer. It's everything in between. It's the mental health stuff too. So if you notice, like if you thought people were acting weird already with just the downturn of the economy, the PTSD of the pandemic, and the uncertainty and the grieving process of lost members of their society, then you got to deal. The people who didn't notice these things, I can almost bet you this, guys. The people who seemed like nothing was serious up until this year, a large reason why they didn't react or chime in or express anything more than whatever is because they were on drugs, right? And I'm talking about the prescription kind. So, not that they're on the prescription right now. No, they've been on the prescription the whole time. So, if it's an opiate or if it's an upper, their day-to-day life of their personal problems and anxieties is one thing. But once they're up, they're not trying to think about the problems of the rest of society, right? They're the ones that I find myself going back and forth with on the timeline when I type a thing and they counter it, and I'm like, I know how to play chess, bitch. Answer this. And they get mad and they want to block me. I just had to happen. Because I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Those types, they don't have the other language model because in their life, quite literally, they feel fine. And the thing, that's the thing. These drugs are useful. Like, if they can get you up there, you only see up there. You don't reach down in the bottom and pull yourself back down because you're taking this drug not to be pulled down. So a lot of these topics, a lot of these ideas, to them sound like a lower vibration. The problem is it doesn't matter what it sounds like. Your economy is lowerly vibrating, so it is a low vibration. It doesn't mean you gotta take it low though. You have to see it for what the fuck it is if you want to fix it or survive it. Pretending it's not this doesn't help you find an appropriate solution based on the fucking pattern of the people who usually solve shit. They're not solving it. Thus, you have to keep it real-ish. And they can't do that. They haven't done it for however long they've been in that rat race, or however long they've been supplementing, or however long they've been checked out generally. And then they have to sober up and see things for how they are for the first time in a very long fucking time, boy. I'm having a feeling that already happened when the girl started getting fired.
you start seeing the tone of everything change. Yeah, we can't afford that lifestyle and the supplements that come with it. So it's more intense. So you're gonna see people like freaking out for the first time, like, oh my God, what's going on with everything? Like, where have you been? Over here on my channel, we've been calling this shit out the whole fucking decade, but especially this year. So that's very normal, guys. But it's gonna give you a clue about something, especially if you work with these people or you just pass them in passing. You're like, this woman is just now. Guys too, but y'all the majority. Stop playing with us. So the women who start to like notice things and freak out or seem mentally, emotionally volatile due to certain stimulus going forward, it's because of that. It's because of the opiate withdrawals or whatever other ingredients they put in some of the other versions of something that brings them up. They can't afford uppers, bro. Oh my God. Just know that. Just know that. Just get ready for all the mental health podcasts and all the mental health threads and tweets. Just get ready for it. Because they're trying to normalize it. You know, it's not a bad thing. It's to me, it's clever. But they'll start the conversation like, we should blah, 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 because they're affected. But they don't say that. That's why it's clever. It's like, no, it's not a mental health crisis. You may be experiencing a mental health crisis, or you may be at risk of having one because of these news. Yes. But it's not because we're not talking about it. It's not because society should be, no. It's because they can't afford it. Some of them, the wise ones, will find alternative babcoa, ashwagandha, and certain types of coffees, and I don't know, marijuana. But some of them will find, temporary relief. Others, because they're of that A personality, through college, lifestyle, fucking on the white boys, those types, nah, they out of here. They out of here, boy. That's crazy. Influence-wise, energy-wise. And most of those people end up strung out. We have the data. Portland, California, Philadelphia, New York, Las Vegas. These used to be high-functioning individuals, by the way. We already know what it looks like when it's over. It looks like homelessness camps. But now they have new challengers. Now they have new people who may potentially join them if they don't land this backflip. If they don't rehab, if they don't find alternative, if they don't have the support they need from their brothers, they might end up on these streets, bro. And it may seem weird to you. It may seem like that's a bad decision. No. It's the only way they'll get relief in this particular economy, actually. Because those little weird places downtown will be the only place they can find these drugs. And then, of course, power of influence. They're going to suggest something else. Or they can't afford it. And they got to be a hoe for a little while. And then they run the risk of getting diseases and hurt and all kind of physical shit, too. Come on now. You see where the game is going now. That's how the game got there for the people that are there. So now you just multiplied that. Jesus Christ, boy. They are wild, boy. Hey, bro, Alberto. Hello from Puerto Rico. Squad. Jonathan L. says, disorder and disease, if they care and if they start to talk about these things, then they have to admit that they did wrong. Shit. Yo, there's scarier things than wrong in this motherfucker, boy. I can't wait for our sisters to get past that fucking hook and narcissism. There's worse things than being wrong, sis. There's worse things than being wrong about bullshit in a made-up system, in colonialization, in slavery, in occupation, in foreign corporations and foreign banks. It's worse things to be wrong about. It's okay to be wrong about all of it, by the way, because it's all wrong anyway. Oh, they better not. They better not hide behind their pride and ego and crack Medusa mirror. They better not fucking go out like a fucking coward. They better not go out like fucking cowards. They better fucking not. No man give a fuck if you're wrong or not. We know we right anyway. The fuck? They don't understand our dynamics. They're terrified of that shit. We know you're wrong already. You being wrong doesn't change. We know you wrong already. What are you hiding from? Accountability? Why is that a problem? For grown-ass people. Incompetence. I think that's everyone's thing. No one wants to be seen as incompetent. But they defend that shit to the death rather than just being competent. I don't know how it works, man. There's some magic going on in there. If I'm afraid of incompetent, what I do? I double down and get more information and consume more and talk to more people about the things I'm incompetent about. I don't go, well, anyway, have you guys seen? No, you just said it. You popped a whole bunch of Tylenol to prove a point to some TikTok followers, and your ass is in the hospital today. Did we not mention that the ingredients for the drugs are changing? It ain't the same damn Tylenol from the 90s anyway, bitch. Wake your ass up. Oh my God. Dude, autism was discovered and Tylenol came out in the 50s. The Tylenol from the 50s ain't the Tylenol you got in your Dollar Tree. Are they stupid? Are they dumb? They don't know what marketing is. You never had, these motherfuckers don't remember how Fruitopias and them used to taste. That shit's still called Fruitopia, bitch. But if you look behind the back, you'll be like, why does shit taste like this? Oh, high fructose corn syrup is bad for you. High fructose corn syrup in the 90s was delicious, motherfucker. I miss how Capri Sun used to taste. Now that shit got aspartame. Now that shit got sucralose. That shit tastes like ass, boy. That shit tastes like poison. But it's the same fucking drink, ain't it? It's not if they change the ingredient. Same sort of Tylenol. Tylenol must have changed some shit, and it fucking skyrocketed post-millennial ass children with autism, bitch. Like, what are they arguing about? What Jonathan just said, they're afraid of being wrong. What are they being wrong about? That they were lied to by a marketing foreign corporation called pharmaceuticals? The fuck is there to be right about? What? And they flunked out ass mine. What in that Ponzi scheme? What in that Ponzi scheme of capitalism did they think was going to be right? I didn't feel like the marketing that targets the female brain better than boys was highly effective on me. That's what I'm telling you, though. That's exactly what the fuck I'm telling you. Brother. What my brother say, if they care, they start talking about these things.
You want me to get that?
If you can, thank you. I appreciate you, bro. We need some WD-22 and 44. We need WD-40 and 22, buddy. We need a little bit of everything.
Watching around here, we can say 22.
Oh, what's out here?
You know.
Oh, shit.
You know, we rank pretty high when it comes to crime.
Are we?
Yeah, shit. 22, you know, you seen the 22 pistol.
I have seen them, yeah.
I'll be able to tell you, they'll jump real quick.
The brother Jonathan said, if they care and start talking about these, they had to admit they're wrong. 3, that same drug loop happened to an old friend who deployed to Afghanistan and came back. They gave him some oxys. That's a popular one. He got hooked on them, and then they dropped his VA medical coverage. Then he had to resort to heroin. Yes, I'm amongst that element. Yes, cheaper, very cheaper. Jonathan L. says you're right. Same loop will happen to those who are on the so-called mental health drugs. They're going to have to make some rough choices soon. Yeah, sugar-free drinks are worse than the sugar drinks, but no, I'm scared of sugar. Yeah.
Did you get some of them juices?
The little powder joints?
Yeah.
I haven't touched them. They still in there?
No, you want some?
I'll get some in a minute, yeah.
Yeah, I'll bring. You want some now, or you want me to?
You can bring them to me.
Okay, yeah.
I appreciate you.
How many of them you want? 4, 5? I got about 3 boxes.
I don't need that many, probably like 3 or 4.
Okay.
4 would be cool, thank you.
Okay then.
Speaking of sugar drinks. Such a weird, it's crazy because I'm in the middle of it. That's why I be talking about this shit, because I see it every day. So,
Yeah, we feel like the United States is having a money problem or economy problem, but at the root of all those systems created by the imaginations of man, all it's telling us is that we have a people problem. The money is tertiary to people. And I hope that y'all guys just peep game and be aware of it. It helps you. Being aware of some of this weird shit is, believe it or not, it's not a waste of time. It's not a conspiracy. It's observations of mankind. It's happening again. And then knowing where you are in that dilemma or battle, not just with yourself and your household, but with the people outside of you too, will help you navigate some very unfortunate dramas if you're not careful. If you're thinking that if you still think this is that and people are just talking and it's just not that bad, you're gonna miss the most important part about it. It ain't about if you paid your rent or not. That's a blessing. It's about the people, it's about everyone else who is somewhere else with it. And they're not communicative. These social butterflies have a limited language model for surface level bullshit. They're not here listening to things like this in any other dimension either. It's probably hasn't been that deep for them since they cheated in college. You know what I'm saying? So like, and I'm not judging that. I would have too. I'm just saying they're not locked in to root issues and solving problems and logistics and considering things and hypotheticals that are based on pattern recognition. That's not their bag, bro. That's not their bag as a species either. So I'm just telling everyone who's listening, black, white, girl, boy, whoever you are, this shit is absolutely happening to us. And it's free falling in terms of scale and magnitude, because every decision they make going forward, you got to remember where the ceiling is and where the ground is at the same time. You play Tomb Raider, you play Resident Evil, those little weird puzzle levels and shit, trying to trap you in and shit. Yeah, same story. But think of this trap as something mental for them. People who don't have an alternative or an out. That's why you see so many people reaching for religion right now. Just in the surface level debate about it and considerations. It's because playtime in their paradigm, the playtime of their paradigm is clearly over. Like, you know, class is out. What was I doing before this happened? I was, yeah, man, it's terrible that Christianity, slavery, and Jesus happened, but I'm looking for something similar. Yeah, I know. What impeccable timing. Impeccable fucking timing. Niggas talking about raptures and predicting the end of the world. No, it's not. What end of what world? End of a fiat currency is the end of their world? That's crazy. I wish they knew how to do with law of correlation. So you being in the know of things or paying attention to things a little bit more seriously or weighing things heavier than other people is always going to make you stand out. Because they're not thinking about that. They probably, honestly, and I'm not saying because they're stupid as a human, like, there's different areas to be erudite in. I know. They might be great at a lot of things, and that's the crazy part about it. This does not care about that. This cares about the consensus of the social paradigm that allowed them to do certain things, and those things that they were allowed to do are no longer serving them. Thus, they can't admit that these things aren't serving them, and that they leaned the wrong way or put the ladder against the wrong roof, so they don't have to come back to normalization land without a roof to climb. That's what makes it difficult. It's not a competent issue in terms of intelligence anymore. That never was a problem. It's a belief problem. They believed in the wrong thing, in the wrong ladder, in the wrong branches of how things manifest. They don't have the root. They don't know where it started. They don't care. It's a long time ago. So many excuses. Black people make excuses. Black men just work hard. Like, we've built a whole world based on these tropes. And even the most innocent person who witnessed it, read it, heard it, saw it in passing, they adopted it, and that told them and informed them to not take it seriously. So it's a weight problem. It's Libra. It's justice of energy, justice of the karma and dharma of all of it, not just bad things. What is bad? That's based on polarity of the individual. Some bad things are good in other cultures, depending on where you come from, right? Christian or not, right? So that's not what this is. This is not a judgment of bad and good behavior per se. It is a judgment on the value of cumulative behavior. However, how valuable is it for our society to have behaved this way, or to have let this type of paradigm exacerbate our social dilemmas, our financial dilemmas, our health dilemmas? Like, is about understanding that that had an effect, whether you believed it or paid attention, or if it was a conspiracy or not. You're here now. So I personally, I just pray accordingly. I pray with the awareness of that. Like, hey, I'm a little bit more reasonable with what I'm seeing and experiencing in other people. It's changed my sympathy gate as well. Like, oh, I need to lower my expectations of people understanding what's going on too. Like, before, I knew a lot of things and I was out the loop, or an outsider, or black sheep to most conversations if I didn't surface level shit. But now I'm way out the loop. Because now I can have conversations that people can't respond to. Because it finally happened. The turn. We turned the corner of everything I've been talking about. So now I'm like, oh, I knew what I was talking about. Oh, that's where this is going. So now I can talk straight to the point. And most people, they're just catching up, right? So all that annoying shit on TikTok and all that annoying shit about people just starting to notice shit, that's ground level though. That's why it's annoying. It's because they're just getting started. They're just building a new pyramid of understanding their new reality. I see the white boys that do that, the liberals. They get on there on the fucking TikTok and the Instagram shorts and be like, hey guys, something, something, something. And fucking Trump in Pennsylvania. And they're cool people. They're cool people, but they're just on the first two stairs of that ladder, and they have thousands of followers who are like, yeah, man, I noticed the thing. Man, it's so crazy, man. We got to vote. Like, they still in that box. But they have a captain, though, that's showing them, like, yeah, man, that's why I didn't want to vote for Trump, you know. And then they'll talk about policy, and they'll talk about the effects of things. They still got their ladder against the wrong door, though. It's not Trump. It is. I mean, you can blame him, but you could put anyone else there. You still have the same problem. So your family, right? A lot of us already went through that with the COVID. Some of us had to get shot. Some of us didn't. Some of us tried to tell our family about it. And then we started losing people. That happened, period. No matter what caused it. Those people are gone, right? From the story, from our lifestyle, from everything. And a lot of people haven't had enough time to process that, I don't think, grief-wise. I know I haven't. But that's because I'm trying to stay solid. I literally cannot afford to think about it in any of those dimensions that you afforded if this was a different paradigm. Now I gotta keep going. That sucks. It really feels like you're in a war. Right? That's what a soldier has to do, right? Like if a soldier lost his man's pots and pans or his backup gunner or a pilot or something, you can't afford to take 2 weeks out the battlefield to have the funeral and think about things and see his daughter and bring his flag back to his wife. He's still in the middle of a fucking war. So what do you got to do? You got to stay alive so that you can get to the other side. And then you do all those things, right? When you get back home. We're not home yet. That's why it feels like this. Because we know it just began. It may have been 6 years in progress, but the cumulative tidal wave, the tsunami that it caused socially, and then side effects financially, that's just catching up to us. They'll tell you, oh, the economy was great last year. Yeah, without the value, the charts were great, the value wasn't. Just the other day, oh shit, the market's flashing green everywhere. It must be doing great. Yeah, the federal cut BIPs really helped us. Like, it went up 3%, dude. 3% of the new low, not 3% of the highest high. They don't understand. You know what I'm saying? It turning green is ass. It is. It's green compared to yesterday's red, nigga. It's cumulative. It's at an all-time low, period. It has to go up above 100% for it to be positive. It's just 3% up, 10% up, 20% up. Up from where? The bottom. That's not positive.
It's positive to the bottom, but the bottom is lower than it was before the pandemic. So we never got back home. We never got back to normal. We never got back to that paradigm. Yeah. And people are just now catching up to that realization. Like, damn, when did this happen? When Trump got reelected? No, nigga. It happened all through Biden. I did the show all through Biden. No, it was Biden who's doing it too. No, that's how we got in Ukraine, bro. No, that's how Ukraine is backed up by Israel. Democrats, Ukraine, Republicans, Israel. They both on the same team, boy. That is not what it is. It's the same people. Banking. It's a banking problem. So they don't know that. They're not going to learn it fast enough. They ain't watching enough Jordan Maxwell videos. They don't know enough maritime law. They don't know enough ecclesiastical principles. They don't know what the Civil War was about on a banking level. They didn't read Behold a Pale Horse. They didn't watch a YouTube video about it. They didn't say the Illuminati video, the little stick figures talking about Thoth and the Atlanteans. They have years of background references that they simply don't have in their brain, guys. So keep that in mind. They saw Billy Carson in passing, but they didn't watch all the Brother Panics. You understand? They're really looking at Brother Polite and Sonnetter to learn something about ancient civilization. They did not hear Cliff High before he lost his mind chasing lesbian girls. They did not do the altar reports and read them. No, they're none of those people. That's the majority of the population. 85%. They watch streaming services. They bought cool items. They enhanced their beauty and their vanity. They try to create vibes and aesthetics within social paradigms. They went places to feel and look important, and there's nothing wrong with that. It's a feeling. They created their reality over the last 10 to 20 years off of feeling good by looking good and doing good things, right? Consensus was nothing wrong with that. Until you saw all the social side effects issues of them losing their damn mind in that. Remember, they know they lost their damn mind thinking that was real. It felt good though, I'm sure. That's the point. Consumerism feels good. It's dopamine. So testosterone's at an all-time low. Estrogen's at an all-time low. How we know? They can't give birth. It's estrogen in eggs. So you have a hormonal imbalance anyway compared to yesterday. Don't miss it. They told you they can't give birth to children because something happened. Not all of them, but listen, the ones who were affected, something wrong with the eggs. There's something wrong with the sperm. There's something wrong with the babies. It's attacking a hormonal center, right? The brain, hypothalamus, all that shit, the fucking pineal, all that. Yeah. And they're telling you that currently exists. Don't that require medication? So if you have something that causes a hormonal imbalance at the very least, and it's taking effect on the body and reproduction, that's a serious fucking system, right? That's your prime directive, by the way. You get old to reproduce. Nothing else. Everything else is optional. You grow, you mature, you reproduce. That is the code of your biology. Not what you think, not your religion, not your belief, not boys, not girls, not gay, none of that. No. In the importance of your biology, your body designs itself and it survives itself in order to pass survivor genes forward. That's what the math is doing. How we curated it and slowed it down and time stretched it is up to each society. I get it. They don't know that though. They have a deficit in hormones too. Energy. Supplements, medicines, lifestyle choices, all kinds of things are required to fix it. No one's talking about fixing it yet, so you understand you're dealing with people who are out of gas too. They're out of the ingredients to make happy chemicals. Don't miss it. Oh my God. So if you're out here trying to save people or help people or date people, and you just can't get them across that threshold, you got to consider like, oh, this is chemical. Chemical warfare, biological warfare, absolutely. The real kind, not the crazy shit that they dropped in Resident Evil. No,
This is Resident Evil. Quite literally.
They got one all mopped up there.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Resident Evil already. It's already Resident Evil, boy. We've been in Raccoon City. They invite you, they jab you. That's cool. Yeah, that's what it is. What? He's saying something. He'll come upstairs. That's right. Yeah, man. There's no more mystery to whatever the fuck the problem is. And there's probably 100 more things that it could be. But I think those are pretty fucking important. Soldier on. Lovers of pleasure chasing a high. Baruch says at this point, surface level conversations is a no thank you. I'd rather not talk at all, low key. Most people are not though. You're right. That's the default for a lot of people. They're gonna have to make some rough choices. Sugar drinks. Soldier on 3. Lovers of pleasure chasing a high. Same story, part 5. The birds are still listening, I guess. It ain't all hope ain't lost. Other things are working while other things are dying. I wonder if there was a blockage. I don't know yet. People outside playing West Coast music from the 90s. There's still cars driving, gas is gassing, computers puting. People are just venting their projected fears and frustrations and things all over the place though. That I noticed the tone of that increase. But in terms of who's burning something down? This fucking idiot's probably smoking inside. Anyway, so you gotta be careful with people. They don't listen to when they're old and rude and zooted up on whatever they're doing. You don't know. It's like dealing with kids. Anyway, so that's weird. How many people deal with older people and they got treated like kids now? How many people notice you gotta talk to the older people like they're younger than you? Like, their reasoning is off. Their behavior, their attitudes is like, when did you start getting younger? You gotta deal with that too. Official Dino, what is that? John Baby says story. Yeah. Far and wide. Far and wide too. Not even just in your local area. When you outside, you see some of these older people like, that's childish behavior. I know you wasn't raised like that. Not back then you wasn't. Not 70 years and 60 and 50 years ago you was raised like that. Why are you acting like that now? Yeah. A lot of it's for attention. They make that decision based on lack of attention, becoming invisible. It's a maladaptation to their social dynamic, usually, if they were competent prior. They're hanging up the mask. Lack of references. So yeah, like for the girls our age, showing their ass on Threads and Instagram. I'm young, I'm beautiful, I'm 42. Why is the highlight of this picture your ass though? They're selling sex. No, I look good. No, you're showing your ass off. Ain't got nothing to do with your birthday. What does your ass and your bodysuit got to do with your birthday? Nothing. What are you grateful for? What have you learned in 40-something years? How are your children doing?
Where's the picture of all the other people? How come you always in that picture by yourself? Who's holding the camera? Where's the picture with that person? Nah, you selling ass. Or at least it looks like it. They kind of imagine that things look like the way they look and people react to how they look and not how they feel about how it looks. It looks like y'all are selling ass more than you are vouchers. So you gotta deal with that. That's crazy, bro. We are, I have not seen this Twilight Zone episode. Anyway, before I get out of here, what else is going on in the world? What else y'all been thinking about? What's been going on? I know the brother earlier was talking about he's noticed people moving and breaking leases, foreigners. They gotta get the fuck up out of here before they lose all their money. Harut way in Denmark, and it's like he can't even talk to some of these people. So it's not just local. I know Jonathan has been seeing certain things, but he's on a different time zone. Mr. Now in Italy. Noel is closer to the border. Yeah. System-wide, man. But yeah, just stay prayed up. Keep manifesting the highest timeline anyway. Ain't got nothing to do with you. Once you realize where you are in it. That's the beautiful thing about polarity. You can see which way not to go. And where not to give into it or not. It ain't nothing about it. It's nothing to give up. You can't control it anyway. You gotta let go of trying to control it either way. But it's about restructuring your expectations and your paradigm in your mind of your what you're trying to get out of whatever is, right? Because everyone don't lose. It's just the fact that it downsizes at scale so fast that most people be caught off guard and caught in the flux of not knowing how to prepare to balance or bounce back to similar or higher, which is kind of what the financial intention is. But it ain't got nothing to do with you, though. Like, if anyone can get hired, you can get hired. If anyone can still get $1 million, you can get $1 million. That's why, ultimately, you have to position your mind in such a way against the odds of everything and understand that, yo, it is what the fuck it is, but I'm still going that way. I'm going to figure out, I'm going to visualize, I'm going to imagine, I'm going to pray. I'm going to do all my eggs in the basket that way. That doesn't require everybody. That don't require Democrats, don't require Republicans, don't require all the women. It just requires a little bit of something in the direction that you're going. So if every individual heard this, it'll fix itself overnight. But since it's such a small fraction of people thinking, talking, considering this, and then even a smaller fraction of those who know how to prepare for it mentally in terms of this, you don't have any competition. Same thing for the jobs. Whenever this thing hits the rock bottom and it bounces back up, whether it's with a new bank or a new dollar or however they do it, because you're not defeated, because you're not creating the excuses of not being disillusioned for the past decade, then you'll be the first one, if you're still competent and mentally well, to be able to get into those positions, to be able to step into that influence, to be able to make those decisions, because there's not going to be a lot of competition, guys. A lot of people are going to be burnt out. They are. That's the thing, too. Everyone's talking about the massive burnout from working all the time. Yeah. Yeah, I imagine a lot of people are burned out because it doesn't work. Working and hustling and debt didn't work for them. So there's a certain amount of time of growth and healing they have to do before they're up front in the line again. Whereas some of us, we're kind of like, just waiting for the time, I guess. Remember, it's just a time. This too shall pass. So don't allow yourself to float too low. Don't allow yourself to give up hope about the whole thing. Not likely. There's still a lot of vested interest in the people in the land here. It's just not as many as it was. It's crippling for the federal government and the Federal Reserve to lose 350 million people to whatever number it's going to be. But that's for banking. It has nothing to do with growth and your life and everything else. We're just raising the waters. We're not required to do more. Instead, you're going to end up changing your mind to expect more for yourself, to meet the call. Instead of praying for a little, you're going to pray for a lot. There's no difference in quality. Instead of praying for the easy job or whatever the fuck, you're going to pray for the position and the ideal and the outcome and the society, whatever you want to be part of. You're going to have to look at it differently, but you can look at it more accurately because you know what it is. Other people don't know what it is, so they're not going to be able to predict, plan, prepare, or pray in that direction. You can. You can see where the ball is not going. So then you start focusing on the other direction. That's it. I ain't going nowhere, right? Like, where they gonna deport me to? That shit. King James English. I want to see that story. So that ain't it. I ain't, money could be better every year I've lived, but something's gonna have to happen in new industries, if you will, or new services, especially services then industries. New services will have to open up because these people are not going to be able to cope too. Now we will sound like capitalists. To a large degree, yes. You don't understand how valuable competency ultimately is, no matter what system you're in. So in all you're doing and understanding this stuff, just stay competent and confident in the fact that no matter what it is, you and or God and everything in between us will figure out a way for you at least. And the people you're under in your influence of prayer or protection or all the things. You might not be able to talk to your circle. They might not understand if you could talk to them, but they don't stop the show from moving here. You can just see it getting better for them. Neville Goddard teaches this. You can do it for other people too. That's the most beautiful thing about this story. It's just the problem is that there's so many people to consider to pull the whole thing average now. Well, if there's ever been a timeline to be above average, it's now. You gotta aim for above average in your internal conversations. You gotta aim for above average in terms of your determinations and outcomes in the foreseeable future at least. You should have been aiming for above average anyway, right? But we were limited by the paradigm of our society and scarcity and all the things we heard and the requirements and the politics, blah, 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 blah. Yep, true. Not anymore though. That's the losing side of the equation now. All those limits, all those types of people and all those types of paradigms is what's losing. The people are still going to remain. The people are just being reshuffled. And those who are careful and don't give into vices and don't give into grief or the drama of emotionality, there'll still be people when it's done. And then there'll still be people who can pick new roles in whatever society is resulted. So keep that in mind. Our ancestors went through this, obviously. 20s, 30s, 60s, 90s. Like, they went through it too. And we still got here. So don't beat yourself up as much as it opens your eyes up to, at least you know the old world is dead for real. The new world ain't been written yet. You're the writer. The Danes are chronically surface level. Jayon says, people been giving up around me and wanting me to pick up the slack. Jayon, tell me a little bit more about that. Can you give me a hypothetical of what that sounds like or looks like? What do you mean by people giving up on you? And what do you mean by slack? Like, what did they give up and what slack do you have to pick up? Like, for an example. Mr. Now says, haven't seen any more protesting in Milan on my news. Haru says, as long as people here, they still got money, understand. That Mexican food knocked me out. Jayon Baby says, women around me are losing it, whether they got the jab or not. Yeah, the attention deficit and the affordability of lifestyle. Yeah. It's not all the jab, but the jab is going to exacerbate any health issues and side effects of any other medication, is what I get at. Harut says, I don't want to think about something that has the ability to destroy the whole digital network. All right, NBC. Pacific Northwest is definitely similar to where you are then. NPCs are the same everywhere. Cool. So we ain't got to worry about NPCs then. We've created a word model to understand people who are just checked out of anything that's serious anyway. We'll call them NPCs for now. It could be more serious, but then, we ain't got to depend on the NPCs or the NBC to figure it out. That's a relief. That's a revelation, by the way. You're revealed. Like, oh shit, it's like a black bird on Call of Duty. It reveals where all your enemies are and where they're looking. Yeah. It revealed all the NPCs too. Like, okay. I ain't got to worry about that guy. It does not have a gun. Same story. Part 5 for fun. Yeah. The scary part is that you're not an NPC. Why? So the non-NPCs need to stand up. Jan says people are getting burnt out and not wanting to work. They be wanting me to take care of them. You talking about these ladies out here? You talking about the ladies? You're being very vague, sir. You talking about you on the stroll? You on the dating network? I knew it. Listen. I know. What's the narrative though? Like, how does that come across to you? What are they saying? Like, give me a conversational concept of what they would say to you that lets you know they're both burnt out and that they want you to pick up the slack. Like, explain what does that sound like that I could channel the rest. Just by the word model. By the words we choose not to use. Yep. And then certain mothers and fathers putting unnecessary pressure on their kids the same way. Then they exacerbate it like, well, we'll survive if you don't do it. We can downsize. No, we can't. It makes more sense if we downsize. But my lifestyle and my competition with the people that don't matter. So I gotta do more. Yes, exactly. Then I'll be unhappy that you're never home. Okay, go ahead and just cheat. Just go ahead and leave already. Just don't talk to me. We know how these movies play out. It's the same brains in the same society. Like, they act like they got like hidden choices. They act like there's a hidden workflow that don't exist that we haven't heard of yet with all this goddamn internet. Jan says, I can't give more right now. People be watching. Yo, people be watching me, boy. Don't you be capping. Yo, people ain't watching me. There's 28 people in this whole damn chat. He said, I can't give more right now. People be watching. No, they don't. They don't even know I have this channel yet, Jayon. You act like this is MG the Future 50,000 subscribers. This is MG the Future 800 subscribers. Stop playing. Mr. Now says, trying out pretty the ugliest bastards on the moon inside. We were missing a word. Maybe he's watching on the TV. Why the fuck are people watching me on TV? Anyway, so that's what I haven't even thought about that. I heard it, but I don't internalize that. Like, people be having me on their TV. Wow. That's a lot of people in the house. So, yeah, same story. If that's the case, if people are watching me in bigger rooms of more people than the typer, how you guys doing? But yeah, I can tell by what you're not saying, what you are saying too sometimes. Yeah, it's cooked. If Jayon's saying it's cooked, it's cooked. I just take it as cooked. He's just saying no matter what it is, it's cooked out here. With the women especially, who are maladjusting to the new paradigm of a lower social hierarchy. Because it's logical, statistical, and out of our hands, let me remind you, it's impossible for you to take it personally. It's not you. Ain't nobody good enough to keep up with the Joneses right now. If they were, they'd be the Joneses already. And they're usually not on our level down here, talking to us anyway. So yeah, there are no losers. What do they say? There are no wins when the family feuds. There are no losers when everyone loses. Just like we try to tell everyone else, there are no winners if everyone's winning. This is capitalism, tug of war. Limited capital means winners and losers. It's built into the math equation. They didn't appreciate that enough. They started imagineering a society that never existed in human history, where everything's fair and balanced and everyone can have everything. That is not what you immigrated for. You did not immigrate here for fairness. So if there's winners and losers, it's built into the source code. All you can do is hedge your bets. And if you're spiritual or metaphysical, you hedge your imagination. Like I had to. I'm barely surviving, but I'm surviving. But I know it's purely praying and imaginary practice than it is something logical. Although to me, those things are logical. but they're not easy. They're not guaranteed, and you never know how it's actually going to play out or materialize for you. So it's less comforting than knowing how much something costs. Like, oh, that costs $100. I have $100 solved. This is like, I don't know what the fuck's going to happen, but I know something about to happen, and it's going to work out for me. Same story. And it did. I don't know how many people got that, but I know it ain't enough. So it just is what it is. Newell says, hello, viewers. Jayon says, yes. Haru says, LOL. Jayon added a 9th POV confirmation of Cook. That's all. They can't outstack this pattern. I know. I was hoping someone tell me something different. Like, nah, MG, I ain't noticed none of this shit. I'm like, oh, shit, man. I gotta get out the city, I guess. You know what I'm saying? Shit, tell me which country town to move to. I'll go there. They got Wi-Fi? Nah, they ain't it, boy. Them girls crazy out there, too. They were crazy out there before this happened. They more delusional than people who be around money. People who never been around it. They're more delusional than people who can actually get the damn job. You saw them on Kevin Samuels. I know. Trust me, I know. It's unfortunate for me too, buddy. Like I told you, I will not install Tinder. I refuse to look for anything crazy right now. I know it's nothing but crazy. It was nothing but crazy left 5 years ago. I'm not gonna go out there looking for crazy at a time like this. Lord be a shield or something. What them gay boys be saying? Jesus be a fence or something. I don't know what's going on. Because it's too expensive to miss right now. You heard what I said? It ain't about whether or not you'll find or not find something. It's whether or not you miss. At a time like this, you can't afford just to be like, okay, I'm going to restructure my lifestyle, my mentality, and my heart chakra around a person that just might not be mentally able to not just deal with the relationship dynamics and the social change and males and boys and money and all the values changing. Missing is so much more costly. Because you can miss because they fucking crazy. And then you gotta go through all that drama. Can't afford drama right now. Can you? Probably not. I'm talking about your hormones. I ain't talking about the money per se, although it's all connected, but I'm saying emotionally, I can't afford to miss either. Like, I ain't got time. To be striking out, to dealing with people who don't know what's going on and then they change up. Like, I didn't see that coming in this society at this time right now during the fucking squeeze of all squeezes of a lifetime for the history of the United States. Of course not. You would have to find somebody, and I hate saying it like this, but if you ain't got nobody now and you go out here with adjusted parameters, of course, this ain't for everybody, but with the adjusted parameters, you're looking for someone who's dead ass serious, actually. Not only just dead ass serious about surviving, not just dead ass serious about staying woke and surviving and thriving and figuring out, when to move, how the Bible did it. Nah, you gotta find someone who's dead ass serious about you. And how do you get to dead ass serious about the person you're sitting across from if the whole paradigm was just dead ass serious about getting the benefits? Overnight, it ain't gonna happen, right? You can't withdraw, you can't deprogram, you can't reorganize that quickly. So you already know whatever's out there is still in the old operating system anyway. Ain't nothing but some iPhone 8s out here. If they still single. Don't tell me you found a fucking iPhone 15 or 16 in the recycle bin. Good for fucking you, boy. That's some 5 and below ass people. They race in and find electronics before the store open. Yeah, good for you. I haven't had those odds when things were normal. I didn't have those odds when things were good, so nah, I can't count on that one. I can't count. That is, people love the exceptions. I can't count on no exceptions. We're in an exceptional time already. That negative times negative equals negative, man. There's something going on. They said it's a positive now. Negative times negative going backwards. They don't do their math right. How they change the law of polarity? By multiplying something in the same direction energy-wise. Goofy as hell, dumb as hell. But we know how to do it. We know how to live in illusion even with math, don't we? Same story. Same fucking story. So, the price of getting it wrong is too high. Always was. But the price of getting it wrong is high. Isn't it? Facts. I can't afford it. Yeah, that's close to impossible. Noel 3 says passport. I see the airplane. Stop playing. TVFP says 3. It just is. And because the price of getting it wrong is too high, then gambling on dating apps is a poor investment. Because it's a gamble. It's like a casino. It's too expensive and it's not worth the gamble at the same time. And I know I ain't got all the check marks that they want right now. So I'm out of the game. Men can do that logically. I don't think women can. Their pride or their ego will, their backup generator will go back to their internal intrinsic value that they have about themselves. Men don't do that. Or most don't. We got some prima donnas and all them out there that feel like they're God's gift to women or something. They'll go out there. Not me. I only got one chance in the 80s. And that's if I go to God himself and then he sends somebody crazy ass to me. Hold on.
Cero 9620 a un dispositivo opuesto. Tecla aceptar, cancelar. Ajustes.
internet.
I
So
want the Wi-Fi again, both.
the phone from 840 BC. I just wanted you to see that like that. I never seen that operating system ever in human history. It can't connect to Wi-Fi. That phone too old. It's the setting is there and everything's in Spanish, but it's not bringing up the prompt to put in a password. I would have figured it out. But he's not gonna be able to use that for that purpose at least. Even if he could, he couldn't do nothing on that phone with Wi-Fi besides a free text app. Then you need the AT&T network and email address and everything that access their apps in their app store. There's about 30 more minutes of headaches in Spanish on a broken old phone. So I tried though. I used to work in tech support, so I wanted to give it a good try. But yeah, it's always something. But even people like that, right? They're not connected to the world and they're trying to connect to the world. And in those type of situations and those type of people, it's because they're bored exclusively. They're never going to make their life better. That's the illest shit about this experience. Me getting to witness people older than me who have given up, if you will, or flunked out by default even. AKA they made those choices a long time ago. After a certain momentum, after a certain point, there is no picking back up and rebuilding. They just kind of stabilize whatever it is. In his case, and other people like that, not to pick up on him, not the guy that you heard, another guy, is that they are codependent on the reality and the people in their reality to show up, to do anything positive at all. So if no one shows up for them, unfortunately, in a time like this, where the funding and everything's crazy like this, then no one can help them at all, and then they end up in the streets, they end up on the ground, and then the only thing they can do is pick up their fucking pipe. Like, you have to understand, like, that's the only thing they can do right. It's not a decision no more. It's not like, well, if they don't do that, then they can do this instead. No. They still cold, they still in the streets, they still hungry. There's no other alternative. So the drugs is the only way out. And then you see the compound interest on that. And I don't know if that particular character and the other ones I met are vaccinated. So I know they're in pain. I know, all the turbo things going on. So you have like that, plus their age, plus the VA not taking care of them, plus the drugs adding new effects. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't just pull them out the matrix and then send them down somewhere and then all of a sudden it's functional. Their presence causes dysfunction. I'm witnessing it as a younger person. Like, oh, I'm patient though, and I'm blessed, and I'm grateful for the opportunity. But then the fringe of it is like, oh, this is why this shit don't go nowhere. This is why their families turn on them. And I'm not being mean, I'm just saying, like, I can see the stress. I can see how much energy it takes to try to recreate something normal and healthy. It will require a full-time attention. But then they have the personality because of the drug use, prior or current, that already warped. It already warped the narcissism. It already warped the conditions, if you will. So you can't save them, because then you have to fix the narcissism. Then you have to fix the codependency on the dopamine release of the drugs they were doing on the streets, usually meth, crystal, ether, opiates. And then you got to deal with the financial issue, that they suck with their finances. Even if they got the benefits from the military or some type of a program, they waste all their money in the same day. I saw this with alcoholics. When I was hanging out with the cartel, and they'll get paid, maybe let's say, it wasn't a lot, but it was a lot compared to what I was getting paid. Let's say he got $800 at the end of the week back then in 2008. He'll spend $600 that night. Like, I watched him buy beer, plenty of food and everything, but like one-off, like a bunch of raw shrimp, expensive seafood shit you only eat one or two times in a row, and then maybe pay the phone bill, and then maybe put something on the electric, and then skip rent for about 2 more weeks, and then get paid. Damn, we can't party this week because I have to pay the rent, and then boom, do it again. And I noticed that with people who are over 50, 20 years ago. So it might be generational. It might be the boomers or the boomers who didn't get the education. So
TJ?
hold on, another one. Yeah. So if you're dealing with family members or friends, or you're in the hospice care, or you're in the taking care of people care, imagine I'm not getting what the nurses and those people get to do that for a living, nor am I scheduled that way to do it that way either. For me, it's largely optional if I wanted to, right? The level in which I give a fuck, if you will. But if it's trying for people who have no entitlements and have no alternatives, imagine how much trying it is for people who are entitled and are paying for the service. Yeah. We're there. We're there. At the bottom of the pyramid, at the bottom of the barrel, the need, the attention, and the flunkness is rampant. And there's nothing anyone can do besides sustain and help where they can. But then imagine at the level where people are like, I used to be the thing. You're not dealing with their health and their conditions no more. You're dealing with this. They don't see another answer. They're so used to things working because they said so. They're so used to things happening because it used to, whatever paradigm they made up. But then you have to tell them, hey, it's 2025. Your asshole is falling out. You have some weird bloodborne diseases, and everyone keeps seeing you drop your crack pipe. What the fuck are we talking about? Delusion at the highest level. So, that's America for you. You know what's going to happen to them next. They're defunding care for them. So, I'm very patient. I hate to say this, but I'm going to say it to make the point. I know that most people in these positions at that age with those health conditions are on borrowed time anyway. It's not a matter of whether or not I break through or they recover all the way, or the most humane thing to do is to tolerate it, because they ain't got much longer to live anyway. But anyway, it's your boy, Dason, aka mgthefuture, for another day. I'll move on since so much heat and energy on me needed for nothing, but I get it. It's going to take me to a different storyline. I'll make a phone call. It's going to move things around. So let me get into that matrix. Hopefully I stream tomorrow. God is good as always. Thank you for the support. Thank you for checking out the channel. Thank you for liking the video. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for listening and considering these things at all. I'm not tripping, or I'm not alone at least. And yeah, hopefully you're not either. Hopefully being around like-minded people helps you stay in this illusional matrix simulation without losing your fucking cool. Don't. Practice patience. Practice bringing your energy back. Practice centering. Practice the thing we should have been practicing our whole fucking life. Now is the perfect time. Amen. Glory be to God, either way. This too shall pass. Part 5. Peace. Always thankful. Shout out to y'all, man. Shout out to you, Shogun. Shout out to Harook. Shout out to Jonathan. Shout out to Mr. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to John, baby. Shout out to everybody. Shout out to all the likes. Shout peace, everybody. We out here. I'll be here tomorrow, low 1, 6 o'clock, West Coast Standard Time. You know what time it is.